but it's still covered up. So actually, it's probably not doing anything.
Oh, look,
actually,
Dan's brought me one
it's just
here.
made it softer, but it's not actually doing anything.
So that's what it's like without being in plastic.
Okay, and it's gone a tiny bit of...
Oh, they do, because you leave your
use
iron.
exactly, that's what
like
happens,
that.
but it's done nothing. It's not out of shape or anything.
No, and they are brilliant because it makes a big difference.
It does feel quite dense, doesn't it?
Very, and you can really... So if I'm putting something in that's got to be positioned right, like a zip or something, you can push all the pins in.
Have we got any pins in the bag of tricks?
Right, Janet's now going to demonstrate.
There you go.
See how well the pins go in, so you can really push them in.
That's quite satisfying.
It is actually really satisfying. I often pin bits to it that
well,
I need to keep
play.
as well.
Look, so you could, you wouldn't do this because it's EPP, but yes, you could, when you were designing things, you could get yourself...
Yeah, you can line everything up.
And then presumably, if you were steaming, you could steam while the pin was still there.
Which is what I do. Yeah, if you're pulling a block back into shape.
Yes, we've all done a little bit of stretching.
Lot of that.
A little bit of stretching. And yeah, okay.
That does look like a biscuit.
And it doesn't fall off either. Look, so that's you could actually take those with you.
You could.
Move
And it
them
is
around.
and it is double pressing, so it's for both sides. Got loads and loads. We've got more in baskets than we've got. Now I've convinced Janet she needs one of these.
I might just borrow this.
Well, do you know, it is slightly soiled, isn't it?
Well,
so
no,
maybe...
it's not. That's exactly what you'd expect
No, mine is
it
brown.
to be like.
Because I leave my eye on it.
I mean, that's what people at home need to know, isn't it? It's just going to be like that just because it's the steam over and over and over again.
And I leave my iron on it, and so mine looks like that, but it still works.
Still works.
So there we go. Do check out on that while we've still got stock. Very quick message. Morning, Rebecca and Janet. I use my wool mat to block crochet squares. It's brilliant. Yes, I have used it for mine as well, particularly when you've got a very tricky one.
Yeah, and you really want to stretch it out because often you want the holes more than the actual knitting and the structure, don't you? And you've got to get that stretched.
Loads and loads. If you've got it in baskets, you need to get it checked out. We don't normally discount this because it's it's Millwood as well, so you know it's a good brand.
It's a good brand.
But it is
It's a good size.
Yeah, they do come in a bigger size.
So it's 12 inches. So your quilt blocks, that would be quite a large quilt block.
The other one is, I think, 12 by 18, I think. Yeah, it's a bit bigger. Anyway, we'll leave that with you. You can play with that all day.
I'll play with that now.
Let's have a look at, see what's coming up on today's show. So now 8 o'clock. It's Janet Clare, who you've just seen, with her brand new Blooming Lovely fabric collection. You're going to be amazed. There's a big surprise with this, which I shall be asking Janet about in a moment. Anyway, brand new, her new fabric collection for Moda is going to be on air now. We've got it a special bundle with a discount, and we've got everything by the half metre. And we've got a really good discount bundle. You're going to love this. Beautiful. 9 o'clock, Janet's going to... Oh, there it is. Can you see? There it is. There is the whole bundle. It is blooming lovely. Beautiful. And it's not blue. We'll be talking about that in a minute. Janet's going to stay with us with her quilt kit, the Strewn quilt kit. Sounds Scottish, the Strewn.
Strewn. It's because you're throwing your blocks around. All will be revealed when I demonstrate.
At 9 o'clock. We've got patterns on their own for it, so you can use up your stash. We've got a kit as well. And Janet's going to be showing us how to make it. Already selling on pre-order. I'm not surprised because it is gorgeous. The kit we've got is in a different colourway, just to let you know, but the picture is on the website of the colourway, so you can see it. Then at 10 o'clock, Cara's going to be in with a fantastic colourful Sashiko book by I don't know what I can say. Shashkonami?
Shashkonami.
Do you think that's Shashkonami?
Should have asked her. She's only over there.
I know, Shashkonami. It's a lovely book. It's like traditional Sashiko, but all in more modern colourways. I absolutely love it. And what's brilliant about this book is not just the Sashiko, but the projects that are used in it to show what you can do with it. They're fantastic. And Cara's going to be demonstrating that. Not only that, she's got a lot of her Sashiko patterns and panels with her. So it's a whole Sashiko hour. We've got threads and needles and everything. 11, we'll let Janet have a little break for an hour. She lies in a darkened room. We've got a darkened room.
I don't find it.
Yeah, you don't lie in that. It's called the gallery. Yes, that's where Ben sits, in a darkened room. Janet's sewing kits. Now, these are beautiful sewing kits. They're really lovely. We've got the pattern on their own. We've got kits in various colourways, including one that uses the brand new Blooming Lovely collection as well. So that is gorgeous. Yeah, in fact, the only way you can get Blooming Lovely in a kit today is in one of the sewing kits. And they are gorgeous. They're the sweetest things. And everybody needs one. 12 o'clock, Cara will be back with her first ever. This is Cara's first ever quilt kit. Seasonal variation quilt. We've got it in various colourways. We've got a Liberty kit. We've got 2 Tilda kits. It's gorgeous. We've got the pattern on its own. It comes with all the details to make a quilt, as well as a cushion and a bag. It's fantastic. And we've got to give it lots of love because it's Cara's first ever quilt kit. She's so proud of it, and we're proud of her. And we're really hoping it goes really well, because then she'll do some more. It's beautiful. Anyway, that will be at 12 o'clock. Right. Blooming Lovely.
Blooming
So
Lovely.
tell me, Janet, why is this not blue?
Okay.
So if you know Janet's fabrics, you will know that nearly always
it's blue.
There is one collection that wasn't.
I brought this with me. Now, I've been designing for Moda for nearly 13 years.
Wow.
And this is, I know, wow.
Wow.
This is my archive quilt, which is not up to date.
No way.
So
you add to this all the time.
Yes, but I'm about 5 collections. But,
all the time,
I'm behind.
Collections.
Yeah, I'm about 5
an
collections
amazing
behind.
thing to do. I love this.
Well, thank you. It's so special because it will be, unless you're a super mega fan. Yours is probably finished, or if you're a super mega fan, I'm probably the only one in the world who's got this. So this is the very first fabric I designed was called Hearty Good Wishes and had
and
Wales
when I worked on Simply Sewing, one of the first projects that we did used that fabric.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
How weird is that? We're all sort of overlap.
More Hearty Good Wishes.
More Hearty Good Wishes.
Yes.
So I did Hearty Good Wishes, then a field guide, which was this sort of muted
that's where
colour.
we didn't go blue, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then we've got more Hearty Good Wishes.
Well, I have this at home.
So
some of us do.
You still have it?
Yes, I do still have it.
And then there's the occasional, I did
Red?
a Christmas line called Wintertide, which has got little penguins and little alpine cottages.
Oh, I
and
didn't
snow
like
and
that
things.
one.
Nice bit of red, nice bit of green.
Can you still get that one?
No, we haven't got any. And then there was my book, Frey and Fred. Moda asked me to design fabric that coordinated with that, and I designed a doll's house for that. So there's a little bit of pink, but overwhelmingly blue. And it's blue because Moda don't ask you to follow colour predictions. Like, I used to work for a knitwear agent.
Right.
And it was all colour predictions and fashion trends.
Okay.
And the yarn trends and everything. And Moda want you to be you.
Okay.
So the first designs I sent in were accompanying my book, Hearty Good Wishes, and I'd done them in indigo ink. And it was a colour palette that no one was working in at the time.
Right.
And so that appealed to them. And then you kind of stay in your lane.
Okay.
And you stay in your lane because that means that you're doing your own thing.
Yes.
And you're not
Yeah, no, that makes
overlapping with
sense.
all the other designers.
Yeah.
And then, of course, if every designer they had followed the fashion trends, everyone would have purple, and then everyone would have mustard, and then et cetera,
exactly.
et cetera.
Oh, this is gorgeous. I love that green.
That was in Wordsmith, which we've got coming up. But that was a fabric collection to go with the Wordsmith book. And we've got Flight. But yeah, this is really, obviously really special. EPP, over papers. I do it when I'm on holiday.
So how many fabric collections are you behind? 5?
This is that's Bon Voyage. So I've got...
look at Bon Voyage. This is fantastic.
I haven't got that many to put in.
All of your fabric designs.
And all together.
Quick message. Morning, you two beautiful ladies. Loved meeting you both at the festival. Morning, Princess. Loved meeting you too. And where's that photo, Princess, I took of you?
Oh.
So she said she'd never had a nice photo, so I gave her my sunglasses and made her pose. And then I cropped it all and recoloured it. And I'm still waiting, Princess, to see it on your Facebook page.
Wasn't that lovely to see everybody?
It was so nice.
And to hear that, you know, how much of a community there is.
Well,
sitting at home watching the television.
I was saying to them all, they said, oh, I feel like we know you. I went, yeah, but we look into this screen where we just see ourselves.
Anybody.
Which is
know,
weird, isn't it?
It is.
But there's all these people watching.
I know.
And
It's
to
so
meet
nice
you all
to see people.
it was heartwarming.
It was quite overwhelming, isn't it?
Oh, I heard heartwarming. I heard really sad stories, really happy stories, funniest stories.
Yep.
I laughed so much.
I know.
things
Lovely.
that people told me.
Yeah. But
Really
it's about
funny.
how important the sewing and just being creative. And
Yes.
even if you haven't got the energy to sew that day, you can then watch and learn something.
Yeah,
and
no,
how
and people
important
have
it
said,
is.
you know, I wouldn't have got through the last 6 months if it hadn't
Oh, I
been for
know.
Sewing Street. And
I know.
And people who, you know, like one man told me his wife had died. And I was, God, this is terrible. And But, you know, there's the sewing and that whole
Yes.
community. And other people who say, I don't know anyone who sews, so this is why I've come
This
here.
is why I come.
Anyway,
Yeah,
so it was
very
lovely
amazing
to meet
see
you all.
So,
So this is your story.
This is the story. So I do 2 collections a year. And Moda have first refusal on my drawings.
Right.
If I think they're going to go for fabric, they would make nice fabric. Moda have first refusal. So I'd been for a walk in the park with my dog Wilson. He hates going for a walk, but he does like other dogs. And we were playing in the park with a chocolate Labrador called Muffin. And Muffin had a new lilac collar on.
Right.
And all the way through the walk, I was just thinking that chocolate colour and that lilac are just so good together.
You're such a sewer. You're such a
So
sewer.
good
You're not
together.
thinking
And
about
I
the
was
walk
like,
you're
"Brain,
going.
leave me alone."
Oh, doesn't that dog look nice with that colour? That's
That
really
colour
funny.
palette. And then we're walking home from the park, and of course, you know, once you get your eye in, that's all you can see. And all the gardens were Michaelmas daisies and sort of pinks that had gone over, roses that are going over. And so I got to the studio and I thought, I always try and draw every day, and I fail more than I manage it, but I do try. So on this particular day, I thought, no, let's get some lilac and pink paint out, and let's get some brown ink and start playing. Right, so I started playing.
Right, let me move this beautiful quilt.
Out of the way. So I started playing, doing, I don't know where's a good camera spot.
So what we've got on the screen at the moment is the whole fabric collection. All of them. There were 20 fabrics in it.
There's quite a few SKUs, yeah.
20 half meters, but we will be reducing the price of that. Let's just reduce the price so you can see what you need to pay, and then Janet's going to show us. Now, what you get with this is a meter for free. So two of the half meters are free. £161.82. It's on split pay as well. It's on 3-way split pay. So £53.94, 3 equal payments. So you can pay £53.94. You can have the whole collection. And I think it's really important, isn't it, when you launch a new one, to
Yes, so you can get the whole thing. Because that's how you've designed it. A lot of thought goes into designing the collection.
Well, you don't design them as they're standalone. I mean, they are standalone.
No, you don't design them to be standalone, definitely. You design them to be a collection with storytelling and blenders and a nice quantity of different tones.
Right. So
you're making them for quilts.
So when you've got the whole collection, you've got the whole story.
You've literally got everything that we designed.
Right. So tell me about this, how you started.
So I started doing the brown ink on wet watercolour paper, and I just did lots and lots of paintings like this on that one morning.
Oh, so these are just
with
on
a coffee,
paper?
just on a little bit of paper. And I thought, you know what, I actually really like these. Lots of different layers to them and tonal qualities.
Wow.
Moda have got first refusal. So I just took literally a quick photo with my phone, sent it to the design team at Moda, they're in Texas, and said, I like these, but I normally do blue. What do you think? Expecting them to say, Janet, just stick with blue. You can have a little bit of pink with blue if you want, but they went, we love them too, paint more.
Wow.
So that is literally what happened. So then I had free reign to just paint as many flowers and leaves and just play with all the wet watercolour paper and the inks and really just...
Because this chocolate brown works so well with it,
just
doesn't it?
lovely with that lilac-y colour. So literally I just did lots and lots. My sketchbook is still in Japan. I couldn't bring my sketchbook with me because I send my sketchbook in to them.
Oh, so when they're printing and they get the colours right.
Yeah, and we'll show you like a collage print.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So lots of these little bits, and everyone, I think when you're playing at home, you kind of assume that every flower that I'm showing you here is lovely. And actually what happens is you do sheets and sheets and sheets like this, and you only keep, not under, a quarter of them. You know, you've got to do this multiple times to get the quantity that you need. You've got to be prepared to make a lot of mistakes.
Half of the stock of this is gone now.
Oh my goodness, we haven't
Just
even shown it to you yet.
Very quick warning. Obviously, we do have it available on its own by the half metre, but half of the stock of the bundle. But because obviously you get a metre for free in the bundle, so that's the best way. So just saying.
So I do all of my little doodles. I play in my sketchbook for a long time. And then it's time to start thinking about how it would translate into fabric. Yeah. So, should we go? Do you want to go through the bundle?
Yeah, so we'll do it in the order that tells the story.
Yes, yes. So here's the colour palette that I worked on, and there's Muffin. Oh. Thanks to the colour palette, Muffin.
And with his lilac collar.
With his lilac collar on. And I also, just for fun, I made myself a little thanks Muffin.
That's so cute.
You've got to play. You've got to play, and if you have a crazy idea, just do it.
Just do it, and that's brilliant.
Because if you keep saying no to your ideas, I think I need to make Muffin a coat.
In this fabric.
If you keep saying no to your ideas, eventually you'll stop having ideas.
Right, okay. So you just got to go with it and see what happens.
Yeah. So this is the colour palette, and you can see Moda start cutting chunks off to send places, and we start naming the colours and how they're all going to work together.
Right, okay.
So that was my sketches, and then a colour palette, and then shall I show you the original artwork when we're talking through the bundle?
Let's do it. So, because I'm really interested in whenever we sell bundles, we're not normally lucky enough to have the designer on. So we sort of normally go through what we think are the hero fabrics and which are the blenders. Be lovely to hear your story.
What I've done.
What does it start with?
It started with. Do you want me to dig it out? It started with me making a collage of the flower elements that I liked, so my favourites. I don't put anything in repeat, and I don't work on the computer. So I'm very lucky like that.
Right.
Moda want artwork.
And they do all of that.
They can pay somebody to do that. And somebody who's doing that is very skilled, very quick, and they know all the proportions, they know all the repeat structures, and they can do it. So they've actually said to me, there's no point me sweating that out or paying somebody to do that, because they've got a team who can do that.
And
what they can't do is pay somebody to browse around in the park for the day, hope they bump into a chocolate Labrador, and then go home and play in their sketchbook. Yes. That's what you can't pay, because you can't set up a job spec for it.
No, but it's the perfect combination, isn't it? Because you don't want to be bothered with
I don't want to be bothered with it all. So I know it will repeat, because I give them enough tiny little elements that I know if there's an awkward gap, it will repeat. And I've established a colour story. And all I've said to them is, I've called it Posy. Can we use as many of the flowers, stems and leaves as possible to create a big, blousy, non-directional, joyous cloth of blooms? Never a dull moment, please.
Perfect.
That's what I asked them to do.
And they're like, no pressure then.
No pressure. But they love it. They love it. I've spoken to them lots of times.
Well, yeah,
and
because
it's exciting.
They love that because they're given a free rein, but with enough guidance that they know what they're doing.
Exactly. And they are still very much a big part of the creative process. So every step of the way, they get to be part of developing something. So honestly, they genuinely like it. I try to give them as much of my vision as I can. Vision, that sounds pompous, but you know what I'm imagining. Yeah, what I'm imagining as I can, and I give them lots of tiny little elements so that they can gaps. They can fill in. So the cloth is in there somewhere.
So is that's one?
That's one, yes, and it comes in that pink, and I think we put it on the brown. Did we put it on the brown as well? Yes, I think we did. Oh yeah, and that one, and the brown. So that one is a big storytelling quilt fabric.
So that's sort of your main one.
We put it in every base colour.
So now when you look at this and you look at this...
I know. Gives you chills, doesn't it?
It does. It's weird.
It is. So they have... I had a conversation with them. There's Muffin on the selvage as well.
Look. On the selvage.
Muffin is on the selvage. And we're allowed to put a quote on as well. So that says, bloom where you were planted. So
this is just one of the half metres that's in the bundle.
One of them.
It's gorgeous.
Thank you. And they have, they asked me, normally the fabric is screen printed. Now, with screen printing, there's obviously a limit to how many screens they can use because the screen carries each element of the colour.
Okay.
And it's not stiff, they're very clever with it, but it's very sort of formulaic. And they said, with this, could they do a digital print?
Right,
Because there was unlimited colour variation and tones. And the good thing that I hadn't quite realised, but they were telling me, is that to get a good digital print, they put it on a higher quality base cloth.
Right,
so this is a lot finer.
It's beautiful.
Which means it now got a lot more drape. It's still structured enough for patchwork, but it's got a lot of drape, which means you can dressmake with it.
Yeah, no, it is a beautiful quality. I mean, Moda's fabrics are always beautiful quality, but this is gorgeous. So this is the hero print, really.
That's
but
the Storyteller.
It comes in these different colours. So you've got like the white background.
Yes, because what you're trying to do is, and you're building up a colour palette, and you're trying to give a different background colour, really, with subtly different coloured in elements of the florals and things. You see the green's getting a bit sharper, so it stands out.
Look at that.
And then...
Morning. I love Janet's new colour palette from Helen in Devon. Yes,
Thank
it's
you.
gorgeous, isn't it? Loving this new collection. So good to see it. It's not blue for those of us who do not like blue.
I know.
Fiona in West Yorkshire. There you go.
Unbelievably. There's people who don't like blue.
Morning, ladies. Love chatting with you both at the Festival of Quilts. Janet and Tony are fantastic team and such lovely people from Jane. Oh, thank you, Jane. Oh, another one.
You.
Morning, Rebecca. Chilling with a coffee while watching. It was lovely to finally meet you at Festival of Quilts from Avril in Berkshire. Oh,
Honestly,
thank you, Avril.
it was our privilege.
Nice. Love my Strewn quilt. I would love to do it in new Blooming Lovely collection. Just need to know to work out which ones to choose.
Oh, well, the Strewn is written for a layer cake, and the layer cake has at least one square of every colour, every fabric, and every SKU.
So if you get this bundle,
you
you're
get the
laughing
bundle.
because we worked out this morning. Well, I worked out this morning.
This is why we were doing maths.
That you
we're all
need
sat there
a
like
layer
this.
cake is 2.5 metres of fabric.
And we
So
got
there you go.
Rebecca to do the maths.
So I worked it out because there are 8 layer cakes in a half metre.
There you go.
So we worked
Good
it out.
maths. We.
So all you need, if you buy the whole bundle, obviously you'll have a bits left over, or you just, we've got more in baskets than we've got at the table. I think that's my, well, we've shown 4 so far. This, I think, is my favourite, this sepia colourway.
You have to be really careful with brown, don't you? Not all
No,
browns
it's not
I like, but this is a really
Also,
lovely.
it's not a solid brown in the
I
background.
never put a solid in the background.
It's got that beautiful, well, it's almost like wood, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very, it goes with the whole,
It comes in and out.
the woodlands.
Yes, exactly. I never ever put a solid in the background, and that's because I always paint or draw, the line's never solid.
Yes, no, that's true.
And
It wouldn't
it
be,
just
no.
sits awkwardly with it. Having said that, we did choose some Bella Solids, and I've got a tiny little project to show you. You've got Bella Solids with you as well, haven't you? They do coordinate, and they add an extra element. But in the background of my cloths, I always have that watercolour effect.
So what's the next print in this story?
The next
so this
one.
is print number 1 in the story.
Yes. Let's go to this one.
Oh.
This one. So this was, I did wet watercolour paper and lots of the colours that I had on my palette, and Mo was just blotching them down to make this beautiful mottled background effect. And then I took my ink pen with the sepia ink and was then doodling on top of it. So that's the next story builder. Because what you want is you want them to be big florals,
And
but to
here's the
have a
fabric.
different style so that they're not fighting with each other. The fabric is pretty much
And
identical.
there we go. That's what it looks like.
It's pretty much, I mean, it's crazy. It's
It
crazy.
is amazingly accurate,
It is.
isn't it?
And they pay so much attention to what it is. You know, that little collage I did, and then they've made it so it repeats over a 42-inch.
Amazing. And this, you know,
repeat, and that.
they haven't just they've taken the lines and got it right. And using that lovely chocolate sepia brown rather than black. It's
It's just right.
fabulous.
And there's a big ink block there, and they didn't tidy it up. It's there.
Oh, it's just in there.
Yeah, they just want the artwork, and if they like the artwork, and don't get me wrong, they don't say yes to everything. They don't say yes to everything. Everything has to be Some things I always send them more than they want. So I
Right.
send them my whole sketchbook, and they want about 7 designs. I usually end up sending them about 10 that I like. And sometimes they remove the one that I thought was a dead set.
Right.
It's really interesting. So I always say when I'm working with Moda, it's my drawings, but their fabric.
Yes,
And they're
yes.
so skilled. They can see the worldwide market. They know what all the other designers are turning in.
Yeah,
And they kind of
exactly.
got this vision for what will work. But the attention to detail is
Yeah,
crazy.
no, it is perfect, because it would be a shame if what you were handing in and you were getting something back and it wasn't the same.
Because then you'd have to go digital files. So I'd pay for somebody to
you'd have
give them
to,
the finished
yeah.
product. Whereas with this way, the fabric's often better than you can dream of.
Because they sort it out.
They sort it all
So
out.
what?
Right,
so that's
that.
number 5. What's next?
What shall we
in the
go
story?
next? Right, and I made a little apron out of that. Let's go lavender.
I love the lavender. Love that.
Let's go lavender.
So why did you put lavender in this? Was it
because
the
I
colour?
love it. It's beautiful, and it's a beautiful floral, but it's got a very different shape. It's much more structured and it's much more linear. So you're kind of always thinking, I want a big overall non-directional print, and then I need something that reads like a stripe or something that reads like a check, and then I need some little ditzy prints. So this, I was thinking more of a structural element to it, a directional print.
So it comes in the white. Well, it's
It is.
white,
It's
yeah.
just off white. Yeah.
It's very off. Look, I mean, that is beautiful. I mean, obviously patchwork and quilting, but that's beautiful dressmaking,
You can make
isn't
that.
it?
You can make anything with that. And because I was painting, you know, every little element is slightly different colour. The leaves are all slightly different, and they're all
No,
there.
they've done that. They've got the greens and the bluey greens, and then you've got a little bit of darker.
There's a really dark splotch there, and this is the whole. I don't know whether you can even get close enough to see that, but that is. So I said that's not a repeat. Maybe should be a stripe or a tossed brick, multi-directional lavender closer together, and I gave them that little doodle there, and then they made the fabric.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so they've got it all. So it is like a stripe.
Yes.
But a really
structured one. And I drew that on the 27th of October 2022 and my yardage arrived last night.
Wow.
So that's how long
That's
it
2
takes
years,
you.
isn't it? Near enough.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's how long it takes.
And then this is the lavender, but
So that's pretty. And that goes, I think that and that are lovely together because
are,
they've
aren't
got
they?
that mottled background, but there's enough difference between them that you're not doing, it's not fighting with each other, but they stand together.
Oh, it's stunning. I absolutely
Thank
love
you.
that. It's got that beautiful watercolour.
Thank you. It's really weird
Background.
because you hand in all your drawings and you start with a really excitement idea. You're really excited and you're convinced it's lovely. And then by the end of the process, you're thinking, what am I, it's okay, just send it. The deadline's there, just send it. And then while you're waiting to hear back from Moda, you're going, oh, it's rubbish, isn't it? I know it's rubbish. What was I thinking? I'm going to have to start from scratch. And then when it comes back to you, you think, oh yeah, I knew it was okay. Yeah. You go through this whole cycle.
I can imagine. It must be like if you're an author and you send your book in. And you
Yes.
think, oh, it's rubbish.
I don't like it. Honestly, looking through your books, all you can see is things that you want to change.
So we're in single figures on this now.
Wow.
Yep. You need to get this checked out. 1 metre is free, so £161.82. That's all 20 fabrics. You can then, you don't have to choose. If you want to make a quilt,
them all.
if you want to make a whole design, whatever you're doing, or you just want bits of it, it means you've got the whole story in one place.
Get them all. They
We
will
do
sell out.
have them all available by the ½ metre, and they are cut to order. So if there is one that you like in particular, or 2 or 3, or you just want the lavender. Oh, we missed the chocolate lavender.
The chocolate lavender.
Then if you want them individually, they are available. We will send them as a whole cut piece if you need more. They are £8.99 for ½ metre. But obviously if you buy the bundle, this is your best value. I am so drawn to this sepia. Again, I
you.
like the lavender best
The
in
lavender.
that. But I think it looks
That's
lovely
so
with
pretty.
the white one, doesn't it?
But you can dressmake in it, and I'm not a dressmaker, but I think that
Yes.
will really
Blouse.
work with the blouse or like a gathered skirt. A little dress for a girl would be beautiful.
I just think of it as a very simple short sleeve, little cotton
Yeah.
blouse
Yeah.
in that. And no one else would have one, would they?
No one
Or
else would have
possibly,
one.
but unlikely. And
Well, you know you're watching Sewing Street if you had
yes,
that.
and it would just be, it's so pretty, isn't it? Easy to wear.
And just classic.
Yeah, but I love this.
You like the brown.
Make
You
nice-
like the brown. You need
I
the
do.
brown. Thank you, Muffin.
Yeah, I do love
Thanks,
that. I think
Muffin.
that would make a lovely cushion.
Yes, and
very
you could
classic,
quilt
isn't
into
it?
that. You could do.
Yeah.
You could do some Sashiko stitching. I know it's a bit of fussy background for that, but you could
And
do that sort
make
of
nice,
like quilting.
large EPPs, so sort of
Yes.
1.5 hexagons, because
Yes.
then you could really fussy cut. Oh, no way.
So I've been
That's
doing.
so weird.
I know.
That sounds like I was
I did
prepped
that,
for that.
like, exactly.
That's so weird.
Well done. She remembered her notes. No, this
No.
she didn't know I had these. So this is a little project that I've been
Are
doing.
these 2-inch?
They are. And
Yeah,
then,
so that's so weird. I went, wouldn't that look lovely?
lovely.
That's so
And then with the
strange.
Bella Solids, I've been making, you've seen this already on the pressing mat. It looks messy because, of course, you've got all the bits. But I thought, wouldn't that, every now and again, in between, look really
Oh, because
nice?
you can really place that. That's
Yes.
that's so
Yeah,
strange.
you can really fussy cut. So they're really nice little kite shapes, and they make up the hexagon.
Oh, I
so that's
like
fun.
that.
It's fun.
I never thought of doing that. What a good idea. Could you get templates for the
Yeah, so
the kite shapes? Or do you
these
just
are from, can I tell the brand name? I don't think they're on here. Anyway, there's a company that make them, and they're already fused. They're not paper. And you stitch over them, and then your fabric is already quilted.
No way.
It's
We
already
need to get
quilted,
that.
ladies.
But you could get a hexagon and cut it
Absolutely,
yourself.
you
couldn't
could get a hexagon, cut it yourself. Yeah. In fact, the paper has got more structure. Can you see this sort of wants
Yes,
to bend?
yeah,
so
but
you
it's
have to
lovely
be a
and
little
soft
bit
though,
careful.
isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, I like that.
Yes.
Right,
So
so
there you
that's
go.
that's lavender. So which one comes next? Is it
Um,
this one with the words on?
Yes, we could do that. So that is
I-
from my sketchbook. That's
Right.
the collage, and I think that only comes in one
Yes,
colour.
it does in my pack.
Yeah, I think that only comes in
Look
one colour.
at that.
So
So
these are
I
the little
l-
notes and things that didn't make the cut.
But I love this because I love words on fabric. Some leaf and flower prints, monoprint. Oh, so it's all what you said to them.
Yeah. So these are
Hellebore
literally the
anemones.
notes I was writing in my
It says
sketchbook.
toilet rolls, 3 tubes of toothpaste.
Yeah, yeah. This says clover.
Not
but
lover.
actually, the C's missed out, so it actually says
Lover. Lover.
That's quite
It's all
funny.
about Janet's lovers. I know it says October. That's really
Yeah,
funny.
so I was making it in October. Yeah, yeah.
Janet's lover. I think that's great.
Travelling hope.
October, misty mornings, last dregs, dark night on our dog walks, autumn leaves, berries. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Makes me looking forward to autumn. That is funny.
So that's literally the bits from my sketchbook.
Gorgeous. That is beautiful.
And
isn't it?
this is one that I prepped thinking that they would use it, and they didn't. The closest we've got is those there. I think it's right because it's a bigger scale, and the lavender was probably the better shout. But I liked both.
Well,
of
at
them.
least they've done it and they've put the spots
There's-
in.
there's,
I think this
fo-
is...
the fritillaries.
I think if you were using this in a quilt, you could use this as a centre panel.
Yeah.
So if you were doing something that had the larger pieces
Mm-hmm.
or centre panels, because I would cut out that October bit. I love
I
that.
like that bit. And you could quilt round it. You could
Yes.
embroider it. You could do slow
Well, you
stitching.
can cut out little pieces. It's
Mm-hmm.
delicious. So that is in the bundle. We're still going. We haven't finished it
We
yet.
haven't finished.
Oh gosh, we need to crack on. Right. So
Right. So we do this one.
yes. Now that one's lovely.
So that was.
That's an Aster. I'm glad you're
That's
here. I'm rubbish at
Aster.
flower names.
Well, I had to look them up, obviously. So with Aster,
Oh, look at
how
that.
I made those, this is all collage, they're all stuck on. So I did blobs of yellow, haven't got a sheet.
Oh, I see.
And then colours around it. And then I
cut those
literally
out?
cut them out with, cut a big,
Very sharp scissors.
yeah, snip, 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 and did a scatter. And then they
Beautiful.
recoloured that with the green. And, it makes
And what
it
I like
blend
about
more.
this is that they're not regular, they're not perfect
regular at
circles.
all.
And some have got bigger snips than others, and some
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
more oval.
Yeah, and you find that a lot with the more digital designers is that they will draw a rose and they'll draw one perfect petal and they'll just repeat it.
Yeah, that's
Whereas I can't do that because I'm doing it by hand. And there's always like one petal that you think is gorgeous and one that you don't like so much. And some of them work completely well. But they like that because then when they take my designs, they have got that hand in them. They've got that quirkiness to them.
Now, that obviously comes in more than one colour. So it comes in this beautiful mottled. So in this collection, you know, if you've got the whole bundle, you could use the whole lot, or you could think, right, well, I'm just going to pick out the mottled ones.
And it comes in brown as well.
So you could just say, right, well, I'm just going to pick out the mottled tones for one project.
One project, yeah,
or
exactly.
I'll pick out all the ones from the same print.
Have you got a brown in there? There you go, you've got the brown.
Right, so this is also available in the sepia brown background. Gorgeous.
Slightly different colours of the flowers. But yeah, really nice.
They
really
work
nice.
so well together. So you could pick up all the brown prints, all the prints are the same.
Yep,
I love those. We're still
absolutely.
going.
We're
And
still
remember, if you
going.
buy the whole bundle, which we are extremely low on now, in fact, we've got 8. 8 left.
Wow.
8.
Wow.
And there were 34 in baskets. I know where
The
that one
little
is. It's like
buds.
playing Snap. I've seen that one. That's this one here. So that one is only available in the pink.
No. It's in that pile there.
That's me moving off. I thought I'd
Oh,
seen
we've
it
made
because,
it such a mess.
because it was on the top. I
Good
thought,
job we've got 4 minutes between shows because
It is.
we've got tidying up to
We've
do.
got a lot of tidying up.
We've got tidying
These
up to
two
do.
work so well together.
Thank you. I think they might be one of my favourites.
I mean, if you were doing like a little zip purse, you could have one for the lining, one for the outside.
Yeah.
But I also like the idea of having, you know, when you have a band at the top. So if
Yeah,
you were making
really
a
definite
bag,
band.
that's
Lovely.
gorgeous. Oh, as a binding.
Oh, it's a binding. But I think that print in particular will sit with a lot of other florals that
Yes,
you might
it
have in
is.
your collection.
Well, and very easy as well for people to pick out the colours and match it with some of
Yes.
their own planes
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. They do put the thing with the screen printing. They always put each colour screen is on the selvage, but of course it's digital. They don't need to do that. But I asked them to put muffins on, and
Very
they did.
important, and he's lovely. And for people like me who collect selvages, we like a nice
You
selvage.
like a nice selvage.
And we like words. I've just made a little jacket, and I put on the top of the pocket, I cut the selvage off, and it looks the loveliest
Just
thing.
nice
so I'm
little
glad that you
detail.
think of people like me when you're
I
choosing
will.
what to write
I'll
on your
do.
selvage.
If they ever say don't, I'll go, no, sorry. That's
No,
not going to
because-
fly with Rebecca.
Because we collect words.
We collect. I do love. I think words are the way in a lot of the times to summing up what the collection's going to feel like, because it's very hard to
Yes.
pin down a visual.
But-
If you're
but when
writing,
you
you
do-
need to
yeah.
write it down.
Yeah.
And that helps a lot. And if things have got the wrong name, I find that very hard.
So now,
Right, that one is only in my sketchbook, that one. So I haven't got my drawings for that. That's something they pulled out by themselves.
no, I like that. So it's like
Yeah.
the large. They've taken your flowers
Yes.
and enlarged them.
Yeah.
But then
And it's
really
all
watercoloured
over.
them together,
Yeah,
haven't
and it's
they?
an all over print, and that's what I hadn't given them. So you learn every collection.
Hi
you
ladies,
learn.
I love Janet's fabrics, and I've just bought the beautiful flower field petal fabric to make a blouse.
Oh, nice.
I'm so excited. Thank you, Janet Claire from Alison and Cornwall.
Well, thank you.
Oh, how lovely. Which is the flower field petal?
They'll probably have a nice.
Ben,
The one that the first one, the scattery one.
no, it'll be one of the first
A petal,
ones.
yeah, one of the first ones. We should know what my own fabric's called.
We should
shouldn't
know
I,
what the
really?
fabrics are called.
I
We'll have a
should-
look
I should
through
know,
which
really.
is the flower field petal. I think it's that one.
I think it's one of those.
Well,
the
I
first
think that's
ones
some
we
lovely
showed.
blouses. I think those are beautiful together. And they also look lovely. So
Yeah.
if you wanted,
Yeah, they
if
all
you
work
wanted a
together.
blender with that one, I mean, those are gorgeous together, but I think it works
Those two,
really
yeah,
well with this one as well.
Because they're different enough. And you could use that as a plain, but it's not plain. And then stitch into that. Would
Yes,
be nice.
gorgeous.
Right, we're nearly there.
Ben's found flower field petal. Is it this one? Or is it that one?
Ben's found it.
Right, then we've got greenery.
The greenery.
Now, this is
So we needed
very
a bit,
important.
We needed a bit of fresh air. We needed something that was lighter
Yeah.
and softer and not floral. So
That
that's what I
is
did.
gorgeous. And it works really well with the browns.
Yeah. Yeah. And then there's just little hints
Oh,
of the
it works
green
really well. Like you-
everywhere.
So you said, didn't you, that this is going to go with everything?
I think that one goes with everything, and that's like that's a ditzy or a toss sprig, and they are really important.
But doesn't that go so well with that?
Mm-hmm. You need it all. You do need it all.
I'm just thinking whole summer blouse wardrobe collection.
Just everything. Just everything.
Beautiful. And then these are lovely.
These ones. Now, this was my wild card.
This is your blender, low volume, gloriousness.
Because
let me move the others
when
for one moment.
We've got a lot of tidying up to do.
We'll fold them later.
So when I was painting, I had a sheet of the paper that I was painting on, because the colours are different on, and how they settle into the paper is different per paper stock. All the hobby makers will know this about paper. So anyway, I had a little sheet literally right by me, and I was colour testing. And I thought, I think that's really cool.
It's really nice.
That's really cool. So I handed it to them and I said, not for scale. And then I'd had in a botanicals range, like this little dotsy, little ditzy texture. And so they made it. They made it.
I think it's nicer bigger like this, though.
Yeah.
Bigger than that. I think it's
yes, it
gorgeous.
needed to be bigger. Not as big as that.
No,
not
but
as
it
small
is
as
like,
that.
it's like mosaic. It's like a pebble beach.
But that literally goes with everything.
Absolutely delicious. You're right. It goes with everything. Because it's got
every single thing in it. And it stands alone, but it's not boring.
Right, 7 left, everyone. 7 left. If you want to get a whole metre for free, we've got 36 if you've got this in baskets. You need to get checked out. The last 2 in this colourway, I absolutely love that. And I think sometimes the blender fabrics are often overlooked.
Yes.
But this on its own is just delicious.
I love designing the blenders because there's a real skill to getting, it's really exciting when you think, right, I've got that right. It's not boring, but it doesn't fight with everything.
And then the final
try and
one.
bring this print back again because I like this one.
I think this will work in many colours because it is like little mosaics. It looks like glass.
It does. That could be sea glass.
Yeah, it could. That's what it's like. And then pink.
And then the pink. Very subtle pink. So there you go. So from October, November until my yardage arrived last night, that is how long it takes. And every 6 months I've got another design deadline, and I'm working on a sketchbook now for my November deadline, and then, so they all start overlapping. So by the time it gets to you, at retail, I've worked on like 4 more, and I'm seeing this with fresh eyes. So all of that,
I know, and
you need that separation.
But it's so lovely. It's so lovely to see the story. Because when we have them on air, we can only guess what the story was.
You can only guess, yes.
Now,
indeed.
we've put together a bundle. These are our Rose and Hubble quilting weight cottons. Ben put this together, and we have had it approved by Janet.
You have.
As a really good... He was nervous because she could have gone...
I have done that before.
Oh, the bundle. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, sorry. Oh, yeah, well, not many. We had 30. Yeah, I'm looking. All I can see is not the right numbers. It said on my screen that how many we've got left. Oh, yes, I can see. It got mixed up with, with your say £4. Right. Less than half left. So these are half metre. So if you've bought the bundle or if you've bought one of the fabrics and you just want some plains to go with it, this is Janet Clare's.
They work. The green's a bit sharper, and this one, that one is a bit peachier, but they do work.
They do work.
And this is a little bit creamier, but they absolutely work.
But it's lovely because you've got the chocolate and the lilac. So if you want the blender bundle, £19.94. Save £4. We looked, and this morning it disappeared. Somebody had put it into another show, but we got it back.
We got it back.
We got it back. 7 left. 7 left. If you want the blender bundle to go with all of the others. And this is a really good way, I always say this with plain fabrics, of making your designer fabrics go further.
Go further, absolutely. And it's all about offsetting them and balancing them out, isn't it? And like giving a break to the eye. So just like I was using these little kites, they almost make the print stand out more.
Well, also, that's why you have different scales and sizes of fabrics.
Yes.
So you have some, you can put planes of them. You can have these small prints. You can have the larger prints.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yep. Play with everything.
4 left. 4 left. So if you want the blender bundle, then, yeah, it's about to sell out. Let's have a look at the fabrics individually because, yes, so let's flower field. Now, which one is it, Ben? Is it this one?
Well, you should see the mess we've got.
Right, I think it's this one. I was wrong. Right, what does it sort of look like? Ben's given me the code.
Is it this one?
That is it. That's it. This is
that
the one made into a blouse.
See, that would be nice with piping or little contrast pockets or a little sleeve.
I like the idea of doing this and having a sleeve in different colour. This is £8.99 for half a metre. So remember, the best way to do it, the most cost-effective way, is to buy the whole bundle, obviously, because you've got all of them and you get a metre for free. But if there is a specific one that you think, I do want that,
I need
blouse,
that one.
they are all £8.99. It's designer fabric because it's designed by a designer and it's printed by Moda. So it's not only designed properly by a designer, but it's also great quality fabric.
It's a higher base count thread count than they usually use on their Moda fabric, and it's got so much drape because they needed that for the digital printing. So it's very, very high thread count, and it's really silky and it's beautiful.
It really is. I mean, it is 100% cotton, obviously, but it is beautiful quality.
Made
so that's
Japan,
that one.
with great care and attention, as you can see from the original.
Well, it's so lovely to hear the story and being able to see your drawings and knowing that this is what you get.
I'll have the sketchbook back soon. Yeah.
Right. So let's have a look.
So what are we doing?
Well, we're going to go through them all individually, but Ben says I can choose, which is a bit of pressure. So I want to do this one. I love them all, but this I think is beautiful. Also, it's multi-directional, isn't it? Which I do like.
It needs to be, doesn't it? Because otherwise you've got... I'm famous for designing directional prints at the studio because I have a piece of paper in front of me and I keep it that way up when I'm painting. So even though you think I've got flowers in different directions, you have to physically turn the paper around.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, it's gorgeous because you can pick out little bits of it. You can use it as an all-over print.
Yep.
If you've got a quilt design or something where you have larger squares or panels.
Yes, you can just take it out. Great for slow stitching. You know, you take your half yard, you cut off a bit for handles and then slow stitch into what's left. A nice project to take away with you on holiday.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Little bit of low pressure.
Well, it's fabrics like this where you start off thinking, well, I'll just outline that bit.
I'll
and
just
then
outline that. I'll quilt that and then I'll put some beads in the middle of that and I'll put some French knots here, or I could do stem stitch there. And it's just that slow meandering, just switch your mind off stitching really that we all need.
Beautiful. I love that one. You can choose one next.
Oh, why don't we do something brown?
Okay.
Let's do the browns.
Let's
do
the browns.
Let's do the browns.
Yeah, so that's brown asters.
Brown asters. Oh, you're supposed to be doing it by fabric,
but it's not really. Yes, we've got to do them one by one now, but we'll do all the browns one by one. But it's not brown. It's like the earth in a woodland, isn't it?
It's sepia and soft and sepia ink. So I chose quite a natural. I mean. Yeah, quite a natural.
Got different colours, but it is like earth.
And it comes and goes. And
so the one at the moment that we've got on screen is Aster. That's this one, £8.99. Right, and then we've got lavender. We've got to do it all in 3 minutes. Okay, go.
Lavender, very nice,
beautiful, very low in stock. Only got only 3 meters of that one left.
We start tidying up.
Then
whatever this guy, Posy.
Posy in.
Posy. I think it was called Posy.
It's called Floating Flowers.
It's called Floating Flowers.
Floating Flowers in sepia. £8.99 for half a metre. Remember, if you want more than half a metre, just put that into your into the basket and it will be sent as a whole cut piece. I love this one.
The green.
I love that one. I think that's delicious.
Thank
and you could really use that with other fabrics as well.
Really, really could. Really useful and not too feminine. Still
4
pretty.
metres of that one left. Very popular.
Is this the stock for today or is this the stock?
Well, I don't know. As far
It
as
might
we
be
know,
the stock.
sometimes we get
get
it
a
back,
little bit more.
but not often. Not often. We're lucky if we do. So we always say to people, get it while you can. We haven't been told that we can get more. How about the lavender in white?
I think the lavender might be one of my favourites.
I love the
Because
lavender.
I love lavender.
2 metres are left of that one. 2 metres. So let's do lavender
in the pinky colour.
in this lovely watercolour. So you can use it as a stripe, but it's more of a meandering stripe.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and directional, so you can really play with that.
3.5 metres left of
In
that.
the quilts.
Not very much at all. Let's do this lovely one that you like the best.
I do like that one.
Do that one, so we'll
I
do that
do
one.
like that one. I wouldn't say it was the best, but when you're designing these little complementary ones, I was really pleased that I'd come up with something that was interesting by itself, while still being very simple.
Do you want the code on that one, Ben? Oh, you've got it.
So that was quite satisfying.
Metre of that one left. 1 metre. It's just gone.
You can
it's
use
just going.
the reverse of them as
I'm
well.
not surprised. It's absolutely gorgeous. We can do one more. Right, the last one we're going to do is this one.
That little.
We're only allowed to do one
all
more.
the little colour dots.
All of the fabrics are all on the website. If you go on sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down from there. They're all there, but we've nearly got through them. This is gorgeous, and we have 2 metres left of it.
Wow, the warehouse is going to be busy.
They are. They're going to love us. Now, the complimentary bundle, the plains, we have 2 of those left. But the best way to buy everything, if you want to have the whole Blooming Lovely collection, if you just can't decide, and I'm not surprised, we have 4. 4 of those left. There is a massive saving. There are 40 in baskets. We can do it for you on 3-way split pay. We can do them on £53.94 for 3 instalments. And it is really the only way you're now going to get all of them.
All of them,
because
when you're here.
I told you a few minutes ago we had like 2 metres left. They've probably gone now. It's all on the website, but it's still in stock. It's there. If you've got it in your basket, you do need to get checked out. Anyway, Janet, you can have a break for 4 minutes.
I can have 4 minutes.
Yes, you can lie
I've got
down.
to tidy my mess and then
we've got
something else to do.
We've got to fold all these. And we will
Thank
be
you
back
so much, everyone.
with this beautiful quilt. Yes, thank you so much.
you so much.
It deserves the love.
It's lovely to have the time to chat about it.
Well, it's lovely to hear the story because we just have to guess normally.
Brings it to life.
I know, it does. It's wonderful. I'm very envious of all of you who've managed to get the whole bundle. It's gorgeous. We're going to show you how to make this.
Yes.
When I say
Yes.
we, I mean Janet.
Super simple.
We're going to do it. Now,
Super
the
simple.
pattern for this is already flying. The kit is in a different colourway. It's in Bluebell.
It's in Bluebell.
But it's obviously blue. But we'll show you how to. Anyway, go and have a quick break and I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time. Ow.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Do the time warp. Oh, sorry. That's really funny.
Frantically tidying up.
I was doing the time warp because Ben goes, can you take a step to the right?
That's the royal we. She's
Yes,
done the
I was
maths
doing
and I've
the-
been frantically
Right,
tidying up.
so this is all about the Strewn quilt. So congratulations to everyone who managed to get Janet's bundle in the last app.
Yeah,
Marvellous.
thank you so much, everyone.
Well, it's lovely. It's lovely that you design such beautiful fabric, but you also design things to do with it.
I do.
Which is
I
brilliant.
Get to do a bit of everything.
So when you design a quilt like this,
Yes.
this is obviously from a previous fabric collection.
Yes.
Do you design it based on the collection, or do you design it based on that it'll work with any of your collections?
So when you're designing the fabric collection, get all the colourways finalised, all those SKUs for the bundle that you've just seen. That was all finalised between me and Moda. Takes a long time. And then they will send me digital JPEGs of those fabrics in those colours, and then I design quilts specifically for them. So I'm designing quilts, like the really brand new ones that we'll launch in the next few months with you, and that we did with Bluebell. I will design those before I've got the fabric.
Right, okay.
And I use a computer program called EQ8, Electric Quilter 8, and I say I can't actually use it. I draw on graph paper. Tony puts it into the computer for me, and then I colour it in.
Oh,
and it's really clever because you can drop the specific fabric in the specific shape.
Amazing.
So that is all designed pre-fabric.
Wow.
And then that goes into something the Moda called the playbook, which is their catalogue. They call it the playbook. It tells the story of the collection, tells you all the SKUs, and it shows you the quilts that I've designed specifically for that collection. And then my sample yardage arrives, and then I have to make all the quilts I've designed with that sample yardage. And I get 5 yards of every SKU.
Right. Oh, fantastic.
And then fast forward a bit, what I then do is start looking at the pre-cuts and what you can design with a pre-cut. So Strewn was made to the sea pre-cuts, and it was made for our eldest son's girlfriend's 21st birthday.
Oh, okay.
And she cried when she opened, "You've made me a quilt, you've made me a quilt." So it's really, really simple. There's almost no waste in your 2-layer cakes, and it really showcases the fabric, and there's a lot that you can do with it. And I wanted to make the quilt for Nicole because it was for her 21st birthday. I could have asked somebody to make it. I have sewing people, you know, people who help me. I wanted her to have a quilt that I had made.
So is this her quilt?
That's actually her quilt. So I took it off the sofa. There's a sofa up by the PlayStation, and it was up there.
So you thought, I'll have that?
Yep, I'll have that. I did ask permission. But yeah, I wanted her to have a quilt that I'd made.
Yeah.
And that I'd enjoyed making. So I didn't want to feel cross or sitting up late that I was making this really detailed thing. And the other really, really important thing is a lot of my quilts are really posh and intricate. And, you know, they're for the pleasure of making them and going through that technique.
Yeah.
I don't make many quilts that you just sling on the sofa and sling in the car and take to the beach. Yeah, so I wanted to I like designing quilts that are part of your life.
Yes.
And they get used up and they get softer and softer. And I actually asked Nicole if I could borrow her quilt for bringing on TV. And she said, yeah, I think I left it at the PlayStation. I really liked that it wasn't folded up in, you know, on display. She has just
taken it up
She
to
just
the
needed
sofa.
it. It was up there. Her and the dog would have been sat with it.
And it is really soft. So is it the washing that makes it soft, or is it just the use?
I think this has only been washed once.
Right.
And it's very low loft. And I don't tend to do very dense quilting, and the elf does that. And we've got seagulls, interlocking seagulls.
So this has been long arm quilting.
This is long arm.
But it is so soft. So maybe it's just the use.
Yeah, I just get softer and softer with use. And as I say, the wadding's designed to shrink, isn't it?
Yes.
So it will get softer. But if I said to her, and the boys have both got quilts that they use, I actually will look forward to the day when it's falling apart. You ask me to mend it. I want you to use it
all the time.
And it's really quick. It's really simple. There's lots of variety making it.
In this kit, this is the Bluebell. So this fabric range is blues and green.
Yes.
Let me show you what you get in the kit, because first of all, you get it in the bag.
You hadn't seen the bag before, had you?
No, I love the bag.
It's so
because
nice
hope does anchor the soul. I know, it's
such a shame. Normally I talk to you in the green room. I've spoken to you in the green room
lots of times. We do the odd show. It just depends how we clashed, really, doesn't it?
How we clash.
How we clash.
Yes, how we clash.
So, look at that. Bag, very important. In the bag, you get, which is really important, you get the pattern, obviously.
Pattern?
I'll move that pattern over there. And then you get two layer cake.
2 layer cake.
So there's 42
in each one.
42 10-inch squares. Sometimes they're 40. So there's 42. Let's have a look. Can we open it?
Yep, you can open one.
I'll do it really carefully.
That's all right, we can put it back together.
I'm going to do it really carefully.
We can put it back together.
So this fabric collection, when did you design this one?
So that was the one before Blooming Lovely. So I would have been designing this in the spring
Okay,
for the
so
1st of June deadline.
The penultimate fabric
Yeah,
collection.
so I have a June and November.
You also get an extra piece of fabric in this.
That is for the binding.
Okay, and that is obviously from the collection.
Yes.
Is this from the same collection?
Yes. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So you get this big piece of fabric as well from the Bluebell collection.
From the Bluebell, and these are digitally printed as well, so they're really beautiful tonal range.
So you get all of that, and that's beautiful, absolutely beautiful, and it's lovely. So you get all of the fabric for the top of the quilt and the binding. You don't get the wadding and the backing, but we never do that.
Never do that.
You do. That's
it's
not a
too
thing.
expensive, too heavy, too
Well,
bulky,
also if-
and you don't need it for. Let's face it, you might not need it for a year.
No, and a lot of people will say, "I've already got the wadding and the
I've
backing,"
got the wadding
or
and
"I've."
bits.
So
Yeah.
it's just easy. So you rarely ever see a quilt with back. I don't think I've ever seen one with backing and wadding. Can't say they don't exist, but I've never seen one.
We don't do them.
So there's the
We don't do
binding,
them.
right?
So that's the binding, and then you use almost all the squares up, and these
wow.
were cyanotypes.
What is that?
Cyanotype is a very early form of photography, and you're
gonna
using
move that there.
light-sensitive paper. And then when you've got the bits that you cover up with pressed leaves and flowers and things, stay the white. And then the paper, once it's washed and set with vinegar helps the colour. It goes this Prussian blue.
It's beautiful. So are there two of each printing?
There's at least one of all of them. Some of them will have two.
So that one we've got two. I love this
two.
one. It looks like cow parsley.
Yes.
Is it?
It probably was a little bit, because I did real cyanotypes with this. I worked with a lady called
Okay.
Dr. Kathy Corbishley-Michelle, and I spent a lovely, lovely day in her garden.
What
playing.
actually what it looks like is you make elderflower cordial, which I
Yes.
try and do every year, and you've got them in. I've got a big pan, and you put all your elderflowers in and pour in the water and the lemon
They're
juice.
a
and the
beautiful
stick.
colour
And then
as well.
and before they all go down.
That's what it
That's
looks
what
like.
it looks like.
It does look like that. I didn't make elderflower cordial this year. I missed it.
It's always just about midsummer, isn't it?
Because you
Beginning of
walk
June.
past them, and the day they smell heady, you think, I've got to get them today.
And you have to get them before midday.
You
or they
have to
smell
get
of wheat.
them. You have to get them straight away, and you have to be ready on the spot. And I missed the day.
And you've got to have your citric acid. And
You've got to get everything
and-
ready, and your tub all
but if-
clean. And
if you
it's
pick them
very
after
easy to
midday,
make.
they smell of cat's
They don't
wee.
smell right. You know when they're ready to pick.
And I went one year and got them, and I had bought like a big IKEA bag, and I had them all in my car, and then drove home, and my car smelt for days.
So beautiful.
Delicious,
And they're
isn't it?
so delicate as well.
Message. Hello, lovely ladies. I'm making the Strewn quilt at the moment, and I'm really loving doing it. The fabric is beautiful, and it will go over my sofa
Excellent.
from Margaret in Hertfordshire. Oh, how lovely.
Lovely. So that is Tony's mocked up what it could look
Right,
like.
here's a picture. This is what it could look
It
like.
could
Depending
look
on
like.
how you arrange it, you can arrange it how you want. But this is what it will look like. It's beautiful. It's
That's
very fresh.
Very fresh, because we've got
Isn't it?
lovely greens coming. But
I love that.
got a really lovely, that blend will be true. So
That's
he
a
hasn't
really
put-
good price. So £129.99. What's the finished size of the quilt?
It's 86 inches square.
86
And
inches.
there's hardly any waste.
So that's a nice big
It's a
double
really
bed
nice
size,
big quilt
isn't it?
bed, a double quilt bed.
And it's available on two-way split pay, interest-free, 2 equal payments of £64.99. Then we've got fabric with words.
So
What
that
do
is a
these
will.
words say?
That is a will that I picked up. I love
A will?
thrifting. It's a will. And they kept all the little rubbings out.
beautifully
and things.
written, isn't
beautiful
it?
copper plate, and you can see where it's all been edited in.
So that's someone's will.
That's someone's will. You
Words.
can't see anything.
The blue is lovely, isn't it? It's not navy.
No, it's a Prussian blue, so
Is
it's
that
a
the
bit
name of it?
fresher, and it
Prussian.
will sit with the indigo. So if you've got scraps, there's enough difference for it.
Yeah,
to sit
so
with
it
the
isn't that
indigos.
deep, but yes, and it's not mid-blue. Prussian. I like
It's actually a Prussian blue, and all the colours I mixed were Prussian blue, and then with the water, when you're washing this out, it goes like this acidic yellow.
Oh,
So I
wow.
got myself a tube of the closest yellow I could get, and a tube of Prussian blue, and by mixing those with white is how I got these
Oh, I
greens.
see. So that's beautiful. beautiful
And they're just
little
tiny,
sprigs.
tiny little green.
And you can see, yeah, that little greeny yellow
little
dot.
green is
Now,
very
why the
satisfying.
music then?
So Kathy, she's a very serious cyanotype artist. She's got work in permanent collections, and I was lucky. She doesn't teach it. I keep asking her. She doesn't teach it. She has developed a technique where you can acetate with cyanotype with acetates. So we prepared some acetates. And I couldn't do that on my own. That was a real treat.
I like the fact you've overlaid the sprigs.
Yes, so Moda did that. Moda did that. They had the print.
Now this is the
together.
fabric
That's
that's in your kit that you use for the binding.
And I had these lovely little postcards of cyanotypes, and the back had all these sort of the blue had seeped onto the back of them, and I overlaid those and asked Moda to make it into a fabric.
It's gorgeous.
And
It's
there's
like
the white
sort
one.
of fragmented. Oh, it's actually even nicer in that
Yeah,
colourway.
it is. So that's what the cards look like overlapped.
It's like fragmented, isn't it? Mosaic or like a cracked pavement.
Yeah.
Or...
So that's the little blender texture. See what I mean? When you
Gorgeous.
get those right, they're so satisfying.
And the plain isn't plain.
It's not plain. It's actually got, you can hardly see it, but that is like a piece of lace that we overlaid.
see.
You can barely see it.
Yeah,
I
but
wish
you-
it had brought it out a bit more.
But you can see that it's
That's
not
not
plain.
plain.
It's got dark
There's
mottled.
just like little shadows of little flowers and things.
And
in
then
there.
we start repeating them, but
in different
in
colourways.
a different colourway. I mean, I love
Just
that.
the pale blue.
You can just see this all becoming a quilt now, can't you?
Yeah. And the lovely thing about the,
Oh,
the
see, look at
Strewn
the
quilt, it
words.
keeps the pieces really big. The pieces are still really big. You can just about read them.
Also full, all something incompetent.
And she's like overlapped things and crossed things out and written in different handwriting.
See, that looks amazing in that. You can really see the fragmentation.
Yeah.
Right, so let's just... I'm just
Rattle
gonna,
through.
otherwise we won't be able to get any demo. This is what they look like because we haven't... So what's this blue called?
That is the Prussian blue with a bit of white in it.
Okay.
So it's paler, just paler.
Pale Prussian
So I
blue.
literally had the 3 tubes of paint because all the cyanotypes were the dark blue.
And then look at this green. It's like mint.
Yeah, I wanted
pistachio,
a really fresh, clean,
spearmint sort
like
of colour,
bright,
isn't it?
because you need sunshine. So I wanted
is
everything
really-
to be quite fresh and
It is a
bright.
really beautiful fresh
Thank
green.
you.
There's the
I do like the
elderflower
greens,
cordial.
and it works really well.
and then we go a bit darker green as well. So this is more your sort of garden
Yes,
mint.
more the gardeny jade colour.
Oh, it's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. Love this collection. And there it is in the
There
green.
it is in the green. And now this print
I like that.
is the sketchbook collage
This is like
print. Of
your
course, you
Bloomin'
just
Lovely collage
yes,
print,
But
isn't
this, obviously, you'll get just whatever random 10-inch square is in your Strewn.
Yes.
But this is the one that I called Korbeschlieb after Kathy.
So it's got the music, it's got
Yes.
the bit of the words. That is
Yes.
beautiful. So, and you get 2 of these.
You get 2 of them.
2 of these. Wow. And the instructions. So let's just show you what you get for the instructions because we do have the instructions on their own.
We do. Because people have fabric.
I know, no, we
have
just lie. When I was
just
at the
need more.
Festival of Quilts, everyone goes, I've got so much fabric. I went, well, that's a good thing.
It is a good
Imagine if you had, or they say, I've got so many kits I haven't made. Imagine if you had nothing at home.
It'd be awful.
And you had no fabric and no kits. How sad
I
that
was
would be.
joking that my booth was a bit like a confessional some days. It's like, oh, I've got that apron, I haven't made it. Oh, I've got that as
Yeah,
well.
no.
That's good.
It's good because
It's good.
then one day you'll just go, that's the mood I'm in.
Yep. Yep. And sometimes you want something easy to do and something tricky to do all at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. It depends what mood
Yes.
or what time.
Yes, and time scale that
or
you've got.
gift you need to make.
What
So you've got a full photo of it.
Yes, and it's a disappearing 9 patch. I'm going to talk you through it. So you're making big patches, lots and lots of photographs, lots of layouts, lots of ideas. And it has the maths for adjusting the size and colourway. So my demo is half scale. I started with 5-inch squares. And then it's got this colouring sheet.
Oh,
And because it's a 9 patch, we've got blocks of 9 patches. You colour those in and you can cut them up. And I start my demo with that.
They're on the screen now. That's the graphics for the colourway on its own. Oh, so how you arrange it. Now, if you buy the kit, obviously you get the instructions. You get 2 layer cakes, the fabric for the binding, the instructions, and the bag. If you want just the instructions, you won't get a bag, but here are the instructions just on their own. And isn't that nice?
So we've started doing that. So Tony does all the patterns, and I've started asking him to put a colouring sheet in. And I want to make a book of quilts to colour in. So I want to make a colouring book.
Well, I think that's lovely because then you can really...
It helps you
they
visualise.
become different quilts.
And they really do. And what I like the idea of, if you were making a set of family quilts, like for all the kids going to university, all their 21st, you can use the same pattern.
That's true.
Rearrange it slightly differently. You've just got to grab 2 layer cakes.
Or use the fabric you've got and cut it.
Or use the fabric you've got already and cut it. Any size square. You've got to keep the square
So it
consistent.
would make a really nice memory quilt.
It would make a lovely,
because you can
lovely
cut out, clothes that you've made for them or items.
And actually, the piecing is so simple that you'd get away with a bit of variation in fabric weight as well, wouldn't you?
Okay.
You probably would, wouldn't you?
Yes, yeah, because it's big enough
It's
pieces.
a little bit
So you could use all different things, and then you don't have to use all memory fabrics. You could then mix and match it with other things.
Like complement it. Somebody's favourite colour is yellow, put yellow in theirs. And so there's lots and lots of scope. But I like the idea of having a family of quilts.
Yes.
Because there's that they're all unique and tailor-made for the person, but also they've all got they carry the same little thing.
Yeah, and also it is a quicker make quilt.
It's really
so
quick
it's
to make.
If you thinking, I'd like to do this for someone for Christmas.
You've got an emergency quilt.
Emergency quilt. Call it the emergency quilt.
It's
I
very
think it
good.
would make a lovely memory quilt. Even if you only picked, I tell you what, this would be nice for shirts.
It would be
Every time my
nice
husband's
for
going to throw away a shirt, he gives it to me. And I have got so many now. And until I find the right pattern, they're on that pile.
Well, there you go. This is what you need. And any size square works. Obviously,
Right,
you are subdividing them.
Well, I'll take all the fabric
So
away
you don't
from
want
you.
a tiny square to start with.
Right. So the kit is on the screen, obviously, if you want to get the pattern on their own. Now, they have been selling really, really fast. We are getting very low in stock now on the kit. We have 21 in baskets. Wow. And that will leave us with 10 left. Wow. So if you want to get the quilt, anyway. And then we watch the demo and then they're gone. So if you want to, I would do it now. Right. So first of all, you cut out small squares of paper.
I've cut some small squares out of paper, got my colouring pens out and had a play. So I was thinking a black and a white and a stripe. So whatever. And when I do these, I try and challenge myself to do colour palettes that I don't understand. Because, I find blue very easy because I do it all the time. So then you just subdivide these. I'm going to show you. And you can start playing. So obviously they all start
So once you've
like
subdivided everything, you can then put it all out on the table or the floor and
really
play.
Or on a design wall. And then you think, right, I can just start twisting. So if I just twisted everything around, how does that look then?
And obviously in the instructions there are some suggested
there are
layouts
some
to get
suggestions,
you
and you could do it. It looks like you've done a lot more cutting and piecing than you actually
I love a
have.
quilt that looks more difficult than it is.
So look, just by switching these around, and what you can do if you haven't got the layer cake and yours is really random, you just start throwing in your randoms.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
See? And then you've got, right now, I'm going to start
There's something
making
very
a
nice about a
secondary
random
pattern.
quilt.
Well, that's where it all started, and we're getting so spoilt now with, I'm on an idea now. Look, you can start making secondary patterns. You can have like a diagonal stripe running through.
I quite like the monochrome. It looks a bit test cardy, doesn't it?
It does. Oh, yeah, we're old enough to know that as well, aren't we? But there's loads you can do. And the beautiful thing about the colouring in, if you like colouring in, who doesn't like colouring in, it saves you trying to imagine what your fabric looks like.
Right,
And
yes,
you can go through your scraps and think, right, I've got lots of orange, I've got lots of pink, I've got lots of white. How am I going to make this work? And it just helps you visualise things very clearly. And also, it's a nice little activity to do when you want to be creative but you're low energy or you're too hot.
Yeah, I know. I have
Too
things
hot.
like that. I just sort of sit in a cold
Just sit
corner.
just and then these are more sort of professionally printed ones. This was with the collage, but very, very useful thing for you to have, particularly if you're going scrappy. So that's all in the pattern. As I say, you can change the size of the square that you're starting with.
Yeah, these are very posh because these are the actual fabric.
They're the actual fabric. So Tony's good with his computer.
Ooh.
And then what you're going to do, you're going to move to, mine are half size. Okay, so you will be dealing with 10-inch
Oh,
squares.
okay, so you've cut them into 5.
Yeah, because I thought, I've been here often.
So,
and I know the
but
size.
you could do this though.
You could do it yourself. Whatever size square you want. What you want it to do is you've got to cut it in half. So you want it to be divisible by 2. You don't want to give yourself any awkward. We were talking about that today as well.
Yeah.
You don't make life easy for yourself. Make
Right.
it divisible by 2 easily.
But you could use 5-inch
You could use
squares for
5-inch
this.
squares,
You just need
8-inch
more of them.
squares, 18-inch squares. I wouldn't go. You could even do a 2-inch square, but they would get so
Yeah,
fiddly.
let's go
You
5.
can go 5, 4, whatever. 4 would be very small when it was sewn together, of course, because you've got the starting with the seam allowance. And then for each, it's a disappearing 9 patch. We're going to make a 9 patch, and it's literally 9 squares that you're going to sew together. And I kept mine quite random. So some of them you might think I'm going to put a dark centre in and then have just completely random all round it. You're going to build up your 9 squares,
Right.
9 patches.
So how do you decide? See, this is where because I'm really rubbish at random. Have
Why
I
have
stolen
I
one?
not got 9?
Well, because I picked up all these fabrics. I'm wondering whether I
Why have
picked
I
up
not
one by
got 9?
accident.
Anyway, you're supposed to have 9. I thought I had 9.
No, but I...
Anyway, doesn't matter. Right, Scrappy. Let's go Scrappy. Everyone's got good imagination. They're watching.
No, I just wonder whether I picked one up when I...
So you could start playing. Eventually you'll get, what you'll do is when you've got the whole layer cake at your disposal, you will be quite fussy about where you put things. And then towards the end, you're just using them up. And you want to, just vary. So some you want a dark centre, a pale centre. Sometimes you want dark corners. Just have a play. Your colouring sheet will help you enormously. Don't worry about it. Somebody will get that layer cake and they go, oh, I found the missing
I've got the
5-inch
missing
square.
square. I bet it's sandwiched in
Found
there.
the missing square. And then all we're going to do is we're going to
Yeah, so how
sew
do
them
you
together.
choose this random thing? Because this is where I would struggle because I'm
I
rubbish
know.
at random.
So the first ones, like this one, I laid it out really nicely. I thought, right, I can make this look beautiful. But towards the end, you are
'cause
going
you've
to
gone-
have a big mixture.
You've gone blue, green, blue.
Yeah.
You've got what? Yes,
Yes.
that's how I can do that.
Yes, it's at the end. So what you want to do is, if you've got space, get as many of your nine patches organised ahead as
okay.
you can,
Yeah.
so that you haven't got a set that you think are beautiful and a set that you think are not so great.
So you're going to have 8
But we're going to
of
cut
these.
them. We're going to cut them. I'm going to show you. I'm just going to show you the quick piecing, as I've got a sewing machine here. You're going to cut them like that. So actually, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what's next to each other. Can you see?
because you're going to join them all
You're all
together
going to
anyway.
join them together, and you're all going to split them apart. But it's really simple piecing. I have to remember to put this onto. Plug it in, Jen.
Yeah, we need to plug
You
it
have
in
to
first.
plug it in here. There you go.
Oh, look at that. That's magic.
There you go. 06. So I've got what have I got? A 680. And it's got the 1/4 inch seam. And you're literally just
It's
going
got
to
a
put...
1.8 stitch length.
mine does that. That is the...
Is it as a patchwork?
If you put it on... So mine's got an HP foot, which
Yeah.
I think is high precision or something. And it will immediately... moves the needle to the right, so you've got that scant 1/4 inch, and it puts the stitch length to 1.8. So that seems to be what the machine manufacturers think
that you
is
need.
the
Right.
precision.
You see, I haven't noticed. See, mine does that. Mine normally sets to 2.4. And you think, why?
Mine, it's 2.4, what I would normally do my
But would you do
quilting with.
patchwork on a 1.8?
I do now, because that's
Okay.
what my machine would like with the
That was what it-
precision foot. So that's what it likes. And this has got a double foot pedal. Do you all know about double foot pedals as well?
No, I've got one of those. What's...
It's for, you put both your feet on so that your back stays straight.
No way. Do you know how long I've had my machine
I know,
for?
I know. I asked...
And it's for two. I thought it was just so that there was more room to miss it.
No,
Well, not
I
miss
asked why of the big foot plate, and it's so that you can have both feet on there. Obviously, you've probably got bare feet or slippers on, and then you've got even pressure, and it makes you sit straighter at your machine.
Well, I
you go.
never
You
knew
learn
that. I just
every
thought it
day.
was quite nice that I didn't have to look to
And I've
find
got to
it.
stand and be all twisted. The other thing you can do, this machine's a bit heavy, you can actually raise the back, and that tilts it towards you, and that helps your wrist.
How do you do that?
I think you have to get somebody clever to make you a very secure wedge.
Oh, I see.
I've seen people at workshops do that, and it's very good if they've got any sort of wrist pain or anything. So it's all about helping your posture. So anyway, I'm all wonky, and these are, I've cut these squares myself, so they're not that straight. But if you've got a cutting system, or just buy pre-cuts. So I'm just literally going to put in 2 together. I won't do masses of them.
So you sew them like in rows and rows together?
Literally rows and rows and
and then
rows
you get
together.
8 blocks out of 2-layer
blocks, and you have got, you can do your maths again.
Yeah, and then you have 9 left over.
So you've got a few left over, which you can put into the backing or make a little complimentary cushion with, or whatever.
Or a bag
to put it in. And then when you have got all your 9 patches sewn together, or do them in stages, because if you're like me, you get bored. I get very bored.
But then I wish I'd done it all at once, because I think,
Oh, now I've got them to do... Well, no, because I think you do a lot of cutting, and then you do a lot of piecing, and then you have a lot of ironing to do. And I think it all gets a bit boring if you do it over and over and over again. So you're going to cut this in half.
Only 24 of these quilt kits left, everybody. 2-layer cakes and 23 in baskets. So remember, we get 2-layer cakes. That's loads of fabric of the Bluebell collection. You get the fabric for the binding. You get the full pattern with all the different variations. And most importantly, it all comes in this beautiful
little bag. It's so nice having you, because John's fed up of talking about my bag.
And do keep the bag. If you gift the quilt,
yes,
don't give them the bag.
Well, or buy another one. But we used to have my dog logo on there, and we made hundreds of them. And then we said the next time, let's put something on that people can use. Yes. And it's in indigo ink, so it's posh. I've run it through the washing machine. It shrinks a little bit, but the ink stays put, and it stays dense. And I've made a little pouch, and I've made a cushion with pom-pom trim.
Oh, it's just gorgeous.
Because there is a lot around, and we're trying to reduce plastic, but of course we've replaced it with something that you don't want to throw those away, and there's only so many.
I know.
I
was listening to Radio 4 the other day while I was sewing, and there was a whole thing about reusable bags and how it's made a difference now that you have to pay for bags.
Yes.
And it, massively, it's reduced it by 80%, the plastic around.
Yeah,
and then they were saying, but the problem with these bags for life is that people are still buying them, but obviously it's less.
Yeah.
And then they said, and we won't even bother talking about cotton bags because they're too small for shopping. I was going to phone in and go,
no, they're not.
We'll just make a bigger one.
Make a bigger one. Also, I like, when I walk home from town, I actually quite like a longer strap, because I can put it on my shoulder.
And I thought, and they just completely glossed over that. They were talking, I thought, can we come back to the cotton bag,
and it's
please?
fabric, which you can cut up and use again.
Yes, because what they were saying in this was that the energy and everything it takes to use a cotton bag, then it's not. But I thought, but actually a lot of these bags are made from something else anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not
Radio
sewers.
4 need to
They're
sort
not
themselves out.
sewers. Right, so I've cut that in half, and then you're going to cut it in half again. Easy, easy, easy. And I'm not doing maths, I'm just folding.
Okay, so you don't measure, you just...
Yeah, you will.
Oh, okay.
Your measure.
But you're just...
I haven't got... table's a bit high, etc., etc.
I know.
I haven't done the maths.
But actually, it's quite easy to cut because they're nice, regular shapes.
Exactly. And no one's going to have a nervous breakdown if it's gone wonky anyway.
And I guess if your seams don't match perfectly, you won't notice.
Who cares? In what world... I should cut the other one in half. In what world does a wonky half-inch seam
When I was at the Festival of Quilts,
matter?
this woman walked past and she said... oh, yeah, sorry to bother you, I'm just the stitch police. And then she looked around and goes, only I don't exist. And then she walked off. No idea she was.
Fantastic.
But I just thought that I
Yes.
love that sense of it. I'm the stitch police.
I think I'm as accurate as I can be while I'm still enjoying myself.
I'm as accurate as I
which
can
is
be bothered
actually
to be.
quite wonky. And it doesn't actually...
I think that's why wadding was invented, to shrink a little bit, so it hides the seams that don't
It'll
match.
quilt out. That's what we always say. It'll quilt out. Okay, so that's what it was when I sewed it, something like that. And now it's all separate like this. And we can start playing. So what do we want to do? Do we want to make a frame? And you, of course, you don't have to keep your 9 patch together. You can intersperse them all.
Oh, so you don't have to keep your
No.
4. You could
No.
go, oh, do you know how long this would take me? This is where, if you've got one of those, the K-Facet design walls, it'd be brilliant.
Yes, design wall's very good.
Because you could stick it
Don't
all
put
on.
this together now. Yeah, you can play. You can keep playing. You'll just think, actually, I want that separate now.
I would be having this all over the floor and standing on a chair and going,
I don't know. Do you know what? It
She's
doesn't
turned that
matter.
one round.
It doesn't matter. There's loads you can do. And we
Well,
just
this
keep
in the
playing
pattern,
and playing
see?
and playing.
you have given us some marvellous examples. Which are now, look, let me show you this. So in the pattern, Janet's given you some ideas. So start with these.
Yes.
And then you can
see
then
where
invent-
you
oh,
like.
right, that's
But actually, the idea of that quilt is that it's screwed up on a bed or thrown on in the car. It's used up. Whereas a lot of them that I've done, like Posh with the Mariner's Compass, it's very
Yes.
much, it's on display.
It's an art quilt.
It's precision, it's beautiful. Use it. Everything is safe to use, safe to wash. But this is a real massive colour riot of fun type quilt that you can make in an emergency.
So use these as a starting point
Yeah.
and then let
Yeah.
your imagination.
And then, of course, if you are scrappy, you know, you've got, that's one I've made in ebb and flow. And then this one I've made in collage. So you can get away with all your scraps.
This is so if you bought, see what I'd say is get yourself the kit, 'cause then you get the bag, obviously. Then make the quilt, give it to somebody.
Yeah.
Then you've got the pattern.
You've got the pattern.
Then make another one and another one.
Yeah, just really, really useful. Very good for beginners because you've got some cutting and you've got very easy 1/4 inch seams. You've got all the pressing and you've got all the patchwork steps, but you're going to get a really nice random result no matter what happens.
So would you tend to do this using a colour palette like you've done and
I've
using a fabric
made it
collection?
for the fabric collections, and obviously I work with a fabric company and I'm
So there is a
designed to be
palette.
designing
Yes.
using the products they've got available. But actually with scraps this is great as well.
Okay, so
the
it doesn't
thing
matter.
with the colour palette, the layer cakes, is it looks really intentional. So if you're making something
Yes.
that's
Yeah, I see what you mean.
for a big birthday, you can make it in their favourite colours or something, but it looks really intentional because it's got that refinement to it.
Yes, yeah, no, that makes sense because it does all hang together.
It all hangs
But if
together.
you're using your scraps, then,
Oh,
then
absolutely.
it's fine.
And you can really personalise.
This would look lovely in
these.
Blooming Lovely, wouldn't it?
It would
look Blooming
really
Lovely.
nice in Blooming Lovely.
I really love it in this colourway. Oh, by the way, the Blooming Lovely mega bundle, there's one. One, just the one.
Just the
Just the
one.
one left.
Thank you so much,
Just one
everyone.
bundle. Give
Right.
it to me. Yeah, actually, yes, do give it to me. I love it in this colourway. So that, the mock-up that you've done, we just had on screen, it's gorgeous.
Thank
It's
you.
very
I'm
fresh.
still playing. Yes, very, very.
But it's also quite seasidey. I think the green and the blue, it's quite ocean.
It's just quite
Isn't it?
classic, really.
I
And
like that.
although there are florals there, they're actually still quite graphic. So you.
Well,
could
I
do that
think the
something-
elderflower looks quite
the elderflower.
seaweedy. You know, the one that, can't think what it's
Oh,
called.
I know what you mean.
Where it's very dense. Or
Yes.
pondweedy.
Pondweed.
I'm going elderflower cordial, but it could be pondweed.
Elderflower cordial.
Yes, could your next fabric collection be
Be-
called elderflower cordial?
Do they have elderflowers in America? I know what the
That
next.
I don't know.
I know what the next sort of 3 or 4 collections
You've done them
are.
already.
I've done them all.
The next one after that.
The next one after that, I will have to
Elderflower
turn in
cordial.
June 25, and we would get it in the autumn 26, would we? 26?
Yeah, that's a while off,
That's
isn't
a little
it?
while off.
Yeah.
That little while off. We'll be on our desert island in our yacht by then.
Yeah, that is true. sipping
We
elderflower.
won't be getting up at
See,
5 a.m.
I like elderflower cordial in a gin and tonic.
Oh, yes.
It really elevates it, I
It
find.
absolutely does.
In an inexpensive way.
Elderflower cord. And I froze mine. I froze my elderflower
Did
cord.
you?
Yes, I did it. I bought, probably didn't need to, I bought one of those posh trays that you sort of pour the liquid in and it makes little balls.
Okay.
Ice balls.
Yes.
And then when they're frozen, you sort of tap them into the thing. And then it
and
kept
and
all
was
year.
it pure elderflower
Yeah, and
cordial?
it didn't freeze solid because of the sugar. And so you could, it was almost ready to go. You could literally just take 1 or 2 little lumps out and then use it as like a little
Oh, wow. Should have
ice
done that.
cube. You should have done that. I missed it this year. You can make elderflower champagne, can't you?
Oh, I made elderflower champagne when I was a teenager, and I used to make things like tea, wine. Made elderflower champagne, and we went on holiday, and we came home, and it had all exploded. My mum and dad went mad.
My mum
the
made-
whole lot.
Oh, all up. My mum made, if she's watching, she'll know exactly what I'm going to say. She made blackcurrant cordial one year.
Nice.
And we had friends round. It was summer holidays or something. So she opened it, couldn't get it open. Anyway, I don't know what happened, but it all exploded. And there was blackcurrant cordial on the ceiling for about 6 months until my dad got round to painting it. Looked like a crime scene.
I can imagine, because it
Tasted good.
Because it was real natural ingredients.
But it was all just like, you know, you think the kids' core memories are going to be the time we took them
Yeah.
on this fabulous holiday,
it's
or they
not,
went to
no.
somebody's wedding. Your core memories are blackcurrant cordial
Yeah,
all
absolutely.
over the ceiling.
Yeah, they're not all of those wonderful things you think they
So if
will
you're
be.
stuck at home with your kids on school holidays worrying that you haven't given them anything amazing, you totally
No,
have.
just do some, yeah.
You
just-
totally have. Go
I can
black
imagine that really staining as well.
Yeah, it was gorgeous. But yeah. And she used to make I can't stand gooseberries. There was always gooseberry jelly going on, and ugh, I don't like that.
Elderflower and prosecco from the elf. Oh, hello,
The elf.
Now I'm.
Yes,
I'm-
all right, elf.
I met the elf.
She's right.
I met the elf in the toilets.
Of course.
In the toilets.
My lovely elf. My lovely elf.
Elderflower and prosecco. I'm
That's-
liking that.
that's
Maybe that's what the
genius.
next fabric collection. Will be called.
Elderflower and prosecco. I don't know it'll go down very well with the Americans.
Oh yeah, you've got to go for that, haven't you?
Got to go for the Americans. I do know what the next ones are. And what I really like with the designing is they want me to be
Would you
quite
like to press those
quirky.
seam open?
We could, because I did ask for an iron. And we could use our mat.
And I've got an
I
iron.
can use my mat. I asked
Exactly.
for a sewing machine and an iron, and then I get to the end of my hour and I haven't used either of them. Oh, it's bright pink. When did you have bright pink?
This is the Tula Pink Elisa
Of
iron.
course it
Right, and look, this is my favourite thing about it.
Tula pink?
Right, it's got fish on the fish tank.
Oh,
and on the
look.
bottom it says, please
Please
don't feed
the fish. She's good. She's very good. And it's all pretty all around
I know,
her,
so it's got all of her... Oh, it's now...
all of her bits. It's not hot
Yeah,
enough.
let it heat up.
Okay, we'll do
Oh,
it properly.
apparently each... They're not, Ben.
What are they? They're
Ben
real
said
fish,
all
Ben.
of these fish are put on by hand, so each one's slightly different. I said what they should have done was got fish floating in the tank as well.
Oh, they should have done.
Right, it's better now. I mean, look how quickly it heats up.
That's
so
good.
it's got her... It's
Very
got her
Tula
stars on. There it is on the screen if you fancy one.
Very,
I
very Tula
thought my Elisa iron in the boring yellow, bright yellow was brilliant, but this, I love the don't feed the fish. Anyway, would you like to have a go?
I can have a
gonna
go with the
put it.
pressing.
I'm going to put it on our ironing board because, as I said, it does because you're using steam, and you can see how wonderful the pressing.
So
work
you
is.
can see, these are wonky, as you can see, it won't matter. So you set the seam first, literally set the seam first, and then I don't need to do that with that either, do I? Because it'll prop itself up. Yep.
Yeah.
And then I press open. Do you press open?
Yeah, if I'm doing that, then yes. Because of the
Because
bulk.
it's too complicated to work out whether
And
you're
this is
going...
where the pressing mat comes in really handy because you've got, with all the layers
Yes.
either side.
Right, so how hot is... No, it's actually quite cool still. It is.
Yeah, no, it's not too, it just kind of heats it up from the other side.
Cross with me. There you go. Nice. And then what you actually try to do as well, in an ideal world, I wouldn't move that steam until it was cool.
Oh, really?
Because
It needs to dry.
I don't know. There's something about like I've pressed the seam, so you don't really iron a seam. You press it, and then I'm just going to pick it up and go like that. Well, it's still hot.
You know, that makes sense.
So I think if you can leave it to just get a little bit cooler, I think it will stay.
I'm always press my gun.
I know, it's far too hot, and your fingers get in the way.
Really burn.
So press, 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 open, and then press open. And then you can press, press, press. There you go. Nice. Easy.
That's fab.
It is a little bit warm, but it's not any warmer than an ironing board.
No,
and
it's
cools down
not that.
quickly.
It's more to do with if you use a lot of steam, then I wouldn't put it on a
Just
table because. But it's the same with an ironing board, isn't it? Is that I always keep mine on my ironing board.
There you go. And then they're ready to
Perfect.
go
And then you
together
just join
again.
them all
And even
together?
at that point, I can still change my mind or muddle them up.
Oh,
I can. They're very variable. You can do whatever you like. Do I want them to go like that? I don't know. What I want them to go like. And mix another one in.
nice. So you could even join them all together in pairs and then decide, couldn't you?
Then decide. But I wouldn't get
Fabulous.
too hung up about it because the quilts are never flat like that.
No, they're not supposed to be,
They're
are they?
never flat like that. And as I say, I absolutely loved that Nicole was really happy to get it and that it was really obvious to her that there was a quilt for her to use.
Yeah, and that it wasn't a piece of art.
I'm waiting for it to come back so I can mend it.
And also, I guess then you don't need to get too hung up about fabric print direction.
No,
because
no,
it's
just
going to
all
be all
scatters
round
around. It'll look all different anyway. And if you have got big prints that you really like, you know, you've got them there.
Yeah, and that's lovely, isn't it? So if you've got your bigger hero prints or the collage prints, then it's great for that. So how many have we got left of these, Ben? So the quilt kit, we'll just put that back on screen. There's a picture. Can we show the picture? $129.99, 23 in baskets, and we have 21 left. 2 people will be missing out, so you need to check out. There we've got a picture on screen. That's a mock-up of what it will look like in these fabrics. You can see they're so sort of fresh and green and blue. It's just beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful. And you get everything you need. 2 layer cakes, the fabric for the binding, the bag, most importantly, and the pattern. If you want the pattern on its own, we do have that. $9.99 for the pattern on its own. And obviously you can then use layer cakes you've got of your own. You can use yardage you've got that you cut down or use it as a memory quilt. Right, we have got 15 minutes left, a bit left, to talk about your beautiful applique
Oh, yes, I
designs.
forgot we had those on.
So let me just have a little move.
Turn the iron.
I still haven't found that square, even though I've reconstructed
Do you know what? I might have only cut 8.
Maybe
It wouldn't put it past me that I only cut 8 for my demo.
Right, so these are gorgeous.
Can we unplug? Let's unplug the iron and put it underneath. Excuse us, we're
There we
just
go.
rummaging around underneath.
So these are lovely because you don't often see a picture, and I don't know why we love pictures. We have pictures all over our houses.
Don't always want to make a big project. Sometimes you want to make something
I
quite
love
little.
that.
And there's a little sewing sheet, and that's a little disappearing 9 patch you made.
Of course.
And I did have demos with me for that.
So I have got the
Excuse me while
patterns
I
here.
rummage.
So these are available as kits. So in the kit, you get, I guess you get everything.
Yes, you get everything that you need.
Have you got a kit, or shall I open this?
No, I haven't got a kit. I've got my
Right.
leftovers.
Well,
You open
Oh, let's
mine.
open it then.
You open it. But you get your cream fabric, you get all your fabric to make it all. You get your wadding and you've got your thread and you've got your bond web as well. So there's everything apart from
Let
the
me
needle
show
in your
you.
sewing machine.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And they're
It's-
small enough. I've machine sewed mine, but they're small enough. It's 7.5 inches square if you want to hand sew it.
Oh, that's
you
true.
can.
Now, you could use this for a picture.
Yeah,
Your
whatever you
mic
like.
has fallen down your apron.
Oh, sorry, guys. My T-shirt's annoying me. I keep fiddling with it.
Oh, no, it isn't. It's still there.
It's still there. Is it not working?
No. It went a bit quiet.
It went a bit quiet.
Is it still working? Yeah, you're all right. You could use it for the middle of a cushion.
You could use
Couldn't
it
you?
for the middle of a cushion.
Or a very
You
lovely
could do
bag.
a little pouch with it, a little sewing pouch to put all your little feet for your sewing machine.
So you've got all of the instructions.
Lots of instructions. You're making yourself a really tiny, cute little
I
nine
think
patch.
it's gorgeous. And
the fabric, if I say so myself,
beautiful.
is clever.
Well, I think this looks like washed denim.
Yes.
Old jeans.
Yes. And it's from a collection called The Blues, and it's goes dark to light.
Oh, I see. So you use the light.
Just how you place your different elements, using this one piece of fabric to make the whole picture.
When you look, oh, so is that used for this?
Yep. Yeah, and all the bits, yeah.
It does look like old denim, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, it does.
And then you get the square of navy blue.
So that's for the background.
And cream.
Cream would be for the sewing machine and your applique.
And then a little bit of bond
but
web.
you have got, look, you could rebel and have a pale background. You've got plenty.
Oh.
You've got plenty to play with. So that's there. But as I say, the cream is more than big enough to do that. And then you'd have a dark sewing machine if you wanted to do that. It's up to you, but you've got a generous amount of fabric.
And you give them a little bit of bond web.
You've got the bond web that you need, you've got the thread that you need, and you've got some wadding as well.
This is a beautiful kit. Great price, £17.50 to be honest. Lovely thing for you to gift,
Yes.
but also one of those little kits you just buy.
Just buy.
Put in your shelf. And this is that day, you know, when you were meant to do
make something and it to be
or,
finished.
you know, that day when you're in a really bad mood and you think, how am I going to cheer myself up? You go, I know.
I know.
Sewing.
Go and hide.
Don't speak to me, I'm sewing.
Go and hide.
And I'm going to make that sewing machine picture.
And it will all be done. And I did free motion, but if you're worried about free motion, just hand stitch it.
Yeah, because you could do that in back stitch. Or,
Oh, you
I mean,
could.
the fact you've done this in running stitch is lovely. It would work in running stitch,
It
wouldn't
could,
it?
whatever you like. Or you could put little beads on there.
Oh,
or
that's
just leave it
nice.
plain. I mean, you know it's a sewing machine.
It's a
Anyway.
great. I think it's a really good price because you're getting all the bits that you need, and this is genius.
Thank you. It's very nice to have that variety, and you can play with where you're placing
Well,
it
it's
all.
just lovely that it's creating this. When you look at the border that goes around the edge, you're getting that dark and the lighter, but you can change that.
You would definitely change it, and your little 9-patch quilt would be completely unique.
So cute, isn't it? Or you can make a little log cabin with.
You could do a log cabin. You can do whatever you like
Because there's
in
plenty
there.
of fabric there, isn't there?
There is plenty of fabric. There really is plenty
Love
of
that.
fabric.
Love
Work
that.
up in layers.
Oh, I think that's a lovely
Lots and
little
lots
kit.
of colour pictures in the instructions and your full-size templates on the back.
Right, okay,
We're
let me
running
move
out
on
of
to the
time.
next one. We have another one. Oh, can we just show the finished block that we just did? Because somebody missed it. This one. There we go.
There you go.
So for those of you who missed it, this is what
What it would look like if I'd sewn the other seam
if Janet's
together.
sewn together. Oh, this is what it looks like if you turn it round.
Yeah, there's loads you can do. There you go.
Or like that.
Yeah, this is the trouble. You've got to set yourself a time limit.
I know.
You would have to set yourself
I
a
would.
time limit.
I would definitely
Right,
because
3
I wouldn't be able
minutes to decide.
No, I would be like, oh no. Right, now then we've got another little kit. This is Tea for Two.
Tea for two, and it's using the very similar idea with the fabric.
This is a lovely gift for a friend, isn't it?
a little tea party.
Say that's me and you, tea for two.
Having a little tea party.
So in the kit for this one,
I like fiddly things. Sometimes you're just in the mood for fiddly things.
well, also when it's like this and it's something small, you can think, well, I'm really going to give this some time.
Yes.
It's not like I'm appliquing a whole quilt
No,
here, is
exactly.
it?
You can just take your time. And if things get too fiddly, then you can do some embroidery stitches and really personalise it, make it as much fun as you like. All the full-size templates.
Fab. So everything you need to know is in the instructions. Oh, we've got this lovely...
Yes, and that
But this
one
one's
goes
different.
darker.
Oh,
It
look at
goes
this one.
darker. This one is my favourite, I think.
I love this fabric.
You've
Why
got the
have I not
full,
seen this?
because it was in a collection called The Blue, so it's a long time ago. So this one, you've got a thinner strip, but you've got the full width of fabric, and it goes pale in the middle and dark at each
And
end.
look what this achieves then. So you can put dark patchwork bits. You've got the
Yes.
chairs then in it. But that's fabulous.
So you've got 2 bits of fabric. You've got the cream background, and then you've got that fabric, and that makes all of your different elements. So if you want paler chairs or a darker table,
Oh, I see.
it all comes out of the
Well,
same
you get
thing.
that, and you get that fabric
You've got
as
lots.
well.
Yep, you've
got
got
loads.
lots.
Again, brilliant price, £17.50, and you get the felty wadding.
And your little wadding, because I
wadding
like
is
to,
this?
it's very low loft, it'll be 70/30
Is that what
blend.
you use for the quilt?
Yes, because we buy it wholesale, so we've got it in bulk. The elf, if she's still watching, she might tell us what it is. I don't know whether it's available retail though.
It's
we do get
lovely, isn't it?
wholesale. I think it's 100% recycled.
Okay, it's nice, but it's like felt.
It's
like,
very, very fine.
and obviously you've got a little bit of bond web as well.
all
So
your
again,
bond web.
and that's a lovely present for somebody, isn't
Lovely
it?
little present to give to somebody as a kit, or to have made for them and put it in a little frame.
Yeah, because I think, fabric art is so beautiful, isn't it? So why not frame? And you don't need to buy an expensive frame. You can get them from...
Oh, these are just
DIY
be from, DIY or thrown in my supermarket basket.
And then you can just you're not actually framing it as such. You're just sticking it to the backboard.
Yeah, exactly. Really, really simple. Nice thing to do.
And what a lovely thing to have in your house as well, because we spend money on paintings and pictures and photos, but that is beautiful.
Thank
Love
you.
those, and what a nice pair to have.
Yeah.
Only £17.50 as well. Fabulous.
Nice introduction to applique for people.
Yeah, no, I really
as
like
well.
that one. Oh, I don't know which one I like the best.
You need
actually.
both, you see.
You need both.
You need
But again, this is the sort of project where, when you've lost your sojo a bit
Sojo.
because you don't know what to make, or...
Everything's got a bit overwhelmed, or you've left everything in a difficult stage. So when I'm designing fabric, I will try to leave at the end of the day in a stage that it's not completely finished. And then when you come in fresh in the next morning, you've just got something to finish.
Yeah, I tend to have pinned all the bits so
Yes.
that I can sew them
So you're
tomorrow.
setting yourself up for success, and then if you've got 5 minutes or you don't know what to do, you think, oh, I can sew some squares
I'll
together.
just sew those. Whereas at that point, at the end of the day, you think, I really can't face
So
those together.
if you run out of bobbin or the needle snaps and you walk off in a huff, it will take me ages to come back to my sewing machine. Because psychologically, I've got to sort
that out.
By the time I sort all that out, I won't have time to sew. So you try and set yourself up for an easy win. Top tip.
That's why I do try and vaguely tidy up at the end. Right. Gosh, how have we run out of time? Right. Very quickly, we'll just recap the quilt kit. £129.99. Right, we only have 18 left, and we've got 24 in baskets. Remember, you get 2 layer cakes in the kit, and you get the fabric for the binding, and you get the instructions, and you get the bag.
I wish I'd brought my little bits. If you've watched regularly, you've seen what I've made out of the little
There we
bits
go.
of the bag.
All of that. We only have 18 left. So if you want to buy the whole quilt, remember, it's 29 in baskets. Remember, this is like...
86 inches square.
I mean, that's big double. That's king size bed.
It is.
Isn't
I wanted them to be able to use it.
Gorgeous. And it's lovely to have everything together in the bag. Again, put it on your shelf and you can think, right, tomorrow I'm just going to cut.
Yes. There's hardly any cutting because you've got all those sewing to do first. You've got all the 9 patches to make first.
Yeah, the nice bit.
You've got all the nice bits to make,
that's
and then
true.
you subdivide it and subdivide them gradually.
Well, exactly. And it is manageable. You can then put it all back in the bag and think, OK, I'll sew the others tomorrow.
That's a little project.
What a lovely project
nice
to
little
have.
retreat. People go shop on holiday with their sewing machines. Nice little holiday project.
Oh, that's true. Nice Christmas present.
Christmas present.
Right. Oh, well, we're going to have a quick break. Janet will be back with me
I'm
at
going
11.
to have a cup of coffee. I don't think I've stood on 2 hours on live TV before.
Have you not? Well, there you go.
It's exhausting. Get that kettle on.
You could have a lie down. I might have just about enough
No,
time
I
to
can't
make
relax
some
that
tea.
much.
You're going to be back at 11 with your
I'm going to
gorgeous
be
stitching
back
kits.
at 11.
I will be back in a few minutes' time with Cara, who is going to show us all about Sashiko. Got a lovely book with really bright coloured Sashiko, but the projects are gorgeous. And we've also, for all Sashiko lovers or beginners, we've got a lot of her kits and panels, and we've got thread and all sorts. So if you love Sashiko or would like to know about it, stay with me and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Just confused everybody because I've moved desks. Well, the thing, look at the quilt. Look at the quilt. Now, if you're with me at 8 o'clock, I said this is Cara's first ever baby.
I know.
First
I know.
ever quilt design.
I did say that once I got into quilting, actually, I'm hooked.
When did you get into quilting then?
When I decided that I wanted to do a quilt.
Right, good time to get into it.
So I've done a couple of samples here,
Yeah.
with different people's designs. So it's not my first quilt, but I
No,
thought
this is your first design.
this, yeah, exactly. So I thought I could try. So I did, and there are some cushions that I started it. They're around somewhere, and I thought, yeah, I could have a go.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant.
And for a beginner, it's perfect for a beginner.
It is gorgeous.
Because it's the
We're
same
not
one.
doing it in this hour, we're doing it at 12 o'clock, but I wanted you to see it. We have it in Tilda, we have it in Liberty, we have the pattern on its own.
We do.
And we will talk about it in more detail, but I don't want you to miss out. We're very proud of you, Cara. Very
Thank
proud.
you. I'm very proud of
Very
myself.
proud of you for doing it, because it is gorgeous.
Thank you. Thank
And
you very much indeed. I
we
want
love
to
it.
do more, and I've just spoken to Janet about I'd love to use her fabrics. So if it is successful and I do another one...
Yeah, so please buy it, because then Cara will do more. Clearly, nobody buys it. She's never doing another.
No, I won't do another.
But I think it's gorgeous, because there's a pattern within a pattern. From their distance, you see,
Yes.
I don't see stars.
No.
I don't see stars. I see squares and triangles.
Yeah.
But from here, I see stars.
And it's funny because the pattern includes the blocks, but the way you place... Oh, there's the bag.
Yes, there's the bag. It comes as a bag as well.
Yeah, so there's a pattern for a bag and a pattern for cushions. But if you play around, like everybody knows if you've done quilting before and blocks and everything, if you play around with the placement of the actual fabric, it changes the look of
I
something.
know, it's the weirdest thing, isn't it?
It's crazy, and that's why I'm hooked.
But that's coming up at 12. Just
Right.
didn't want to not mention it. This hour's all about Sashiko.
I know.
I know how much you love Sashiko.
Oh, honestly, and this book is
So,
just...
this book, Colourful Sashiko, absolutely gorgeous book, isn't it?
When I got into Sashiko on Sewing Street, and then, Sewing Quarter, and then Sewing Street, I thought, oh, okay. So I started following people on Instagram, and I started following this lady.
Shashkanami. Is that a real name?
It's just, I don't know what her real name is, but her designs
Brenda.
are just so different, so different, and just so simple. And I just love the way that she uses the colours. She uses different threads, so she doesn't just use
she
Sashiko
takes
threads.
traditional Sashiko patterns.
Absolutely.
But
yeah.
then zhuzhes it up.
Oh, honestly. And they are just stunning.
So the book
Absolutely
we've
stunning.
got on screen now it's only $12.99.
I know, it's incredible.
Bargain, isn't it?
Absolutely incredible. So I think there's about 50 different patterns.
So it goes through all the patterns, but
Yeah.
look at them. I mean, obviously, if you just want to use traditional colours, you can. But this takes it up to another level.
It does.
doesn't
It really does. And then the projects that she uses.
I love the projects.
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
they are really inspiring. So she goes through all the patterns.
Yeah.
But I think the projects are just gorgeous because it's really nice to have ideas of smaller things to make, isn't it?
Definitely, definitely.
I mean, that's just...
Yeah.
And it's this mindful, slow stitching, isn't
And
it?
it is, you know, with these particular ones, it's just a repetitive stitch. So once you've got the actual pattern and everything and you start stitching, you just get completely carried away.
Very nice for a long journey.
Yes.
Like on the plane or something, or a train. But really nice for that because you
yeah.
set it all up before
Yeah.
you go.
It's inspirational. I think that's the thing. This is the little bag.
I love that. That's gorgeous. And this is what you've made.
Well, so this is what I want to explain, is
Right.
that this is on linen as well, which is gorgeous to actually use a linen. So this particular one, I followed her instructions there, and that's actually just a centimetre. So every square, we'll show you how to do it and everything. So it's a tiny, tiny little bag, which is wonderful. So I decided, right, okay, I want to make a big one. So this is the pattern. I've enlarged it.
Oh, of course.
So, sorry, this is half a centimetre, and
Right.
these are a centimetre. So it's exactly the same design.
But you can make...
I've doubled it.
Oh, I see.
So if you want to make a bigger bag, that's all
And
you
by
have to
using
do.
these colours,
Yeah.
it takes Sashiko to something else,
Yes.
doesn't it?
Well, it looks like little tulips to me.
Yeah, or poppies.
Yeah, or poppies or something different. But again, it is just sort of a repetitive thing. But that's the little one.
And then you
so
can
that's
create
like
a bag
that,
one.
and then you can make a big one.
Wow. So obviously in the book you've got everything you need. You've got all the patterns, you've got the instructions to make the projects as well. They're not just inspiration. I mean, that's beautiful. And as it says, show off your Sashiko.
Yes.
Because that's how you do it, isn't it? It is showing it off.
It
isn't
is, it is. And then some of these are actually with a finer thread. So if you wanted to use stranded cotton or something like that, you can do.
Oh, okay.
So mine, I've used the Sashiko threads. These ones, I think, are using finer threads, but the patterns are exactly the same. So you can use them with the Sashiko threads. But can I just point out, this is one side of the stitching and this is the other.
Oh, wow.
So if you wanted to, you could actually get a different pattern.
Yes.
And she does explain how you are neat. I mean, mine, obviously, but you can start to see that you've got...
There's a way of doing it.
There is a way of
Right.
doing it, and she does go through that.
Okay.
So a lot of her patterns are double-sided. So this one...
Oh.
Actually, that one's not double-sided. That's just a sampler.
That's gorgeous,
I know,
isn't
they're
it?
beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I love the fact as well that she uses different coloured fabrics.
Yes, no, it looks lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because then the stitching is
just
what
stands out.
Beautiful. So look, I mean, I love those.
I know,
cushions.
I know.
And you can use it as a Sashiko pattern book, as a project book, or both.
Yeah. That was
Oh, I like your
just
little flower pots on. I like those. That's so lovely, isn't
It's
it?
so pretty, and little pin cushions, so you can have small projects and you can have large projects.
Absolutely
And
stunning.
so that's another one where you, that's the
wow.
back of it,
Yeah,
and that's the front.
So you don't even need to line something.
No, that's the little bag.
Oh, look.
So that one is done with the 1/2 centimetre squares. Mine's done with the 4 centimetre squares, but it's still absolutely beautiful.
That is gorgeous,
so you
isn't
can
it?
play around.
And you can use this on garments.
Yes.
So
Oh,
if you've got like a denim dress,
Yep.
or it doesn't even need to be, I'm just thinking bottom of your jeans.
Yes, absolutely.
Denim pinafore,
Yeah.
or a little pocket.
Yeah.
That would look beautiful. You could think, well, I'll just go around the cuffs of my
Yes.
sleeves, and then before you know it,
Oh,
yeah, the whole sleeves. But
get
it
carried
would look
away.
stunning, wouldn't
so,
it?
as I say, so this particular sample is just the very fine one, and again with fine threads. And then this one I've done as the full centimetre.
So it's all really, I mean, it's not counted work. It's all about drawing grid lines
It
onto
is.
a plain weave
Yes.
fabric.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm very tempted to do that.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm
We
just
can get you-
thinking on
we can get you-
denim.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
love that. Look, because it actually looks like little flowers,
It
doesn't
does,
it?
and it's got the little green.
Oh, that is
little-
nice.
So they are like a little leaf, and then just a zip.
And it's lovely to have something like this where it is very slow stitch. It's meditative. You do it in front of the telly, you do it in the garden, you do it in the hammock.
Oh, excuse me.
You know, I think I don't have a hammock, but I could be buying a hammock to do my Sashiko in. You could have it on the plane.
Yeah. On a train journey, coach journey.
Yeah, it'd be really
Yeah.
nice because you get it all set up and in a
Yes.
little, it's only a little bag.
And
isn't it?
take it in here.
Oh, I know. Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you know.
Yes.
That's what you can do.
Make the bag specially.
Yeah.
Oh, and then she goes into all the basics.
Yes.
So if you've never done it before, this is all the technique. It's all at the back, how you do it, stitching borders, making samplers. And it then goes, oh, that's quite good, about how to cut the fabric.
Yes.
This is really, it's got everything you need to know. In fact, make yourself a little bag to put this in from a Sashiko design with a pocket that fits the book.
Yes.
That would be
good.
nice, wouldn't it? Then all the patterns
Yeah. So these are all the stitch diagrams. So
with thread direction.
Yes.
Perfect.
So that's the one, the little poppy one. So this one here.
Oh, I see. Oh, hanamoyo, flowers.
So the
Japanese
different the different colours mean that you do one line,
Oh, okay.
and then so number 1 is the horizontal, so that's every other square.
Right.
The number 2 is the vertical, every other square in the green, and then the blue is the diagonal, and that's every other square on a diagonal.
Oh, I see. So you can just change the colours of the
Yes.
sides of the petals as well.
Yes.
Oh, it really breaks it down, doesn't it? It actually
does.
it looks like it's a lot easier than it seems. I'm all in for that. Things that are easier than they look. And then you get all of the instructions, and once I get through all the patterns, there's loads of patterns, for how to make all of the items in it, which is nice because you can use them for other things as well then.
So it explains cutting out your fabric, and then it says about which pattern you use, and it tells you what page that pattern's on. So
I
you can
see.
refer back. And I like the fact that Search Press have got this lovely, so if you're wanting to do a particular project, you can put it like
you've
that.
got the little flap.
And then find it in the front.
Very
and do the
useful when you're in
same.
the hammock.
Yes, so it doesn't blow away.
No, that's a really, really lovely book. I love that.
So this is the...
Okay.
So this is
So
the
we
bag
have
one.
got some kits. I'll just go over. No, I'll bring them here because then you can explain them to me, which is so much easier. So fabric bundles. So the book is available separately. We haven't put it in with the fabric bundles, so that it means that you can get the book in several fabric bundles, whatever you need. So this fabric bundle, this makes the little bag.
It does, but you've got quite a lot of fabric there. So if you wanted to, you could make a small bag or a big bag.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure whether you'd be able to get both because the front and the back of the bag is stitched usually.
Yes.
So you would need enough fabric to be able to do the stitching. So I would suggest that would do a large
Right,
bag
so in
like
this
that.
bundle, I presume it's 2.5 metres. Yeah, so you've got the white linen. Oh, that is lovely, isn't it?
Beautiful,
That's
absolutely
beautiful.
beautiful.
Lovely drape on that as well. And I think, you think of linen as for dressmaking, but it is beautiful for embroidery,
Oh,
isn't
it is. It's stunning. The only thing that I would say with this particular linen, I actually put an interfacing behind behind it.
Okay.
So I did an iron-on
Just to give it a
interfacing.
bit of stiffness.
Just a bit of body, so that when you're stitching, it actually the
Right,
stitching
okay.
lies on the top. So, but that particular bundle, you can make lots and lots of projects. Don't think that it's just for
Oh
this
no,
particular
you've got half a metre of the linen, and then you
Yeah.
get half a metre of this red, which is a lovely fabric. It's Lewis and Irene, actually. And look, it's called Dreams, but it's got clouds all over it, which is perfect for this, isn't it?
Absolutely
Lovely
perfect.
lining.
Yeah.
So that's that bundle there. Oh, can't see with my glasses on. £12.99. Then the next one. Now, this is the bundle you use
Yes.
to make the little bag. This has been the most popular. So this is beautiful, beautiful. Again, so this is, I thought it was Macaroline in texture.
It is just a plain cotton,
But
it's got that texture
But it
to
has a texture, so
Yes.
it's Macaroline in texture, and it has that beautiful, but it is the lovely, like, indigo colour as well.
It is beautiful,
Gorgeous.
especially with the cream or the white thread, which is your traditional sort of Sashiko. So, yeah. And then the little lining.
So somebody said you can't use a needle on the plane. Well, it depends on the airline, because when I went to Canada in March, I sewed all the way. And you also can use scissors as long as the blade is less
Yes.
than 8 centimetres.
Certainly.
But check with your airline. Some airlines will allow you to sew, some won't.
Yes, yeah.
I
But
know.
even sitting in an airport, how many hours do you sit in the airport? But you'll need to do your stitching before you...
Yes,
Hand
do check.
Yeah.
Do check with your airline before you fly. That's gorgeous. That's really lovely. What? I want to see what my Indigo Blooming by Debbie Maddie from Moda. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
It's lovely.
And that's what, look, let me show you, because Cara put it on the inside of the bag. I'll just turn it out so you can see. That's a lovely
reversible
bundle.
bag.
Reversible bag. Well, it's beautiful fabric. It's very soft, isn't it? Love Moda fabric. £12.99, so you're getting a metre of fabric in total, but they go together beautifully. This has been the most popular bundle. We only have 15 of these bundles left, and 17 of them are in baskets. So you need to be quick, super quick.
That's a lovely, so that very similar. So the pale blue.
So with this bundle, very similar but different colourways. So you've got that same lovely indigo flower background, and this is a lovely.
That's nice, isn't it? And what I would use, the thread I would use on that would be a navy thread.
Okay, so again, this is your Macaroline in texture, but isn't that colour lovely? It's like a chambray.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, but with a navy thread.
A navy would be lovely, especially if you're going to pair the two together.
Well, it's nice to have these fabric bundles, obviously, because you know we've put them together so that they work well. You can
Yes.
use them with Sashiko or not, but that's beautiful. Love that. And one more.
Let's hold that one.
Oh. Oh, now this is nice.
That's gorgeous.
This is
isn't it?
nice.
So that's a looser weave.
But it's woven with one colour one way,
Yes.
one on the warp and one on the weft.
Yes.
So you get that almost like denim-like quality.
It is, but it's got a firm texture.
Oh, that's...
And it's
yeah.
sort of quite, it doesn't move. So this particular one, you wouldn't need to put an interfacing
Right.
on. It's just the lighter weight linen one that I would put interfacing on.
And you can see with this how you've got the green thread going in one direction and then the white thread in the other. And it is gorgeous. A lot of fabric there as well. And to go with that, we've used the Lewis and Irene Dreams, but in a
cream.
sort of like a pale, ecru-y grey. Oh, I have no idea what that says. Can you put it on the bigger screen for me? I cannot see from that distance. I need to get... See, I used to only be able to see like that, and now I can't see. No. Can you read that?
No.
No. Neither of us. I'm very
Somebody
sorry.
there.
Oh, I can see it. I did a Mount Fuji piece using coloured threads for the first time and got the lovely book on Cara's last visit. It is gorgeous.
Excellent.
There we go. Thank you very much
Good.
for your message. I think I need to get... I'm going to have to get glasses for long distance. And
I
that
know,
upsets
I
me.
know. I'm the same, but they do say about varifocals. But the last time I went to the optician, they said, "Oh no, you're okay, you know." But I can't see.
It's
Not
very
from a
sad,
distance.
because I used to only need them to be able to see here, but
Same
now I
here.
can't read on that screen. Oh. Right, anyway, so these are all the bundles we have got lots of your panels and kits. So
Yes.
should we talk through
You
those?
can do. Well,
do you
I
want to come
search
over
for
to my table?
I'm going to search for my scissors at some stage, but yes.
Come over to my table.
I'll come over to your table.
Right, let's start with your panels. Now, I haven't... Oh, which one's sold out already? The multicolour patchwork. We need to move to the left. I haven't seen all of these before.
We have got the cushions somewhere. I'm not sure.
Oh,
where.
yes. Are they...
Not there. I'm not sure.
Where are the cushions? Down?
Dan? The cushions for that?
Underneath.
Yay!
Hey! I love the damn sign language. Now,
He did tell us.
Yeah, we weren't listening. So I love this idea. So you do the Sashiko on the centre panel, and then I'll lay it down. And then you do all the patchwork for the outside. But this is so clever.
Because it's on the bundle.
That the panel has got the Sashiko pattern printed on it. So it's easy peasy.
It really is easy peasy. And also the instructions. So
and if you
you've
don't
got
want to do the
everything
Sashiko, you could just make it like that.
You could. Or you could do a picture or whatever you like. Or just use that.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm going to go.
Yeah,
yes, I did say that.
Yeah.
So you don't need anything else. Well, you need some thread, but you've got all of the patchwork fabrics that go around the outside, and you've got all of the instructions. This is genius. I love this.
I wanted to do something that was slightly different. So again, I love traditional Sashiko and love Susan Briscoe's books and things like that. But I wanted to do just a slightly more modern twist on it. So I worked with Lou, and she came up with some beautiful designs.
I love these prints, because these are like trees.
Yes.
Work so well around the edge of it,
Yes.
don't they? So this is what the finished cushion looks like. And because it's printed on there, if you're sort of thinking, oh, I don't know about all the grid lines, and you just sew over them.
Yeah,
Just
you
sew
do.
over them. And all of the instructions are on the panel. So it's just $11.99, everything.
Yep.
Lovely. Loads and loads of you've got that in baskets. We only have 20 of those left. So you need to be super quick with those. Right, we've got this. Which one has sold out, Ben? Have we got this one? This one has sold out.
Oh, okay.
Sadly.
Oh, no, that's...
No,
okay.
that one has
So
sold
we've got
out.
the pink one.
Which one have you
Have a
got
pink
then?
one, no.
I haven't got... Oh, I've got a pink
hold
one. Is that it?
No, I think... Maybe not. No.
Maybe
Okay.
that one had sold out as well. Right. Oh, so they're these. Right. That one had gone. Yeah. This is the blue one. So, oh, these are lovely. Love these. So this is the Sashiko clutch bag and coin purse. So again, it's all on there. So show me what it makes.
Okay, so this particular one makes this one here. So that's where you're using the multicoloured
Yeah, now
threads.
this is where you've gone modern, isn't it? I love that, because you've got that traditional technique, but the colours work so well.
But you will need that with the instructions.
Right, so
the
this
instructions
comes...
aren't included on the panel.
Right, so you need the instructions and the panel. So the panel
Yep.
is $14.99, but you do obviously need the instructions as well. So I presume it's done separately so that you can have just the instructions.
Yeah, I'm just going to double check. No, this particular one, I think we did just, that was it. It needed to come with.
Yes, so you have to
yeah.
buy the instructions as well. So can we put the instructions on, Ben? Oh, this is lovely. And so you've got all the lining for it.
Yes, all the linings included, and also there's enough there for a little purse.
Oh. Right, so $9.99 for the instructions. Now, obviously, you don't have to... I presume you don't have to have the panel with the instructions, but you need the instructions with the panel. But the two sort of go together, don't they?
What you can do is, there's not the pattern for the design in there, but you can put whatever you like on the flap.
So I would suggest you get the panel and the instructions.
Yeah.
So $9.99 for the instructions, $14.99 for the panel. But you can make this, it's beautiful. And I think it's really nice that the lining is on here as well. So isn't that match really well? And then you can make the little coin purse as well. Beautiful. Now, we do it in other colourways as well. So that's the blue. We've got it in the pink. Oh, I really like it in the pink, because it's got tulips. Oh, I love the tulips. I love the way you've taken Sashiko and, you know, used rather than Japanese designs, you created your own.
We've, it was, I think, originally shown in the spring, so I thought, oh, right, we'll do something different, do a little
that's
clutch
lovely,
bag
because
or
that's the point
something.
of these techniques,
Yeah.
is they're supposed to be, you need to
Transferable.
you learn it and then
Yeah.
you change it to what you want. So on this panel, obviously, you've got the tulips there, but isn't the lining lovely? And it's so nice because obviously it blends together beautifully. So that should sort of, well, I guess you could use this as a little clutch bag. You could use it as a project bag.
Makeup bag, you know, whatever you like. So we were
Stitching on
talking
the
about
plain
stitching
bag.
on the plain bag. Definitely.
All sorts of things. But yeah, like you say, like a little made bag. Actually, you could probably fit your iPad in there,
Yeah,
couldn't you?
yeah.
Very, very usable. And also the purse as well.
The
You've
little
got the pink
purse.
purse.
No,
well,
I
it looks
didn't-
like that, but
yeah.
we have it. But it looks like this. But you see it, and you've obviously got the lining in there as well.
It's just got a single tulip on it.
Oh, that's gorgeous. So that's the tulip one. And then we also have it in the minty green. And we've got the green one. I love this green. It's very fresh, minty green. And this one features daffodils. Again, you're using the traditional Sashiko techniques and methods, but I think it's lovely that you've translated that into these flowers.
And I wanted to use the different threads, the different coloured threads. So I wanted a project that you could actually use the different coloured threads,
Oh,
and
I
that worked
see.
really well.
Okay, 'cause we
so
have got some threads, haven't we?
yeah,
Yes.
so we did some of the variegated. I'm not sure if they're in the bundles, but this particular one only uses the variegated. Yeah,
Okay,
the
yeah,
variegated
that does.
for the green for the leaves, which is really nice.
Beautiful. We'll go through the threads in a moment. And then this is the lining for it. Like the lining. Well, it is a very Sashiko design,
It is,
isn't it?
it is, definitely.
Beautiful. It's very, very fresh and lovely. Right, just aware of time. Now we've got 2 patterns as well. You've done so much Sashiko.
I know, it's only when I come
I know,
here
but
and,
it's really lovely to see.
you know, I come here and I think, oh yes, I remember that.
Right,
oh,
do you want
yes,
to
I remember
stand
that.
next to me
I certainly can.
before Bruce gets cross?
Oh, sorry.
You're hiding under the graphics.
I don't mind hiding
do
under
not
the
hide under the
graphics.
graphics.
Yeah.
Now, this is the instructions for the borrow, knot and tote bag. So tell me about this.
So, I love the knot bag pattern.
They're clever, aren't
They are so clever. And I love the borrow technique.
Mm.
So the borrow technique is sort of like a mending technique. So you can combine Sashiko with borrow. And so I decided to do a knot bag with some little Sashiko panels and then used lots of little bits and pieces. And this particular one actually has the motifs there
Oh, I
and the
see.
templates.
So everything you need. So only £9.99. You can make 2 bags with it.
Yes.
So you can make this gorgeous. I love a knot bag because it's so clever, isn't it?
It is so
Just
clever.
like you can hang it. It's quite. I always think they're really good for hanging on the handle of a door.
Yes.
You know, when you just want, you need to put something really good to hang like in the hallway and get everyone to put their keys in there so they don't lose them and that sort of thing.
Really?
Or like,
I wonder if you
imagine
did
losing
that.
your keys.
Oh,
Ben
fun.
lost his car keys this morning.
And where were they?
And yes, he spent a good 15 minutes looking for
And
them.
where were
and I
they?
found them in my handbag.
And this is
Subconsciously, I was just playing with it. No,
Yeah.
I must have obviously just picked them up.
You thought they
But
were yours.
I could have easily have driven
gone home and had them in your
Yeah,
bag.
and then realised 2 hours down the road.
That would not have been good. That would not have been good at
He
all.
said, "You haven't by any chance put my keys in your bag, have you?" I went, "No, I'll look though."
And there they were.
They weren't even the same as mine, other than the fact they were keys. Anyway, so they'd be it's a nice little bag to just put a few things in, you know, when you're shopping as well, to just put in your handbag.
And lovely to just do little panels of the Sashiko.
Yes, it's a gorgeous,
So,
really
you know,
handy.
really nice to do that. And then you've also got the pattern for the tote
Be
bag.
nice for your lunch, actually, wouldn't it? You could get your sandwich box in here and a little drink. Meal deal.
So you can get the instructions for the tote bag as well, and that's just using sort of the Sashiko panels. So you
That's
get
lovely,
both
and
of
that's
those.
really good. So you get both of that to make all of these.
Yes,
that's
and then
fantastic.
you can use your stash. So if you-
Now we are extremely low on these instructions. We only have 15 left. So you really need to get checked if you want these. Yeah, you should rename this the meal deal bag. That's perfect.
I don't think
you know
I
when you
can.
pop out in your lunch hour and you just pop
Your lunch in there.
Right, the final pattern are these beautiful baskets.
They are absolutely gorgeous.
I think these are brilliant.
The only thing is,
You haven't got them with you.
No, I didn't have them with me. But this came with a panel, so I'm not sure if they've redone the panel.
Okay.
But having said that, if you've got the book
Oh, yes.
there,
Yeah, no, you can do your own.
and you've got the instructions to make the actual baskets, then you can do that. But that came with a panel.
Oh, I see.
So
That's lovely, isn't it? So you cut all the pieces out. But, you see, although it says cut the panel out, it does give you the size, the measurement,
yes.
so you can do it with your own fabric.
Yeah.
You don't have to use the panel. You do all the Sashiko, and you make it into the little bag.
And
basket.
little gift bags are really nice. And this one you can actually use with the gold threads and things, which is really, really pretty. So
Right, we also have Sashiko thread, which is very important, isn't it? Now, we put this in
is.
sets, and we have promised Dan faithfully not to mix them up. So we will open one at a time.
fine. We've been told.
Because I often mix up things,
Uh-oh.
you see, and then go, I'm really sorry, I have no idea what happened there. Yeah, I just, like, if we've got Levi, he just looks at me and shakes his head. Just says nothing. Said nothing, yes. So this one, the code for this one, Ben, is PI6671. So this has got a big skein of pink, and then you get pink, ivory, green, mustard, red, blue, and mauve. So what's special about Sashiko thread?
So it's a matte thread, so it hasn't gone through mercerisation. It is a single thread, so you can't strand it.
Right, that's
And
always
it's
good, though.
specifically for Sashiko work. So, it works really, really well, sort of going through denim, going through any sort of fabrics.
So if you want to Sashiko your denim pinafore,
Yes, in pink.
in pink. This is great because this is a really nice starting bundle. So you've got 40 metres on each skein except for this pink one that's got 100 metres.
Yep. Which is
So it's the right thread.
It
It
is
needs
the-
to be matte, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, for traditional Sashiko,
For
you want
traditional,
you want the matte finish, but don't be restricted by the Sashiko. It just gives a really, really
Yeah.
nice finish.
And
to
it's
it.
and I think it's lovely that it's not stranded. So you just go, that's what I thread in my needle.
Yes, and there is a way, I'll show you over there is a way of doing the skeins that you don't get it all knotted up.
Oh, okay, yes. A bit like if you're a knitter and you're knitting with hanks.
Yes.
You never knit from a hank.
No.
You do, but you do it only the once, and then you never do it again. Now, look, I put them back in.
Right.
Right, pack number 2. Pack number 2, YE6654. So this is very good because you've got the variegated green. This is good for daffodils.
Yes, the daffodil.
$9.99?
Yeah.
That's very inexpensive. We're not allowed to say cheap. I didn't say that.
No.
They are very inexpensive bundle. $9.99. So you get the variegated green, which is brilliant for
The
leaves.
leaves is lovely, but some of these other colours would go beautifully on some of the packs that we've got. the
For
fabric
example.
packs. Yeah.
See? And then you've got the yellow and orange. That's a lovely blue.
Really, really nice. That would be lovely on the white. on
Oh,
the
yeah,
white linen.
yeah, very Wedgwood.
Or also on this one.
Oh, that's true, yes.
It was just
This,
slightly darker.
That Macao, that bundle that we had before with those
go-
two fabrics. Oh, yes.
Would go really nicely with that.
Yeah.
So it's dark enough that it would show up on this
That's
fabric.
subtle.
Yes, very subtle.
Subtle and classy, like you, Cara. I was going to say like me, and then I decided I wasn't sure whether I was either of those things. You can be subtle and classy.
Oh, I've never been subtle and classy.
That's my aim in life. I think it's a bit late. Right, and then this bundle, which is HN6654. Oh, now I like the grey.
Yeah, I love this. Is actually very sort of like muted, very muted and very modern.
Yeah.
I think some of the colours there, you know, that people use within their homes, their home interior.
Yes,
and
it's
things
lovely,
like
isn't
that.
it? I love that. The grey and the ivory together
Yeah.
are gorgeous. So again, $9.99. So if you are starting off in Sashiko, or if you love it and you want to add to your stash, when you think, is it 20 metres on each of
Yes.
these? That's a lot of thread for $9.99, isn't it?
Really, really good value. So, yep. Nice starter.
Right, that's lovely. We have got threads individually as well. Are these individual ones, or somebody taking them out of a bag willy-nilly?
I think they're individual.
Right,
ones.
if you want the green, the variegated green, BM9935, we have that one, like that. $1.99. That is a bargain, isn't it? That's too cheap. That's very affordable, extremely affordable. We've got it in variegated blue, variegated pink and ivory. Blue. That is good price, isn't it?
It is, and it does go a long way when I do a bit of stitching in a minute.
Yes, you'll see. Yes, we will get along to stitching. And then this is the traditional one, the ivory.
Yes.
So I'll definitely put that one in. We have got other threads and needles and things. They are all on the website. Well, if you go on sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down, you will see all of the products. But should we get on to doing some demo?
Shall I just take that, because that's
Oh, the cord?
just to explain what the cord's used for.
Okay.
Can we walk over?
Yes, we can. Yes, I'll come over. I'll bring the yellow one with the cord.
Right, so
Green leather cord. So is it leather? This is nice, isn't it?
lovely.
Colour.
So that would be for the actual...
So this is for the drawstring at the top of the bag.
Here.
Or if you're making $12.99, you've got 5 metres of green leather cord. This is very nice. I've never seen this before. We also have it in mustard. Right, anyway, what do we do to start with? I'll wind you back up.
Whichever project you're going to do, you want to make the decision, are you going to go for the full centimetre or the half centimetre? So if you go for the half centimetre, this is the grid that you will end up with.
So you just get your fabric and you draw a grid to start with?
Yes. So all the measurements are included in here. So for the small one, all the measurements are included here. So this is this particular one here. Okay, so you've got that in inches and centimetres. Because it's a Japanese lady, she does tend to use centimetres. So I have used this amazing ruler, which is in centimetres and inches. And this is a Millwood one. I think it's on the website. But it is really, really good for doing projects like this. So you will actually grid your fabric, and it is just a case of, with a friction pen, just drawing lines,
okay.
And you've got your grid there.
So, yeah, a friction pen is kind of invaluable for this. I mean, I guess people didn't used to use those. They would use, what would they use, chalk?
Use chalk, and I think you've got some chalk markers over
there.
there.
Okay,
so,
yes, we do.
But the only thing is if you use chalk, you need to wash it before you actually make the garment, the item up.
Oh, to get the chalk right.
Get the chalk off. So, so for the blue, the chalk is really good for doing
Well,
that.
I guess because it needs to show up, doesn't it? On a darker fabric, you'll need to use the chalk.
Yeah. So this is the half centimetre one, and I'll just show you how. So with
oh yeah, show us about the
yes.
skein thing. Oh God, I've got all this wrapped around my. I'm now tied to it. It's all...
Okay, so when you've got your skein, take it out of the packet, remove the label, and it's like a hank. So if you actually just open it up carefully, you'll find that there is a knot that holds all the threads together like that.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
So lay it out and don't get it tangled.
Yeah. And just make sure that it's separated like that. And then you'll cut your thread where the knot is. You'll feed the end of the thread through the label like that. And then plait it. And once it's plaited, it will look something similar to this. And what that means is that when you want to use a thread, I'm only using a short length of thread, is that I pull it from the label, just cut half the thread and pull it through the plait like that. and it just means it doesn't knot up, and that is a perfect length for
So how
working
did you
with.
know to do that then?
Susan Briscoe showed me.
Did she?
She did.
Magic. Yeah, 'cause how would you know that? Do they tell you in books?
No, I don't think they do actually. But anyway, once
That's really important.
it is, and it's
Thing to
just
know.
so good for keeping your threads nice and neat and tidy. You could do the same with your hanks of wool.
Could you?
I'm
Would
sure
you
you
work with
could.
those?
Yeah, I mean, I've done it with pearl cotton. You know, the DMC
okay.
pearl cotton. Right. So this is the particular pattern that we're using here. So I've started with my diagonals. So these
And
are the
does
diagonals
the book
here.
tell you about drawing out grid lines?
Yes,
Okay.
it explains all about the grid
Right.
lines and everything. With Sashiko, you'll use a knot on the end, which for embroiderers is just like,
No, I don't know.
use a
No,
knot,
no,
don't
no.
use a knot. But you can with Sashiko, because usually you're going to be putting this with a wadding or something like that, and it's going to sit into
okay.
the wadding, so
might
it won't
do that
cause a
then.
problem then. So I've started with the diagonal lines. I'll just finish a couple of diagonal lines. So this is the blue on, the pale blue on here. So it's going over a diagonal square, and then you come across to, and this is where it becomes very, very therapeutic, because all you're doing is just sitting and stitching.
Yeah, so if you are taking this with you on holiday, draw your grid lines out at home.
Yes. And take the project with your threads and a pair of scissors and a needle if you are able to do that on the plane. But on a coach, you can do it. It's a lovely project if somebody's in hospital and they have to recuperate.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it's, it is small, it is lovely to...
Well, and you're not having to follow anything, are you?
No, you're not having to count or anything like that. So that's how you do. And I would, or what I've done with this one, where's my little one? I'll do that here. So what I did is I did all my diagonal lines first, and then I came back with the horizontal lines and then the vertical lines.
So is it done like that, so that you push the needle in and out rather than one stitch at a time?
Yes.
Is that a Sashiko thing?
Yeah, so Sashiko, you usually you've got the needles on the website as well. You usually have a long needle that has quite a large eye to thread the Sashiko threads, and then you can actually do more than one stitch at a time. Just take your time putting it in and out the fabric, and that will just go through, and it means that you can put a lot of stitches onto the needle at one go. And then I would carry on doing my diagonal lines. I'm actually then going to come across, and I will just come across so you can see. So I'm that way round. So I'm just going to do, this is the, oops. So that first one I'm just going to go backwards, otherwise it unthreads. So I would do all my diagonals and then I'm doing my vertical lines.
Okay, so it is a running stitch.
It is a running stitch, that's all
Nice.
it is. All it is, it's not, and this is a lovely project for children to learn.
Well, I guess the thing is with all these techniques, you think, yeah, that's, that's going to be complicated, but it's running stitch. And I guess drawing the grid takes time, but once you've done that,
Yeah, I mean,
then it's easy.
Yeah, this particular one I did this morning in the green room, and it didn't take.
Do we have this ruler, Ben?
It is on the website, I think.
Yeah, the Millwall one.
Yes, it's just lovely if you do. I mean, if you want to do it in actual inches, you can do. I think it's 3/8 of an inch, but it's just harder counting across. You have to count across in threes.
Yes, that's true.
So-
But if you want to do it in centimetres, we have got that on screen.
Yeah.
So it's the patchwork. Also, if you need a metric ruler, I've got metric and imperial, and the metric ones aren't very easy to find, because I know most of our cutting and sewing is done in imperial, but there are times when we need to cut patchwork pieces, or it depends on the pattern you're using.
It does.
In a metric.
Yeah, and the Millwood one has actually got inches on it as well.
Has it?
Yes, So
How does that work? Does that not get really confusing?
the solid lines here are your inches, and the numbers. So that's an inch. So they're in half-inch squares, quarter of inches. It's even got the diagonal lines as well. So that's your square inch.
Yeah.
So it's really good.
I've got the needles here as well. So if you want the needles. Now, we've got long type and normal. What's the difference?
Just the long ones, if you're doing a project with a lot of straight lines, so the long ones are really good. So for this particular one, those long needles will be perfect.
These come as a bundle, so you get both of them, by the way. So if you're doing, something with bigger squares or lots of stitches, you get the long ones. Now, these have been developed specifically, the eyes are the right size to fit the thread, which is sort of important.
Very important.
Very important. And they're very sharp.
Yes, they're extremely sharp, so be careful.
But they need to be, because if you're stitching on denim, or thicker fabrics or heavier linens, you need them to be sharp and strong, but the eyes need to be big enough. So £8.48, you're getting the long type, which are for the bigger patterns and for more stitches, and then you're getting a set of 4 types. So basically you get 0.84 millimetres, 0.99, 0.91 and 0.89, so it all depends on the length of the needle and the thread, a bit like buying a mixed pack of embroidery needles. £8.48.
It's so useful to have if you love doing Sashiko. It really is.
Well, trying to thread this thicker thread through normal needles is not easy.
And then you'll find that sometimes if you've got a needle that's got a large enough eye, it's a thick needle and it makes a big eye.
It's like if I didn't have those, I'd be using chenille needles.
Yes.
And to get the large enough eye, they would be too chunky.
Absolutely. So I'm just coming to the end of the thread, and if I've got time, I'll show you how to finish off. So we started with a knot, and you end with a little slip knot around the threads that you've already stitched.
Oh,
so you put your needle through there, then needle through the loop, and if you pull that up tight, that creates a slip knot against the thread.
Oh, that's really useful. So that's a really good way of finishing it off.
It is.
Without going through the fabric.
Yeah, as I say, in there she will give you instructions how you start, how you finish.
Right.
If you want your back to be, part of the design.
Right.
So then the green is just for the little stem, and that will go. So we'll go across like this.
So in single figures for these needle bundles, if you want the Sashiko needle bundles, you do need to get checked out on those. Remember, all the patterns that Cara are doing are from the Sashiko book, which is fabulous. Fabulous book.
So I'm just going to, I haven't obviously completed, but I just want to show you. So this is here. So this is the darker blue line, and that goes diagonally across like that.
It's pretty clever, isn't it? That it is just...
So clever. And, all the patterns and all the designs...
Are all grid.
Are all on the grid.
It's like the stitching form of Sudoku, isn't it? It's all in lines and grids. You just
Where did your brain go?
I don't know what I was just thinking. It is like that, because everything is just all in grids, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like
and all in lines. And like I say, once you get started, it's not like it's very complicated or anything. So
no, it's really, really not. I like that because it looks more complicated.
So that's all you're doing. So that's for that particular design. For these ones...
Now, we've got the chalk. I just want to talk about that, because if you think, right, well, I'm going to have a go at this, but I want to do it on darker fabric, or I'm going to do it on some clothing, using your friction pens isn't going to be possible. So this pen is ideal for that, because it's like a pen. Well, it is a pen. But it has all this chalk. Now, you've got all of the different coloured chalks, and you've got white chalk, and it's got a pencil sharpener.
Oh, perfect.
So that's a great price, $14.99, because you've got the pen and a rubber and a sharpener, and then the colours. So if you want to stitch on darker fabrics or clothing, because I'm thinking, right, well, I'm going to get this book, I'm going to do my jeans, this is ideal.
It is perfect. I wish I had that at home when I was doing this one.
complete removal through washing.
Yep.
Well, there you go. So you just
Yep.
make it all up and then put it in the machine.
Yep.
Fantastic. And I guess what you could do as well, I think if I was using something dark, I'd wash it, the fabric first, particularly with this lighter thread.
Yes.
Sometimes, like if you are embroidering on denim, you don't want it to bleed onto your lovely ivory.
No,
because you've got to
definitely
wash
not.
it. So you can do all your marking, and then you just, it says complete removal through washing. It does say test marking, obviously, and removing, but that is what it is designed for.
So it means that what I like, again, going back to the book, is the fact that you can use this on lots and lots of different items. So
Yeah, so
if you were making a dress or something and you wanted a panel around the hem, you could use this technique to actually do the stitching around the hem or on the cuffs or on a pocket.
and it's not too much either,
No,
is it?
not at all. So it's just, as I say, inspirational. I love this book, absolutely love it. And
Well-
as I say, it's just nice that I like to see the linen being used as well.
Yeah, I think that's lovely. The bundles are really, really good value. Obviously, we've got the 4 bundles. We've got the white and the red, which is the one that Cara is using for her gorgeous little bag. Mm-hmm. So once you finish stitching that, you've made the lining up already, haven't you?
Yes, so
Let's have a
that's...
quick look at that before we run out of time.
Yeah, so that's...
Oh, that's it done.
That's it done.
Oh, that's lovely.
So that's it done. And then it gives all the instructions, if I can find the
Oh, sorry,
project.
Oh, you never did.
Yeah. In the back here. So it gives you all the measurements and everything. It tells you what to do. You can stitch the front and the back, which is nice because if it's a bag that's going all the way round,
yeah.
so you can do that. You cut out for the box bottom. You fold over. It allows you to have the red above,
Ah, I see.
which is nice. So you'd see a bit of the red there, and that's where the cord would, well, not the yellow, but that's where the cord goes through.
Right,
And
okay.
you weave it round
Yeah, I'd use
twice.
the green, actually.
Yeah,
Green cord's
the
lovely for
green,
that.
green
That
would be
really
perfect.
matches the stems, doesn't it?
Yes.
What a lovely project. So if you want to make one of the projects specifically, we have got bundles of fabric. We've got the white and the linen. We've got these. They're all on the website for you to see. But do grab that book while you can. It's such a lovely book and gives you so many ideas.
I know. I just cannot wait to sort of have a go at some of the other projects in here and some of the other patterns. I think, you know, some of the other patterns are just...
There's a lot of choice there. It's brilliant.
Just so nice. And you can see it's just repetitive.
Yeah, and it is. Once you've gridded out, it's perfect.
Yeah.
So we're going to see you back here in an hour with the quilt.
Ta-da!
Ta-da. This is Cara's first ever quilt design. We've got the pattern on its own. We've got bundles. We've got this Tilda springtime bundle, a Tilda autumn bundle. We've got a Liberty bundle. Ooh. Absolutely gorgeous. So Cara's going to be showing how to do it. Now, so that you don't get distracted while she's demonstrating, they are all the kits and all the instructions are already loaded on pre-order. So get them while we're on the break, before Cara comes on at 12 o'clock, and then you can just sit back and enjoy.
And have fun.
And have fun. So you go and have a coffee for an
Yes,
hour.
thank
I'll
you.
see you back. I will see you back in a few minutes' time with Janet Clare again. Oh, honestly, we've got the most loveliest book that she's done, and this quilt, I got her to hang the quilt up. It is lovely, and we've got the little stitching kits. It's the only kit we've got at the moment that's using her brand new Blooming Lovely collection. New fabric collection, but we've also got this gorgeous book that actually has 3 different of her quilt designs. I love the alphabet quilt. I will see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. I've got the lovely Janet Clare back, who's here with an update on the blackcurrant cordial story.
Oh, yes. I had a message from my mum.
Who was watching.
She was watching.
Did she laugh?
She did. She said, thank you for telling the blackcurrant cordial story. I know, I can hear her say that. She said, but actually, because we couldn't open it and she had all these children around her, I think she got a knitting needle and hammered it into the top. And she said,
Did
it's
it have
like
a cork then?
Must have been like a metal. I don't know. Get her to it. She'll email in again. So, yeah, she'd hammered a knitting needle in, so it went off like a fire extinguisher.
Maybe it was like a screw,
Must have been
and it had all got gummed up with the
She probably bought them on purpose.
And she hammered and knit well.
Hammered and knitted because desperation to get into it somehow. And I presume it was under so much pressure. That's
it
why
just
you couldn't undo
exploded.
it anyway. There you go.
There we go.
Very important update for you.
You do need to be watching at 9 o'clock to have understood the blackcurrant cordial story. But if you were, that was the update. Now, we're going to be talking about this gorgeous book. Now, I haven't seen this book. It's amazing.
Thank you so much.
It's so nice. When you see what's in it, oh, you're going to love it. I'd read all about it before we came on air, so I'd read about it last night. I didn't actually realise what it did.
What it
until
actually
I now
was.
know. It is lovely. It's a collection of words, memories, memory quilts,
Yes.
ideas, but it's also patterns as well. There's the instructions to make this. Now, I think that is absolutely gorgeous. For me, that's worth £19.99.
Oh, thank you so much.
So even if you didn't make the whole quilt, wouldn't it be lovely to make that?
Yeah, just make the letters. You could spell people's names. They're all 1-inch squares, and it's super scrappy. It's every background piece in that is different.
It's a scrap busting.
It really is scrap busting.
I think the only rule that you've sort of followed is kept the letters the same colour.
The letters are the same colour, and they're all based on like a needlepoint sampler. That's the idea from that.
Right, okay.
So I've sort of simplified them a bit, and they are largely on a cream background with some sort of border.
Colour. Yeah, that's really
So
it,
each
isn't
one
it?
has got a border and a blue letter in it, and it's all 1-inch pieced because I wanted to play with all those fabrics because that's the best bit.
Well, it is, isn't it? And I guess you just get your fabrics and put them into piles.
Just put them into
beige
piles.
colour.
Yeah, and you were saying that you would find it hard to put a random
I'm
fabric
rubbish
palette
at
together.
random. Really rubbish at that. I want it to be planned.
To plan it all out.
But I guess
It's quite
if I was going right, well, that's all going to be light. I think I could.
You'd definitely be able to do it. And the other thing that I do a lot is I use the reverse of a print.
Oh,
And that gives you a
Okay.
lot of subtlety
right. Yes, you
as well. So there's probably not as many fabrics in there as you think there are, because some would be
reverse.
first, some
It's
would be
gorgeous.
reversed.
So that quilt features in this book, but explain to us the purpose
Okay.
behind. It's
So
called Wordsmith.
It's
on the
called
screen.
Wordsmith, and Wordsmith is someone who creates with words.
Right.
And I love words as a way into name a feeling, don't they, really? You can name a feeling and what a collection's going to be like, and an idea you can kind of pin down with the right words. So I wanted to keep like a family scrapbook.
Right.
You know those type, you see them on Hobby Maker all the time. They've got all of the stamps and the little corners and all the beautiful
Yes,
papers,
yes.
and then it's calligraphy writing. It's all about your holidays and all those. So I wanted to keep one of those kind of books, but actually I don't really enjoy the paper and the glue type craft as much as I like sewing. One day I just realised that I didn't have to make the memories and save them in paper. I could just sew them.
Wow. Somebody sent a picture in of something that you've inspired. Can you see it, Ben?
Already.
He's now lost it.
He's lost it. He's finding it. He wasn't ready.
Find it in a
He
moment.
wasn't ready.
When you... There we go.
Oh, look at that. That's so cute.
This was sent in by Penny,
Oh, Penny.
and it was made for her son and daughter-in-law as an anniversary gift.
Oh, away
So,
from
and
the
your book and the
return.
whole idea of memories.
Like a little memory. That is so beautiful.
I adore that. Awaiting the return.
And it's so personal and so quirky.
And they'll understand that. Because my dog does that. She's sort of lying quite happily and suddenly her tail starts thumping.
you can hear
And I think, who's coming?
You know, somebody's coming.
It's always someone she knows and
They
likes.
recognise the cars and things. They know, don't they? That's so beautiful.
Yes, so if a car she doesn't know drives in,
Yeah.
she starts barking. If it's someone she knows, the tail
Does it
starts
start the
thumping.
tail?
Or like one of my sons will walk down the stairs and the tail starts thumping. And that's what that is. Oh, thank you
That's
so much
so
for sending.
gorgeous.
So this is about... Now, I like this idea because I'm like you. I think when the kids were younger, we made a couple of scrapbooks where we kept...
everything.
all the
You collect
receipts.
all the tickets
and then
receipts and things.
sort of stuck them in.
Sort of
but
fizzles out a bit, doesn't
it does. But this is a lovely idea.
And this is something you can live with and actually use.
So if we look through the book,
Let's look through the book.
this explains it all to you, doesn't it?
Yes.
About...
And these are, my friend Sarah did the photography, these are her too, and they are, you know, university A-levels. And this is my Henry, who's 20 now.
Oh, wow.
So they are
On the
playing
quilt.
Scrabble on the quilt in Sarah's garden.
So you've done something for each letter of the alphabet, haven't you?
I did the alphabet because when I started trying to make a memory quilt that was going to be like a family heirloom,
Yes.
it got this whole big sort of important idea. And it got completely overwhelming because how do you decide what to put in? Because, you know, I've got grandma and I've got granny, I've got aunties, I had a great auntie, you know, and everything just gets enormous
Yes, so that's
and
true.
overwhelming. So what I thought was I need a structure. And the easiest structure for a wordsmith, I thought, must be the alphabet.
Right, and this is the quilt.
There's the alphabet quilt, the memory quilt. So starting with the alphabet and really, really giving yourself
Well, I'll
time.
lay it on here. It's probably easier for us to see.
Giving yourself time to think of something for every
So-
letter of the alphabet.
So this was A.
A. Now, we live in Farnborough, it's where my studio is. It's the birthplace of British aviation. And Joseph drew the aeroplane. And this must have been some flight or some famous something or other. And then it's an ado. Ado, nice word. Much ado. We don't say that much, do we? And
What you do about nothing?
And then hand quilt to give the plane somewhere to fly.
So you could start thinking about. So the idea behind the book is to start thinking about how you could create your memory, and if you do it by alphabet, it's a bit easier, isn't it?
It is easier, and it stops it being overwhelming. And the other thing it does, it makes you put in like little in-jokes. Like I could have put the blackcurrant cordial in for
Yeah,
me.
that would have been really funny.
That would have been really funny. I put Budgie in because our goddaughter had a Budgie called Gary Barlow. So we always used to say we went to Gary Barlow's for New Year's and things. But A is for aeroplane, and the template for my aeroplane, well, it's a full-size picture of that block, is in the book. So if you want to do the same as me, it's there, and it's actually bigger.
Right.
So you can use that, trace that as your template if you want, or get a child to do. And the other thing is A for aeroplane, you can talk about all the flights that you've been on, where you've been on holiday.
You could embroider the names of the places or a certain holiday.
Or where you'd want to go, make it aspirational. So the book really tells the story of my memory quilt, and by doing that, I want to hold your hand through the process of designing your own.
I love the fact you've got these pages.
They were graphic designer Hayley's idea, and they're so beautiful. I wanted to do it, and they're a very expensive edition.
Aren't they gorgeous, though?
They are beautiful.
So B is for budgie in braille, embroidery anglaise.
Embroidery anglaise.
So you could use a piece, because we've all got those tablecloths from great aunts, haven't we, that they embroidered?
Yes.
Well, I have.
Yes.
You could use those, wouldn't
All
that be lovely?
the bits. But it's really just about making something that you can sit under, like it's on the sofa, and you can tell your stories.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's that verbal tradition of telling stories, and it leads into other things, because you could say Aries for aeroplane, that could take up a whole evening talking about flights and where you've been, and you know, it's just a nice way in.
You could start collecting nouns and ideas in your head, couldn't you?
Yes, absolutely. Collect amazing words that we don't use very often.
Yeah.
Collect, one lady did song lyrics.
Okay.
Made it about songs.
Because I started, you know, you can get those posters printed with all things to do with your family.
Yes.
And I thought, you know, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to, like, cross-stitch it or something.
Okay.
So and years ago, I started collecting a list, they're still on my fridge, of words that
you
were
would
specific
be,
to my family. And they still
beautiful.
made me laugh, because they were very specific. Never done anything with it. The list is stuck on the fridge still. But I could just add to that.
You could just add to that.
Just really phrases and words
Yeah.
that are very specific to
and
my
it doesn't
family.
have to be Why does it need to be finished? It is. That you are creating that list.
Yes, but I should
Maybe you
add
need to
to
get it printed so that other people could have it, or maybe it just is just the one.
Yeah, but I would like to stitch it, and I never
Stitch
thought
it.
of
You
that.
could
I think
do
it's
that,
a lovely
yes.
idea.
You could
So when you go
cross-stitch it.
through the book, we're carrying
there's-
on with. So it gives ideas of what you could have for your letters.
Yes, and also noticing and just thinking about what you've already got and what you might be building up to and what might tell a story.
Right. Okay.
So, so C, I just thought, I'm going to have a list of things that I really like. There's so many of them beginning with C.
Yeah, cake, coffee, champagne, cheese, chips, chocolate and crisps.
There you go. All the good stuff.
All the good
All
stuff.
the good stuff.
Yeah.
So you can see the letters that accompany that. That's the letters
yes.
from the alphabet quilt. So they're there. And that's the little friend's cat with little eye closed, little nose.
Comatose.
And this is our dog Betty. So Betty.
Yeah, let me show you the D one.
Betty was. She's no longer here. She was.
It's a very good way
delightful.
of remembering a dog, isn't it?
She was absolutely delightful, completely daft, the thickest dog we've ever had. But there is something called the Dickin Medal, which is awarded to animals for their bravery. So like in the World Wars and the carrier pigeons and all of that kind of stuff, they all got the Dickin Medal. So we thought if she got any kind of medals or achievements, what would they be? And we decided it was sit, stay and come. That's about her.
That's about
that
the
was
level.
about where she was. She was soppy as anything. She's gorgeous, gorgeous dog. So D is for dog.
Perfect.
D is for dog.
And so as you can see, as you go through, you've got all of the alphabet, and then you've got
Little sketchbook. I know she was beautiful. Little sketchbook doodle. So I've tried to bring it to life, and I've tried to think about what your sketchbook or notebook would be like when you were trying to build up your alphabet quilt. So this is E equals E is for embroidery. And this is about all my Aunt Nell and my Aunt Liz and my granny who taught me to embroider.
And that is
and
like their
those traditional
tablecloths.
tablecloths.
Yeah, it is.
And then my husband's got a physics degree.
so he had a
There you
little
go. So
nod
he had
on
a
there.
little nod in there, and then an egg that we found, and it's just that you're going to get a box or a scrapbook and start piling things in, and it's going to take a long time before you've got something for every letter. You don't have to have something for every letter, but the alphabet gives you that structure.
It does. And you could then go, right, I definitely know what I'm going to do for N and P.
Yes.
So I'll start those.
there. And actually, if you've got nothing else, you've got 10 Ps, it doesn't matter, but it's a really good way in. So football, absolutely football crazy. So that's about being a fervent football fan. And again, I got Joe to write fervent.
Okay.
So I taught him that word. We've probably never used it since that day. I said, and this was like the idea, you know, the post-match analysis on bits of paper, they should have moved there and everything. So that's what I...
Really?
So you should have gone there and they should have done that. And that's Izzy. She's got beautiful eyes.
Fine.
In fine fettle. Gumption. Oh, yes, we had a greenfinch in the freezer for a bit. They found that.
So if you go through the whole book, so you've got
There's
something
ideas
each
for
letter.
everything. And
But then when we get to the end, oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
pigeons, and we've got an oak tree in the garden, so O is for oak tree.
Yes.
And all the
I mean,
little
in the whole
creatures
book,
that
you
live
will
in it.
find so many ideas.
And as I say, all the templates are there if you want to do
yes.
them, or you've got lots of templates in your own like books and quilting patterns, and because you're not selling it, you can trace something and use it for
That
yourself.
is the joy, isn't it? You can do whatever you like.
Yeah, day in cups of tea.
Oh, yes.
So it's the tea coast.
I know, I've got one of those.
U is for uniform. So there's a little school uniform, a brownie uniform, which was stripy. The hem was stripy because it had been up and down that many times.
Oh, wow.
Between all of our, you know, I don't know who all had it before I did. And then I know mine was handed down to my sister. And then, of course, my apron.
So, I mean, there's lots and lots of ideas for what you can have. So it's just kind of a starting point, really, isn't it?
It's just a starting point, and it's a way of encouraging you to get started on an idea and how to think and how to break something overwhelming
But what
down.
a beautiful heirloom project to pass to people.
I mean, it really is. And the thing is, it all means something to different people.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
Would be what stories
Well,
you
and
tell.
also you can you can, because I've got fabric that I can put through my printer and it will print photographs.
Yes, yes. So that's the part where
and
Tony
that's
and
a
I
lovely
met.
way to do things.
Yeah. And this is bleach. It's the moon cycle on bleach. This is Henry in his hand, and he's 20 now, on hexagons. So I had a rabbit threepence. So lots and lots of ideas in here. And it's Quilt As You Go, which I'll talk about later.
So if we go to the end, this is what I thought was fabulous. Got all the way through, thought, well, I'm going to make one of these. But when you get to the end, all the instructions for making that alphabet quilt are in
They're
here.
in there. It tells you the scale and how much fabric I used. And also you've got that close-up on every section of the alphabet.
I think that's
you can
brilliant.
get their close-up.
Because even if you didn't want to make the memory quilt and you thought, actually, I really want, because I really love that quilt, the instructions for that are in the book.
They're actually in there.
And I think that's wonderful.
And there's all the charts, which you can use for cross-stitch as well. So it's the same alphabet I use for the C.
And you can use the different colours, so you can use the way that it's all put together. So if you wanted to make just a cushion or a bag for one person with one initial on it, or you could put their surname initial on the front, that's all on there.
And do some memories around them. And then that's the memory
There's
quilt.
the memory quilt, so it gives you ideas, and it's got all the measurements, how you do it, how you join it together.
Yeah. Very, very brief. It's not a tutorial book,
No,
but
but it's
there's
just
enough to get you started and the information I thought you needed, definitely.
And you've also got the poetry
The poetry quilt. Now, I know people have made this. You take a great big piece of graph paper and you, using that alphabet, the cross-stitch alphabet, you start placing little phrases or a little saying. I mean, you could do that with your words. Choose one word and piece it out. And then when you've got the words all down, start filling in the bits with like little dots of colour or like a quilt block. And then
you've got
you
some
make
little
something,
pinwheels in there.
Yeah, completely unique quilt.
Well, and again, it could be something you gifted to somebody. It could be their favourite saying. Because we've all got relatives who have a thing, don't they?
Yeah. They say over and over again. Yeah. So it's about using words and then using words in your stitching. And it doesn't have to be a finished quilt. It's about slow stitching and that way into telling stories. And it could be a nice thing to have, you know, if you've got somebody who's like losing their memory or something, it gives you something to talk about.
Yes,
even if you end up talking about aeroplanes broadly and not a specific memory, it's something you can come back to and it's tangible.
Yeah, I think it's
and warm and comfortable and really nice. I kept it a really tight colour palette because there were so many different ideas coming on. And I'm not really a bright, colourful person anyway. I didn't worry about things being too realistically coloured. I kept everything quite muted.
Yeah, no, I think it's beautiful. Yeah, so it's quite sort of neutral, isn't it?
Quite soft and neutral. And I say it's Quilt As You Go, and the back is all very differently pieced as well. We could show that. And that's Sarah, who did the photography, and that's Hayley, our graphic designer.
Oh, lovely.
And we're all sat having a cup of tea.
With the teapot.
With the teapot.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful book. I mean, I think even if you just bought it to make the alphabet quilt behind us, I think it's gorgeous. But it's just that little point that you can refer to. You think, yeah, I'd really like to make one of these, but having the instructions and
how to start is so hard.
That is the hardest thing, because you think, like my list on the fridge, I've never done anything with it because it's still stuck on the fridge. But this gives you an idea
of what to do. Lots and lots of ideas.
And even if you just put photos on.
Yeah, just do photos, get people's handwriting, whatever. And I say, don't put yourself under any time pressure. Like, this is not an emergency quilt make. You know, you're not going to make this quickly. You want it to actually grow and develop, because the more you think about it, the more will come up.
Well, also, you can just dip in and out of it, because I've got a big wall hanging I made for my wedding, after my wedding. And I just dipped in and out of it. It all lived in a carrier bag.
Yes.
And then every now and then,
I'm going to do something about that.
2 weeks, and then it'd all go back in the carrier
again.
bag. And then years would go by, and eventually I finished it, but it took... But it's the sort of thing that you can just dip into.
Yeah, exactly. And do it when you're enjoying it and when you want to, because then there's only pleasure stitched into it. I didn't.
Yes,
That's what I
yeah.
said about Nicole's quilt. I didn't want to make her anything that I was sort of like, oh, I can't believe I've got to do all this.
Yeah.
I'm trimming half square triangles and it's midnight. I wanted to enjoy making it for her.
Because then that feels like
yeah.
it. So you said that you use the quilt as you go method for this.
Yes, yes. Now, quilt as you go.
Oh, we've got a message. Hi, ladies. Absolutely love this. So inspirational. I've ordered the work. Can't wait to start planning from Sue. Brilliant,
excellent.
Sue. It is. It is. It's a is this the poetry quilt?
That's the poetry
Let me
quilt.
just show
I
you
don't
this.
think we'll be able to see much. It's 2-inch squares.
Okay, so you could do it bigger.
And I think it's going to be upside down. It's got to be upside down, hasn't it? We're
Of
never
course
going to be
it is.
lucky for it to be, yes, it's upside down. And it's huge.
I think this is just something that you could just start, and I love this. I think you could have a family phrase or saying.
So yes, and the idea was that when it was on the bed and you were sleeping, you couldn't read it, but you knew it was there. So that phrase was there. So it could be like, it could be your names, or it could be something that's special, or the wedding date, or whatever you want on there.
Everyone will have something, won't they? But
Yeah.
I think that's gorgeous. Imagine having that in the spare room, and when people come and stay.
I know. Spare room. It's always covered
Spare
in
room.
ironing. And
Oh yeah, my spare room. Yeah, no, I don't have a spare room. My daughter's room, because she doesn't live at home anymore, though she claims she does. I said, well, you're
Yes.
never there. She doesn't even live at home, but her room is absolutely full of boxes. She said, I'm coming home on Wednesday. I
I
went,
just, I'll have to move all
"Oh,
the
interesting.
move it all.
But wouldn't it be lovely to put that on, so when you walk in, you
it'd be
just see that.
it would be gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous. That's really
A quote
inspired
from a
me.
book, or song lyric, or names of your pets, or whatever. Whatever. I'll just throw that on the floor. There you go. Quilt as you go. Quilt as you
Right,
go.
okay, let's talk about that, and then we're going to talk about the stitching kits.
Oh, yes. Right, so quilt as you go. Everything's made as an individual block, and it's your one idea for each letter will be completely finished.
Because I know a lot of people get a bit worried about the quilting of something.
Yes, yes. And you're literally quilting an 8-inch block rather than the whole quilt.
Right.
And what will happen, this will take you so long to put together that you will think, I know I was going to put something behind those girls, but what was it? I can't remember.
Yeah, so it's best to do it there
You
and
just
then.
do it there and then your back is all scrappy as well. So it's completely unique in the world, and it's really lovely,
So how
soft,
do you join them
comforting.
together?
I will show you.
Right.
Are
I
we
think
doing a
that's-
demo now? We'll do it later.
No, yeah,
Just do it later.
Yeah, okay.
Do you want to do it later?
Yeah, right, then we'll do it later. If we've got time. Because I want to know how you join them together.
I will show you. That's what the demo is. I will show
Right,
you.
and then, but we're going to talk about the kit.
Let's whistle through the kit.
Because if you were with us at 8 o'clock, we launched Janet's brand new Blooming Lovely fabric collection. Have we actually got any of that left? I think the mega bundle sold out, or we had one left, didn't we? Oh no, we haven't got that. We do have it limited by the ½ metre. So this is the only way you can get
The only way to get you
in a
pre-cut.
kit. So the stitching, basically the sewing kit has all the fabric and the patterns.
It's one of those little candies. One of those was
So in the kit you get,
the little 2.5-inch candies.
let me open this one.
Cut with lasers, so they're very accurate.
We've got the kit in 3 different colourways, but they're all Janet's fabric,
They're
obviously.
all my fabric.
So let me take it out carefully because I can see a very small item there. Now, in there, that's what I'm going to be very careful with. You get the candies.
The
So these
little
are
candies,
2.5.
they're so cute. So they're 2-inch finished, little 2.5-inch, and you've got the whole collection.
All 20.
Yeah,
How lovely.
all of them.
All 20. Did you see the fabrics at 8 o'clock? Because if you did, can I open it?
Yeah. I was chatting to a lady at the Festival of Quilts, and she bought one of those, a different collection. I think she bought Bluebell. She was buying it as like a, you go to the hardware store and you buy, you pick up the colour testers.
Yes.
She buys those as like colour testers. And then she can start putting colour palettes together.
Wow.
And of course, they're still useful. She can still sew them together.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
she's carrying them around and building a colour palette and sort of planning her quilts out, and she just grabs those.
How fab. What a great idea.
I like that idea. And again, they're still fabric, so when they've served their purpose,
Then
you
you
just
can
sew
use
them
for other
together.
things. So all of the fabrics, there were 20 in the collection, they're all in here. You've got the well, it's
All
called
the-
CP. You've
yeah.
got the brown
All
ones.
the brown.
All beautiful watercolour flowers. We've got little tossed flowers there. I should know all the names
All
of these.
the
now.
lilac, I can't remember what I called them. All the lights. So you've got the full collection as a designed, and this was a challenge. There was a lady who ran a quilt shop. Her name was Verona, and I used to teach for her, and I stayed in her house between teaching days. And she said, you know what, Janet, I keep buying those little Moda candies. They're by my till. People pick them up. They say they're really cute. They're really lovely. And then she said, you can hear them thinking, what am I going to do with
Yeah, I know, but they do.
What
we
am I
do that
gonna do with it?
With charm squares as well, don't we? 5-inch
Yeah.
ones. We got,
Yeah.
what am I going to do with it?
Because you think, right, I need to buy 10 of them, or I need to buy 4 of them, and now it's not a cute little thing. She said, can you design something
That just
that
uses
uses one and
There's
uses
that
it all
beautiful
up? That little
mosaic-y one.
uses it all up. So I came
is a
up with
challenge.
the sewing kit.
Right, so those are all the fabrics. Like, there's the lovely lavender one. All 20. So it's a way of you getting all of them. How are we going to get them back together?
Don't
have no
worry about
idea.
it. We'll worry about that
later.
We'll worry about that.
You also get 2 press fasteners.
2 little press
Do not lose
fasteners.
those. A little bit of interfacing, some calico,
That's for your needle case.
and some wadding.
for bag linings and some wadding.
And this is what you get to make.
Yes.
Well, you get instructions as well.
All the instructions are there. It works with any of the Moda charm squares because they've all got the same number of squares in them. So it works with any of them. And this is a nice introduction to patchwork project and a nice thing to take with you.
So
if
this
you
is your like little project bag.
little project bag. You put your threads, your EPP bits in. All these bits do fit in
Okay.
there. You have to squish that in a bit, but it fits. A little needle case and a little pin cushion. So you've got sewing the squares together, all the seams, all the pressing. You've got half square triangles and you've got quarter square triangles.
lovely.
So a nice little project.
So you can put your scissors in there. There's your pin cushion. There's your needle case.
Yep.
And that's
and
your
all
little
goes
project
in.
bag.
And it works in, here's some that I made earlier, not in the green room.
So
It
that's the
works in
blooming
all
lovely
the fabric collections, yeah.
And it will work in any fabric
Any
collections.
fabric collection, any of the Moda fabric collections. I think Mum made one of these for me, and that one's got sand in it. It's a nice weight to it. But
Oh,
yeah,
yes. I like the sand.
it will work in all your
That is
bits.
delicious,
And
isn't it?
because the squares are only 2 inches, you can sit and hand sew half square triangles. So it's a nice project just to have with you when you're out and about.
Well, it's a lovely little project to make, but it's very, very practical. So that's on the screen, is it, in the blooming lovely? And we've only got 18 left. And 36 in baskets.
Wow.
So you need to be quick.
There's pattern on its own, maybe. is
Yes,
there?
that's really confused me. I thought, I've really gone wrong now. I've actually not lost something, but created
something.
So we've also got it in Bluebell. Have you got your Bluebell sample?
we opened.
So that I don't know, the quilt thingy that we did earlier.
What did I have with me earlier?
We were making a whole Bluebell quilt earlier.
There we go.
So I don't take all the fabrics out. I want to show you what Bluebell looks
That's
like.
what Bluebell
This
looks
is what
like.
Bluebell. This is obviously bigger pieces. You won't get that. You'll get this.
No, you get the type.
But if Janet was demonstrating this at 9 o'clock, but you might not have been here at
I think
9
we're just
o'clock.
on the fabric collection. We're showing people the Bluebell.
But it's all blues and greens.
That really soft minty green.
So those are the colours that you'll get in this one. So blues and soft minty greens. Gorgeous, isn't it?
And you have one half square triangle left over, which somebody came to me and she said, I used it, I sewed it as a pocket to the inside of the needle case and I put my needle thread in it. So there's no waste.
No waste at all.
I wish I'd written her name down because I left it with one half square triangle.
I think that's brilliant. So that's the Bluebell one.
That's
Obviously, you
the
get to make
Bluebell
exactly
one.
the same thing. And then we've got it in Bon Voyage.
And Bon Voyage.
Bon Voyage.
Which is, it's got a green, but it's more of a sagey type
Is that
green.
in your collection? Your little quilt? Your big quilt, actually. Your hexagon.
The hexes. Oh, yes. See, look.
So at 8 o'clock, Janet showed
Just
us
having
this,
to spell
that this
everything
is,
out today.
you must see this if you weren't with us earlier. Every time Janet has a new fabric collection, she cuts some hexes out from it. Do you use every fabric in the collection?
Yes, every single one.
And then it is like a journey
It is
of her
through the
creativity, although
collection.
she is 5 collections behind.
I probably am. Bon Voyage starts there. It's actually in. So bon
All right,
Voyage.
let me show you. So this is Bon Voyage, this one. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, so there's rivers and it's sort of map markings, and it's...
You've got neon thread.
I have got neon thread. It's so cool, isn't it?
It's so cool.
It's so cool.
Do you always use that for EPP?
I use whatever's going to bring me a bit of joy.
Okay.
And my latest kick is this neon thread.
That's amazing,
And my
isn't it?
granny would have unpicked that and saved it for the next one.
No.
We're so wasteful. We throw that away, don't we?
Yeah, definitely. Would not cross
I
my
would
mind.
not be unpicking that. No, you keep it all.
So this is Bon Voyage. It's all these
Bon
lovely...
Voyage, so there's maps, there's stamps, there's airmail stripe, there's city blocks.
And is this still
Lots
Bon
of bits.
Voyage?
And there's a big story, but this one here, and it's on the back of that quilt, Nicole's quilt.
And where does Bon Voyage end?
Bon Voyage ends there.
Okay.
There you
so
go.
in that one, this is lovely, isn't it? This is a really good idea. You could do with your fabric collection.
You could do it. Yeah, it doesn't have to be hexies.
But if you want
Hexies are classic.
the Bon Voyage,
That's what it looks
these
like.
are the fabrics of these red blues. So you either go for the Bluebell kit, that's the blues and greens, the Bon Voyage, are the reds and blues, or the brand new Blooming Lovely.
Pink. That's going to be a lovely big pink stripe. Of course, now it
Yes,
takes
it's gonna
more
look
than one collection to get round the.
I see.
The border
Yes,
now.
that's going to give it a completely different look.
It
isn't
will.
It?
I've got pink.
Except that the red.
Got a little bit of red. I've got a little bit of pink in thread. But yeah, and some grey, but usually overwhelmingly blue.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely
you.
beautiful. Or we have the instructions on their own, which are about to come onto the screen. The instructions on their own. Ben goes, what did you say?
What did you want? It's been a long day.
$9.99 for the instructions on their own. So obviously you can use the little 2.5-inch charm packs for this, or you can just cut your fabrics into 2.5-inch squares.
Cut your own. Just cut your
And
own.
then you can make your own.
Have fun with it.
Is beautiful though, isn't it? I think I've mixed them up. Oh no, they do have the colour on it.
Yes, because we've reprinted the pattern. So it shows you in a few different fabric collections, but the pattern's been reprinted, so you've got the Blooming Lovely cover.
Okay, so you can see all the pictures. And look, there's your quilt.
There's my quilt back in the day. So this is the thing with the Moda fabrics. It comes and goes very quickly.
It does, doesn't it? This is the problem with it, isn't
Yeah.
it? Is that you, oh gosh, I thought I was looking at
Yeah,
the
so
quilt.
like Strewn, if I made that in Blooming Lovely in Bluebell for today, like we wouldn't be useful in a month or something.
No, it's very annoying.
So the little projects like sewing kits I have made multiple times.
Right.
Bigger quilts, so
Perfect.
I don't.
So these are fairly simple to make,
Fairly
aren't they?
simple to make, yes. Do you want me to demo?
Yeah, yes, please.
Let's demo.
Show us.
So I had a little bit of a demo
Okay.
organised. You've got all the squares that are already pre-cut. A lot of them are half square triangles.
Okay.
Or quarter square triangles. We'll start with that. So half square triangles, you put them pretty sides together. On that draw a diagonal line and stitch either side.
This kit, now the Blooming Lovely version, has now sold out.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But that's fine, we'll carry on.
It works with everything.
Because you can still do it in Bluebell and you can do
Still
it
in Bon Voyage, and you can still do it in everything else. Now, when you are making quarter square triangles, which I make a lot less.
Have you done these by hand?
This one's done by hand, yeah. This one's by hand.
And what do you do? Just a back stitch?
I just did a little running stitch.
Oh.
Because actually, it's not really about the stitches being continuous. They need to be small, and you need small gaps between them, but they don't need to be tight. There's not a lot of pressure on a seam in patchwork, is there? Because it's all sewn
I
together.
guess not. And then if you've quilted it as well.
You quilted it, it's quite stable. Like you wouldn't, if that was, I don't know, neckline, it would be ripping apart, in
Yes,
a couple of wears. But with patchwork, you're okay.
No, that's true, actually. But therefore, so if you want to do it by machine, you want to get it done quickly.
Yeah.
You can, but if you want to sit there
Sit in the hand sew.
holiday sewing.
Yes, and when I do my trips as an textile expert, we've done the sewing kit as one of our projects because you can sit and sew it by hand. Right, quarter square triangles. You have a pair of half square triangles and you put them so they're opposite each other. So the dark's there and the dark's there. And then you're going to do exactly the same as you did before. You're going to draw a diagonal line and stitch 1/4 inch away from it. Cut on that diagonal line.
That's the
little pin cushion.
It's quarter square, okay.
And then when you open it up, you've got 2 little quarter square triangles that look like that. So all that's gone. You've got 2 little quarter square triangles that look like that.
That's lovely.
So they are really simple. And if you can make a half square triangle and a quarter square triangle, there is thousands of quilt designs you can make.
That's true. So this is a really good way of starting.
It's a really, really good way of starting. And then the little needle case, you're going to choose. It tells you in the pattern how many pieces you are going to need for each bit. So for the needle case, I need 6 squares. Select 3 each of 2 colours, or just ignore that and pick 6. But it tells you what you want to make.
Okay.
So if you want to make a pink project case, you need 22 of these squares. And I've said 11 pale and 11 dark because it's half square triangles.
Right, okay.
But you could think, right, mine's going to be all that shade of pink and all that shade of brown. And then you pick those out.
Right.
You can be quite deliberate with it, or you can be really scrappy with it. But it does tell you exactly how many squares you need for each one.
That's so lovely, isn't it? It's just such a lovely little
nice
thing.
Little, I like little things.
Yeah, no, I
They're
do.
a practical size. You know, they're not so tiny that they're not useful. Like, you could probably get 20, 30 pins in that pin cushion, which is all you're going to need if you're out and about. Anyway.
Well, yes, like, or, you know, you want to take it on holiday with you, or a nice little gift to give somebody. You could fill it with pins and everything.
You could fill it with pins. Right, needle case. So 3 for the front, 3 for the inside. I've put the iron-on interfacing in there. You've got that in your kit.
Which comes in the kit. Marvellous.
You're going to do pretty sides together, and then you're going to stitch around, leaving an opening, and then you're going to bag it out. Have we got time to sew that?
Yes.
Have we?
Like a bit.
Plug it in.
I like a bit of sewing.
We do a bit of sewing. 06. There you go. Nice. So I'm going to block my way because you know what will happen. I'll forget. But,
I do that so often. It's so annoying. What I forget the most, though, is to reduce my stitch length back again after I've increased it for tacking. That's really
that's
frustrating.
a classic move, is it? Is that what you do?
Yeah.
You could bag it out from the side. I think I'm going to do it from the side seam, and then you're going to hope that these are tight enough stitches to get through. So I've just reminded myself to go all the way round. And I can do a setting stitch while I start. There you go. And then you're just going to do 1/4 inch all the way around. You can put a little dot where the 1/4 inch seam is, or you can just wing it. I need to do another stitch. There you go. I'm not the neatest, most accurate sewer, so you'll get away with whatever.
She says having made a whole alphabet quilt in 1-inch squares.
Yes, but it is, honestly, if you have a good look, then they are not pin accurate, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, do you know what? They are pretty accurate.
Some of them are. This one, look, this J's wonky, nice and wonky. And my last step in all my patterns is don't point out your mistakes, because it actually doesn't matter.
No, because people focus on them, don't they?
Yeah, and it really doesn't matter. And just let it build up gradually. And also, if you are beginning and then you start off and everything's a bit wonky and you've unpicked and unpicked and unpicked, all people can see is how you sew now. You can't see any progress at all. And I think that's a bit of a shame, that you're denying yourself the opportunity to prove that you've improved.
Yes. So your apron reminds me of, like, David Beckham. Well, every time he does anything, he has a new tattoo.
A
doesn't he?
new tattoo.
And I think instead of you doing that, you just put new things on your apron.
Exactly. And it
It's
is
so much cheaper.
It's like the biggest memory, it is literally.
But a lot of
memory
people,
project.
they just get a new tattoo, don't they?
They do.
Whereas that is what yours is like. It's a whole mishmash of different things.
Yeah, it's
Brilliant.
getting a bit mad. I wouldn't know what to have as a tattoo. I just changed my mind too many times. I think I'm too fickle.
Yeah, I had one for my 40th. Was it my 40th, I think? Just one. And I had 13, because that's my birthday, and it's always been my lucky number. And that's it. And everyone said to me, once you have one, you have loads. And I went, no, that's just one.
That's one.
But it's always been my lucky number, and I had it
Nice.
done, and that's it. And I'd always wanted 13 on my wrist.
Cool. And whose handwriting? It's
The
just
tattooist
a
man.
Nice.
The tattooist man. He had to font.
Nice.
And he was quite bossy, actually, because
Good.
I didn't really want it that big. And he goes, oh, yeah, but in a few years' time, it'll all join together. You've got to have it that big. I went,
Okay.
all right, then.
Well, I suppose they are the expert, aren't they?
They are. And that's it, though. I got to the end of the N, and I thought, I've actually had enough now. It's really painful, and I'm not having
It's
any more.
surprisingly painful.
Yeah, not like scratching, going through a gorse bush or something.
Oh, is that
you know?
what it's like?
That sort of scratchiness.
Like
And that's it.
hedgehog?
No more.
Right, it's going to take me ages to get these corners neat.
That's
You're going to
fine.
get the corners neat.
Yes.
Which always takes forever. Right, let's pretend the corners are neat. And then you can press that all. And then we are going to hand stitch that little opening closed and get everything nice. There you
Okay.
go. Right, so we can slip stitch that closed. We're going to pretend we slip stitch that closed as well because I can see the time. I haven't done Quilt Should Go yet. There we go. Right, so that's the outside of your pink. Yours, needle case, yours is going to look nice and neat. And then we're going to find the centre. We're going to fold it in half. Look at the state of that. What a beautiful demo. And then you've
Yes,
got
no, this is all
bits
making
of wood,
sense. Then.
lots of little
it's
bits
really,
of wadding.
Yeah, it's very simple to do.
Very, very simple.
But
So-
lovely.
Very, very simple. You'll get a good result no matter what. So it tells you how big to cut your wadding to be the leaves for your needle case. And I thought they looked a bit boring, so I just got my pinking shears out.
And gave them little
And you're
curves.
just going to sew those into the middle. You could do that with an embroidery thread or whatever you like. So there you go. The pattern holds your hand through.
Obviously, yours will
all
look
of it.
like this,
Yes,
'cause
it will
you'll have-
look
you'll
much
have-
neater.
Engage the services of an iron.
Yes, and you will have actually got your corners out. If I did it now, I'm going to poke my scissors through
Yes,
it.
yeah.
So I need to do it a bit patiently. And what I should have done is trim the corners off.
But that's not the point, is it?
No, it's not the point. It's a quick demo. I mean, it's like watching paint dry. You know, if you sit here and do everything as methodically as you would at home. You know, we've
Although
only got
actually,
10
to be
minutes.
fair, I think a lot of people quite enjoy. I do, because it's on sometimes when you watch people demonstrate things, even if you know how to do it, it's really nice to have it sort of
Quite
confirmed.
calming.
And
It's calming.
Everyone has little things.
A little thing that you
ways.
do. That Tony says that. You think, well, why did you do that? I think, well, it's obvious. And he went, no, it's not obvious. It's not obvious.
Obvious.
It's a little tip that you just did instinctively that should be in the pattern. So I do try and include.
I know,
little
and you have to
things
try
in
and
the
remember
pattern.
that, don't you?
You do.
Well, I think it's charming.
Thank
Charming,
you
charming,
very
charm
much. So there you
squares.
go. One little wonky.
What's
not
that
turned
white
out.
pen you've got there? I'm really interested in that.
It's a branded biro. I don't know why it's got a white
Oh,
inside
okay.
because it is
Oh.
just a biro.
I
It's
thought it was a
disappointing.
really-
Looks like a fancy
I'm
chalk
really
pen or something.
disappointed. I thought that was a really
I
cool
know.
chalk pen that
It's
I've never
not-
heard of.
I haven't got anything cool. I haven't got anything cool like that. So there you go. Nice little project, hand sewing friendly if you
Beautiful.
want to take it away with you.
So
Nice
we
and
have the
easy.
one that's on screen at the moment is Bluebell. Bluebell, which is this blue and greeny one. The blue and green one. And also we've got Bon Voyage, which is this one here. And Bon Voyage is the sort of the red and blue one.
Yeah, bit of airmail, bit of city maps.
So if you want those, remember, also we do have the instructions on their own. Obviously, if you buy the kit, you'll have the instructions. But then if you want to do the sewing kit, there's the instructions on their own. You were going to just explain Quilt as you go.
I am going to do Quilt as you go. Okay, how long have I got?
Which is probably...
Like 10 minutes.
So this is the technique that's used to create
the memory
quilt
and
from the book Wordsmith,
yes.
which is on the screen.
And I simplified it because the fantastic Lynn Edwards has beautiful quilt as you go technique, and the back is the same as the front, and it's all got beautiful sashing and everything, and I've completely ignored all of those steps and simplified it down to my patience level.
Marvellous, I'm liking this. So it means you can use this technique, you can, like Janet was saying, quilt everything as you do it, then put it away.
Put it away, and then when you get it out again in a year, you're not thinking, what was I going to add to that?
Yeah, or I'm never going to finish that quilt because I can't quilt it.
Oh, I can't quilt it. The quilting is overwhelming. Okay, so ordinarily, if you make a quilt, you make the pretty top. Yes, it's all finished.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
And then you buy some wadding, and the wadding is bigger than the quilt top. And then you get the backing fabric, and the backing fabric is bigger than the quilt top. And then you quilt it all together, and you trim everything down to the size of the pretty front. Yes?
Yes.
Cover it all up with binding. The fundamental difference between ordinary quilting and layering up and quilt as you go is that the wadding is the finished size. Everything else is bigger.
Bigger, okay. So you've got to make sure that your front is bigger than you need it to be.
So you need to know what your finished size is from the get-go. And then you will cut your wadding square to that size.
Okay, got it. So if your finished square is 10 inches square, for example, you cut a 10-inch square of wadding, but the fabric that you've patchworked or embroidered or whatever, it's got to be bigger.
Bigger. And the other thing that I do, you could use a 1/4-inch seam allowance, which is traditional, and that will help you if you're doing a patchwork piece block, because then it's designed to be that bit bigger. But I found it was too fiddly when it came to join these blocks together. So I actually make the pretty front and the backing fabric an inch bigger, not a 1/2 inch bigger.
Right,
so
an inch bigger all round?
All round. So my wadding square is 8-inch finished, and my squares are 9 inches.
Right, okay.
Instead of 8.5.
Right, so it's 1/2 inch bigger all round?
Yes. Yes, 1/2 inch bigger all round, not an inch bigger all round.
Right.
Then the other thing you can do is, it doesn't have to be a square, but one measurement needs to be consistent for when you join them together. So you could have a panel. If you've just got a little something, you could just make it a little section or subdivide that into 2 squares. But the easiest thing to do is to have 2 squares, decide what size they are, and just go with that. And
I guess if you're appliquing or embroidering or something, you need it bigger anyway.
You need it bigger anyway. And if you're doing a pieced block, so J for Joseph is a pieced block, and I've just lived with the fact that the corners are cut off. Don't care, doesn't matter. The maths were too complicated. That's just the way it is.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Right, so these are samples from workshops. I obviously was at Oast Quilters when I did that. If this was all done, ready to go into a quilt and wasn't a teaching demo, I would have done some quilting. I might have put some embroidery around here, whatever. Right, these are all, tops are all completely finished. I've already been working on at least the top and the wadding. Sometimes you don't want all the stuff to go through to the back.
Okay.
So you're not always working with the 3 layers.
If you don't want quilting through to the back.
You don't have to do it. Do you decide when you do it? Because you can see all of that. I've worked through the 3 layers, and maybe you don't want that. So there's a few things you need to consider, but then when you've done that, it's pretty much straightforward. All of your quilting, all of your applique, all of your machine sewing has to stay on the wadding. Can't creep out into the seam allowance.
Okay.
Because we've got to fold it out of the way.
Otherwise you'll be undoing it.
Right, so I want these 2 together. So that's them on the reverse. I'm going to pin. Now yours, because I haven't really quilted this, yours might be really tight up against that wadding. Depends how densely quilted you've done it. You see, so if you went in off the wadding onto your quilting, you then have given yourself an absolute nightmare when you're joining the squares. So try and be your future friend.
Once you've done one, you won't do that again.
You won't do it again. Again, you could hand sew these. I know people like hand sewing. It's up to you how much hand sewing you do. So that on the other side as well. I'll try and do this pretty quick. And then what we're going to do is we are now, this is really counterintuitive as patchworkers. I've now got to sew basically a 1/2 inch seam instead of a full seam. And I can already see that that bit of wadding from the line has shifted a lot, and now it's much closer to the edge. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to sew through it anyway, and we'll tidy it up in a minute.
So you don't retrim the wadding then?
I'm not retrimming the wadding till I know that seam is where I want it to be.
Okay.
And then we're going to sew just the pretty sides together, with a 1/2 inch seam allowance. And then the idea is that the wadding is butted up against each other in that seam, and then it doesn't move.
So you're not actually sewing through?
No, but I probably will on this occasion
on that bit,
because it's gone a bit wonky. But, you know, it doesn't matter. And I have a 1/2 inch seam guide on the machine, on the needle plate, so I'm just going to line that up. In an ideal world, this wouldn't you wouldn't have the wadding. I wouldn't be sewing through wadding, and I'm doing this really quick, really, really quick. Just gives you the idea of how you're going to join it together. Really. Not perfect. Don't beep at me. Right. Pretty sides together. You can give that a press if you want. Okay? Pretty sides together. Right. So now what we've got to do is we have got to make sure that that seam sits flat inside. Can you see, if you were really up on that wadding, you might be trimming seam allowance away, a bit of wadding away, or you might have to press to one side. So there'll be a few variables, but you'll get away. Just make it work.
Yeah, so if there's a load of wadding in there, you can trim
You can trim it away, and if this seam doesn't behave itself, you can trim it away or press it to one side. It will tell you what it wants to do. But the beauty is that if you were hand quilting this or trying to get this under the machine, all that extra bulk would be very hard. It would set you off. But because you've done all the quilting, it doesn't matter. So what you're trying to do is just get the wadding to be neat with as little gap as possible.
Yeah, got it.
Secure it with the seam allowance. Then you're going to put one piece of the backing fabric inside. And again, it will decide which way works depending on how heavily quilted it is, etc., etc. Now, if you are a really, really accurate sewer, you could fold over the seam allowance on one of the background pieces and pin it down, and then you could stitch in the ditch down there on your machine. And I know if I did that, it would be off the ditch, and it's more visible than, you know,
and somehow
anything else. I'd miss that, and I'd miss the ditch, and it would be all over the place. Lynn Edwards can do both because she's Lynn Edwards. That's why she's got an MBE.
I could know. One would miss.
Yeah.
And even if I watch my needle go into that seam, but I would still take it out and go, why has it not?
I know.
It's weird, isn't it?
I just can't do it. I'm not that accurate. I'm not that patient. Okay, so then we are going to, hopefully I've got one that's a bit hand stitched. I'm going to hand stitch down that seam. I've got one that I started, I'm sure I have. How many demos have I got? How many step outs? Okay, so all I've done in my fluorescent thread, so you can see it, I've just been tidying up the seam allowance, just doing little slip stitches down that seam allowance.
But the point of this anyway is that you don't have to quilt you don't have to put it under the machine.
You don't have to put it under the machine. Or if you are machine quilting it, you've only done an 8-inch square.
Yeah, that's true.
Which means you can practice any of your rulers or feathers and even the most intricate hand quilting. You think, well, I've done it in 2 evenings. And it's done. Right, so you've got all your blocks together in a great big long row. They're all neat. They're all neat. So you've got the whole first row of your quilt done, and then you've got to add the second row. So you've got the blocks for your first row done, the blocks for your second row done, and you're going to do exactly the same, but it's going to be one great big long horizontal seam.
Yeah, but then that's
just going to do exactly the same.
And because you're hand sewing the back,
Yeah.
then you know, I think it's fabulous. You've explained that to me now. I've got it.
Thank you. And that could be, you could do an embroidery stitch. I mean, the only thing with it hitting the mark, missing the mark with a straight stitch is because you know it's supposed to be hidden. But if you chose one of your nice stitching,
Yeah, no, that's true.
you could bring it out. Or the thing about stitching is they need to be hidden or need to be worth looking at. And this is why I like this neon thread, because a little pop of it is actually quite fun.
That's true.
But it
Yeah,
doesn't
but if you
matter.
did one of those big sort of feathery type
Yeah,
stitches.
you could. You could.
Perfect.
That
Thank you
is
so
quilt
much.
as you
I've got
go.
it. Has everyone got that down?
Good.
I've got it.
It was a bit of a whistle tour, but the fundamentals are in the book, and I do teach it. And I'd say it's just a simplified.
So if you want to buy the book Wordsmith, it is your starting point, it's your ideas, it's your inspiration, but also instructions for 3 quilts. You've got the alphabet quilt, you've got the memory quilt, and you've got the poetry quilt, are all in here. So for $19.99, this is the beginning of your fabric heirloom journey.
Heirloom.
And what a wonderful thing. Or what a lovely gift to give to someone who you think would like to make one for you.
Yes, get one made for you.
Yeah,
Even better.
you've got somebody think, yeah, I know somebody would like to do this, and just sort of get them started. It's a lovely book, to be honest, to just sit down and read. It's a beautiful book.
Could be a collaborative project. How fun would that be?
Yes, because I'll give you the
If
idea.
people give you, you've got A and Z and P or something, and then
I mean,
all
you could
come
do it as
together.
a group, couldn't you? If you had
could.
a group or a church group, and you could
Yep.
do it for all of you to hang up
Yeah,
in your
or just to
room.
theme it around gardening, or I don't know, physics, or
Yes,
cooking,
or whatever.
Recipes. How
Yeah.
cool with recipes?
Be fantastic, wouldn't it? Yeah. So if you're in a little group, recipes would be really nice. Not stress-apes. They can be quite.
Recipes. They can be quite stressful.
They can. Well, thank you so much, Jan. It's been a pleasure.
It's been such a lovely morning,
Pleasure.
and nice chatting to you on air instead of in the green room.
I
when
know.
you're
We actually get
dancing
to chat on air and sell a few things too. I love that.
Thank you
Love
so
that. Where
much.
does that live in your home?
I don't have any of these quilts at home. They're all at work.
That's really
Because
sad.
they're always being borrowed
Yeah,
or talked about
yeah,
or whatever.
true.
And if I live with them too much, we enjoy them too much, I'll have to make them all over again.
It should be hanging in your hallway.
A
It's
private
so lovely,
place
isn't
somewhere.
it?
We do have quilts at home. Don't weep for us. We do have quilts at home.
Oh, hi Janet, you've done it again. I vowed not to buy any more. Then along came Strewn in blue.
Well,
oh
thank
well.
you very
From
much,
in
Wendy.
Gloucestershire. No, I'm with you. Honestly,
I'm off air now, Wendy. You're safe.
Yeah, you'll be safe. You'll be safe now. Do check out on all of Janet's the sewing kits and the Wordsmith book. They are lovely, and her quilt from the first hour as well. But not the fabric from the first hour, because there's a little bit left.
Tiny bit
but
left.
no. Anyway, we'll see you back here on Sewing Street.
I'll see you in a month.
In a month, okay?
In a month.
See you back here in September. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time with Cara. It is her first ever quilt kit design. It's going to be, I think you'll really enjoy it. It's a beautiful quilt. We've got it available in a range of colourways, Tilda and Liberty. We've got the pattern on its own. Check out in the break, and then you can sit back and watch. Cara's a wonderful teacher. I think you're going to enjoy seeing the inspiration behind the quilt, because it's always lovely chatting to our designers, because they tell us how they did it. It's always lovely. And I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this is Cara's debut.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Debut?
Debut?
Quilt show, not debut show. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful quilt.
Thank you. You're very kind.
And it's very adaptable because it looks very different in different fabrics.
It certainly does. It certainly does. And we've got samples of cushions over there that are in different fabrics, but exactly the same panel.
So
block,
weird, isn't
block.
it? Block.
I'm learning all these technical terms.
Oh yes, quilt block. So
Quilt
the
block.
quilt is hanging behind Cara. You can see it's 16 blocks in total, 4x4. So the finished size of it, which I'm going to check,
57 by 57.
57 by 57 inches is the finished size, which is a good size because that will sit on top of a bed underneath the pillows to the end, won't it?
Yes, it will. But the beauty about this is that you can make it bigger
Yes.
and make it longer. So
Yeah.
if you want to play around with the size, the actual block itself is about 12.5 inches, and then you've got an inch sashing in between.
Right, so you can just play around with it. Now,
Yeah.
we've got it available in 3 different colourways. So it's called the Seasonal Variations quilt.
Yes.
Because it's almost available in seasons as
Well, no. When I started doing it, I thought, I know the design that I wanted to do because I have been doing quilts over, a period of time. But I thought, right, I know the techniques that I wanted to use, and I wanted to use half square triangles, but a simple method. And are they flying goose?
No,
if you
they're
have
goose
one,
geese.
if you
It's
have
always
one,
the flying geese.
Okay,
And they have
it's a
body
flying
and
geese.
wings. And there's 1 flying geese and 2 flying geese.
Okay, so the flying geese. So I wanted those 2 techniques. So I started playing around with sort of on graph paper actually, and crayons and things like that. And I thought, oh, I like that one. And then I sort of duplicated it, and I thought, yeah, I really like the way that that looks. And then I thought, I better just check that that is a block that people know. And the nearest one to this is a weather vane one.
Right, okay.
So it was the weather vane.
Seasonal variation.
And then the fabrics that we've got,
Yes.
the Tilda ones especially. And I thought, seasonal variations, that'll do.
Perfect.
So
now,
that's the
we've got
background.
available in 3 different kits. I'm going to start off with the Liberty because it's the most limited. Right, less than 15 of these left in stock. Now, in the kit, now look at the price for that. $89.99, 7 metres of fabric and the instructions. 7 metres, that's a lot, isn't it? So what you get in the kit is you get 2 metres, beautiful Liberty Wiltshire Shadows. Love that colour. What's that colour called? They always, I love Liberty's colour names. I bet they don't always put it on the selvage. They tell you what it is, but they have really good colour names that if I was going to name fabrics, I would use. So I bet that's called raspberry or something. It'll be a nice colour name. So you've got 2 metres of that. You then have 2 metres of this beautiful, like kind of a lavender. It's their York fern, but isn't that a lovely lavender colour? Really sort of soft. It's always got a hint of grey in it. Then you get 1 metre. Now these 2 are Rose and Hubble quilting weight cottons, beautiful quality, that are lovely plains to go with it. So you've got 1 metre of, this one is blush pink, 2 metres, and I can't remember what that one's called, of light pink. They have specific names. So which fabrics are used for which part of the
So
quilt?
what I did when we were looking at the amount of fabric to include, I decided to round the amount of fabric up so it would actually cover all different combinations.
Right.
So you should be able to
Okay.
use the fabrics, because I think, did you say there was 2 metres of
There's
each?
2 metres of blush, 1
Yep.
metre of rose.
Right, so the 1 metre is for the sashing.
2 metres.
And all the 2 metres are for, so for that one,
This would be the sashing.
that
between
would
all
be the
stars,
pink, the
this
pale
one.
pink there,
Right.
the darker pink there.
But
and
you
then
could so you could switch them round.
You can play
So you
around
could have
with them.
the pale pink as the star, or you could have this one as
Yes.
the star, or you could have that as the star. So
Yes, you can
It's a
play
mix
around
and
with
match.
it. It's the least amount is the sashing.
yeah, so this one will be the sashing, but other than that, the other 3 you can choose what you do with. That's amazing price, though, isn't it? $89.99, and you've got 7 metres of fabric.
And what you can do is there'll be fabric left over that you'll be able to make cushions and a bag from as well.
Wow.
The only thing that you might need extra is lining.
Right. Now, Ben, where've the graphics gone? He's taken all my graphics.
Disappeared.
It's just disappearing graphics.
There you go.
Yes, so we're back now. Oh, we're going to have a little discount. No. Split pay? No way. We're not allowed to have split pay unless it's above $99.99. Oh, right, so we're having it today because it's your launch.
Oh, that's kind.
We're not now normally allowed split pay unless it's over $99.99.
You can blame me.
Yes. So, 2 equal payments, which is going to show me in a minute what half of that is, about 45 quid, probably 44.99 or something. 2 equal payments, and pay one half now and the other half next month. It means that you can get the whole quilt kit home today, $44.99, which is brilliant. Oh, you get full instructions, which are quite important, really. Unless you want to guess. So we'll go through the instructions with Cara later, but look, it's got all of the cutting out. It's got lots and lots of photos of all the different stages so that you know exactly how to do it. It also tells you how to make the tote,
Here.
which Cara's got there. Actually, let me hold it. Oh, no, I'll show it. So there's also the instructions to make the matching tote using 1 block, and also how to make the cushion. Now, Cara has made the cushion, obviously in different fabrics, but just so that you can see how it works. Now, Terry says, hello, is this lovely quilt suitable for a beginner, please?
Yes. Yes, I mean, I'm a beginner on quilts, so yes, as long as you follow the instructions, and hopefully the demo today will help.
Right, there you go, yes. So this is a way of creating the same block, but just turning things round.
Yes, it's got exactly the same elements in there, so it's got the 2.5-inch squares, the 4.5 by 2.5 rectangles, it's also got the half-square triangles and the flying geese.
Right.
But it's just different the way that you put the fabrics together.
But the instructions are all to make the tote, the cushion and the quilt. So you're getting 3 instructions for the price of 1. And then this is in another colourway. Obviously, these aren't the colours in the kits. This is just examples so you can see different arrangements of how you can create the block. Now I've just lost the instructions. Blown off the table. And that's another variation for you.
So that's the same as the quilt.
That's the same as the quilt.
Just with different fabrics.
So you are getting all of those instructions, 7 metres of fabric, amazing, for just $89.99 and 2-way split pay, which I've got another set here. Which means it's interest-free. It's entirely up to you. When you come to check out of what are the instructions. Right. So we have got more in baskets. God, I'm losing my words today. We've got more of these kits in baskets than we've got left. We have 10 kits left in this colourway, just 10. And there's 21 in baskets. We want a sell-out show because it's the only way Cara is going to design another one. And we wanted to design another one because I love it so much. Right, that's the Liberty. Let's talk about the other two colourways. Now, I'm going to do the one that's behind Cara at the moment. This is Spring, and it's Tilda. And it's exactly the one that's behind Cara. Yeah, this is another launch, so can we put this on split pay, please? Never again we'll be allowed to do that because we'll get into trouble.
I love Tilda fabric.
I
honestly.
absolutely adore Tilda fabric.
I just love those are my colours, sort of those autumn.
Yeah, but you see, I've decided with Tilda, it doesn't matter what colours you put together, they all match.
They do.
Why
you
is
must
that?
use the same palette.
Yeah, it's the weirdest
Always.
thing. I'm working with some Tilda at the moment,
Yes.
and I've been trying, does that go with that? And I've to give it up. I think, no, they all go together.
Yes.
I love it. So, look at this. Look at this, 2 metres. This is their new collection, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous. It's the Creating Memories collection. Because I was looking for some fabrics in this colourway a few months ago, and I saw it was being launched, and we didn't have it then. So that is beautiful, isn't it? So that's from Creating Memories. You've also got 2 metres of this one from Creating Memories as well. So that one is Lulu Yellow. That's nice, isn't it? I like that. Lovely selvage on these as well. And this one is Avery Yellow. Beautiful sort of Dijon colour. And then you get 3 metres of... Is that one? It's not cream, is it? It's not ivory. Can't remember. Oh, right.
Why?
Yeah, why? How is it?
Whenever we do something special.
Yeah. Yeah,
And I don't think we've made
Do
enough
they
of a song
belong-
and dance about this.
do they
because-
belong to someone else?
I
Have
don't
you
know, I
s-
just...
He's just nicked them.
No, this is a big thing.
Yeah, it is. This is the launch
Quilt
of
kit.
Cara's first quilt kit.
So I think balloons.
Actually,
You
the
know-
colours go
Do
beautifully
you know what's
with
going
the
to happen
fabric.
in a minute? We're going to
They're
have
gonna
somebody
pop.
running in from the jewellery maker.
I know,
going,
saying, where are our balloons?
"So we ordered these balloons,
Yeah, where are they?
and they haven't arrived."
But don't they
And
go
I'll go, don't know. Not-
beautifully with the fabric?
They do actually, and I shall say, I haven't seen the balloons. I think that's brilliant. Yes, I think you should have the balloons. They're brilliant. Ben, what colour is this fabric? Which one?
And the reason why you've got more of that fabric is that I've used it for the sashing and
Yes.
for the actual quilt itself.
It's cream. Okay, I didn't want to say it wrong. And the reason for that is that you've only got the one on that one is because the cream is used for the sashing and the star. Beautiful. Again, $89.99. What a bargain. It's a beautiful quilt. 2 split pays, so 2 equal split pays. If you want to spread the cost interest-free and just pay half now and half next month, when you come to the point of checkout, you can choose to, you can do that then, but you don't have to. Obviously, you get the instructions with it. It's just mine are on the floor at the minute. And then the final colourway is all about the autumn. This is lovely. So this is my favourite Tilda colourway because in this new Creating Memories, they haven't done this. They've done a little bit. There's a
Yes.
little bit of nutmeg here and there,
Yes.
but not anything like as much as this.
No.
Look at that. It's beautiful, isn't it? So this is called Gracie Ginger. So I think ginger is a new colourway for Tilda. I've not seen the ginger before. That's beautiful. It's gorgeous. And it really is. It looks like crystallised ginger.
It's just gorgeous. Again, those are my colours.
Jane says, thank you so much for the split play. It clinched the deal. I love the pink and purple version. Well done, Cara. It's beautiful.
Thank
Love
you.
from Jane.
Thank you,
It is
Jane.
beautiful. Well, it does make it more, well, not affordable. It means that you can spread the cost. You don't have to do split pay when you come to the point of checkout, whether that's the phone. Why is this one not on split pay? Could you sort that? Bear with. Just get him to sort that out. You choose at that point whether you do split pay or not. Right, you also get 2 metres of this Tilda fabric, beautiful, which is called Berry Tangling Copper. Oh, aren't they gorgeous together? Now, I love this blue. A lot of the Tilda fabrics with the browns, which they have done, some of the browns they've done a nutmeg and I think there's a hazelnut. They often put blue in with it.
That is just a lovely...
There's a beautiful print that has songbirds in it and it's on this brown background and it has them in blue. I think it goes together really well, doesn't it?
Really nice.
Thank you. We've got split play on that one now. Beautiful. So you get a metre of that. So that will be your sashing between the blocks, and it is lovely. Viv says, hello, Cara and Rebecca. Can I say the quilts are gorgeous?
Thank you, Viv.
And I love the Caramia name. Very pretty.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
They are beautiful. And then you get 2 metres of, I'm going to go ivory. That's what I think. That is a lot. I think that's my favourite colourway. I love that blue amongst the ginger. Gorgeous, isn't it? Anyway, there we go. Do check out on those, please, because we are getting low in stock now. Before we go on to our demo, the final thing is we do actually have instructions on their own. So should you want to use your own fabric, obviously we've told you how much you're going to need. If you're using your own fabric, read through the instructions. You can then make the quilt to whatever size you want it to be using a fabric, because you can work it out from the instructions in there. Everything you need to know. Remember, it's not just a quilt. For $9.99, you're getting the instructions for the quilt, the cushion, and the tote bag. And you can also create different patterns by moving the blocks around as well. Right, that's everything. So, Cara, how do we make the quilt?
Can I grab one of the instructions?
Oh, you can, yes. And
Yes,
then I'll go and
want
pick
to
up the
throw
one
it.
that I threw on the floor.
So if you wanted to do your own, if you wanted to do just the cushions, just 1/4 metre of fabric is required for the cushions. And your 1/4 metre will do the front of the bag. As I say, you'll need extra for the back and for the lining. But I wanted to try and make it as versatile as possible. So we've gone through all the information about cutting out. So we've got the depth of the fabric and then width of fabric, and then you subcut it into the different sizes. And that's what I would suggest that you do first, is go through and actually cut everything that you require. I'm still learning about cutting, and I think some of the rulers would help me enormously, but I didn't have any at home. But if I do
Sarah
another...
says, I'm so loving today's lineup. I've bought Cara's spring quilt. This will be my first quilt.
Oh,
brilliant.
good. Well done. Let us know how you get on and share some photos.
Yeah, no, that's really nice, because everyone's got to have their first quilt, don't they?
Yes, definitely.
You only ever have one.
Definitely. So as I say, you know, the cutting is really important, and I think next time I will use some of the different rulers.
Right.
Because I sort of had these ones, and they're great, you know, they're really good, and I had the long rectangular ruler, but I think some of the other special rulers will be really good. But it's very straightforward. So, you know, you have a 4.5-inch strip that you subcut down, then you'll have your 2.5 inches as well. And also 5 3/4. Now you think 5 3/4, that's a bit of a funny size, but that's actually for doing the half square triangles.
Right.
So I want to show you how to do that. So I'm going to spend a bit of time showing you the half square triangles and how I do the flying geese as well. Then you go through, and there's very clear photographs of the actual layout of the quilt itself. Then the binding, I've done a scrappy binding, and I had enough fabric of the 2 patterned fabrics.
So there's enough fabric in the kit.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, there are only 8 of the Liberty left and 22 in baskets. I know you're watching Cara and listening to a demo, but if you don't want to miss out, you need to get it checked out. These are fantastic instructions. They're very clear. You wouldn't know it was your first quilt kit. Honestly, this is perfect for beginners. Cara explains it as if, you know, for beginners, in detail. If you are more experienced, you just love the quilt, you'll be able to fly through them.
Well, I hope I've covered everything.
No, you have. No, they're very, very comprehensive.
Yeah,
I mean, this Cara may be her first quilt kit. She's not her first sewing
No.
instructions.
I always try to do things that if I was a beginner, what would I need to know and how would I...
And not assume knowledge.
No, and I'm also a visual person, so, you know, I do a written one, but I try and show you with the
Yeah, no, they
photographs.
are, because I've read through the instructions, they are very clear, they're very comprehensive. You will, even as a more experienced quilter, you will learn some, because Cara's put her take on them, and not assume things. I often think we buy instructions and it says things and you think, I have no idea what that means. Quite often, but that doesn't happen. So honestly, I would really highly recommend these. We are now on 6 of the Liberty quilt. You need to get checked out. We have got loads if you've got this in baskets. So Cara, where are we going to start?
Yeah, so as I say, you've got the tote bag, the cushion, and then this is where I show you about the different ways that you can put the block together. So I've actually done, with Lou's help, thank you very much, Lou, a layout of where you put your actual squares and everything, and then I've given you information about what you're cutting to make the quilt. So it will be slightly different, but it's exactly the same block.
Perfect. There's so much in there. I can't believe this. So you're giving all these different variations. You're giving a cushion, you're giving a tote, you're giving the quilt. Then you've got the colouring page so people can fill in.
Yes, so if you want to do your own...
amazing value for money.
If you want to do your own sort of colours...
Oh, nice.
I would actually photocopy that and colour in until I was happy.
Well, it's a way of you could make a real scrappy quilt. You could do each of the blocks in a different colourway, in a different fabric. So it could be a way of using, maybe you've got, a lot of Liberty fabric and you think, well, I'm going to use it all different colours. Or maybe you've just got lots of scraps and bits of fat quarters and things.
Definitely.
Beautiful.
So I think a scrappy version would look really, really nice as well. And then there's photographs on the back as well of the actual blocks and the quilt. So I'm going to start. I've actually made a pack of each of the 3 different ways of doing the block. So you've got the number 1 there, and then number 2 and 3 here. So if there's time, I want to try and show you how, out of the same fabric, you can actually put the colours together and make it. And again, if you wanted to, you could do that for the actual quilt. So you could have 3 different ways. So you would sort of do one that way, and then another one a different way, and then another one a different way, and do a combination, which I think would be really good. So you've cut out your fabric from the width of the fabric, and then you've subcut it. And then this is where the 5 3/4 inch square comes.
So what are you showing us now, the half square triangle?
The half square triangles. Okay. You must have done this method before. I've never done this method before.
Is that 4s or 2s?
This is 4s.
Right, yes.
Yeah. It makes 8 altogether.
Yeah, 8.
Yeah. So you've got your 5 3/4 out of the 2 different
it's a magic
fabrics.
method. I'd love to know who worked this
I
out.
know. It's
magic
just like,
genius.
what? Where did that come from? So you put your 2 5 3/4 squares together, right sides together. Then you draw a diagonal from corner to corner and a diagonal corner to corner. And then you're going to machine either side of that line 1/4 inch. I've actually drawn on there, so, don't worry if you haven't got a machine that's got 1/4 inch measurement. You can actually do it just by drawing a line. So the other thing that I found when I was doing this, what do you call this little thing?
What is it?
So it's a tiny little bit of fabric.
Oh, some people call it a donkey. I don't use it because I've got a really fancy machine.
Well, if you've got a really fancy machine, brilliant. My machine at home is lovely.
Some people call it a leader. Some people call it a donkey.
It's just a tiny bit of fabric, and if you put that under your foot and the needle to start with, it stops, or should stop the fabric from being chewed up.
If you have an HP foot, it just has one hole rather than the slit.
Okay.
And so the fabric doesn't get pulled down.
Okay.
But if you don't have that, then that's a brilliant idea.
Yes. Well, I need a new machine.
Clearly.
Clearly.
I can give you many recommendations.
Oh, can you?
I've realised I have now rather too many machines.
Oh, goodness.
I'm not getting rid of any of them.
The one that I've got, I've had 24 years.
You are kidding
No.
me. Oh, Cara,
and I use it practically every day.
You deserve a new one.
Every day. It's wonderful. It's a Janome. And, but yes, yeah. I have it serviced regularly and I clean it regularly, but bless it. I think I need to upgrade. Okay, the other thing that...
24 years.
24 years.
How many people think Cara deserves a new machine?
Should we have a vote?
Yeah, hands up, me. Yeah.
Have a vote.
Anyone else?
The other thing that I've used the fabric, and that stops the thread and the fabric sort of getting chewed up and everything. The other thing is I've been using a 1.8 stitch length, and that is good for if you're not wanting to, you know, the stitches to undo or anything, and it's just really good for doing the patchwork. A lot of you, I know, are very, very experienced in patchwork and quilting. So
Yes, but the thing is that the way you've written the instructions, you know, it's written from the point of view of people who don't know anything, but people who do know a lot. So everything is very comprehensive, and it's lovely for when you get a set of instructions, that you get to a stage, you go, oh, I know that, I know that, and it's so reassuring, actually. And I don't think anyone ever minds instructions telling them something they already know.
No,
what they mind is not being told what they need to know, and these instructions
people assuming
definitely cover that.
Yeah.
On screen at the moment is the pattern only, £9.99. Remember, you're getting quilt, cushion, tote, and all the different variations, just while Cara's stitching along her lines.
So as I say, if you have the pattern on its own and get a 1/4 metre of, say, 3 fabrics, maybe 4 if you want different colour for the sashing, you can make the block for the cushion and for the bag. So
well, also if you make the one block first, learn how to do it, then you can it's not wasted. You can make it into a bag or a cushion.
Yes.
You can then work out after you've made one block about, well, shall I chain piece it? Like, shall I do it this way?
Yes.
Shall I rotate them? Which variation shall I use? I think whenever I make a quilt, I always make one block in its entirety.
Yes.
And the rest of it I production line.
Yes, well, that's what I did. Those 3 were the fabrics that I had at home for the cushions.
I see.
So they were the fabrics I had at home, and I wanted to try the block out, make sure that it worked. And then I wanted to try and see if I moved the actual colours that I was working on, what difference it made, and that's where that's come from.
Yes, and I think so. If you do that, it's a great way of experimenting. Or, you know, if you're new to this, then don't just follow the instructions, make it. You know, once you've finished the quilt, you will then have learned so much. You'll know about, oh, shall I try that? Shall I try that? You know, but I think sometimes people get a bit nervous about, experiment. I don't know how to do that.
I know, and I think
only 5 liberties, 5 left.
I think
37 in baskets. That's 32 people who are going to be disappointed. So I would check out if you're a liberty person.
What I knew that once I did start doing quilts, that I would get addicted, and I can tell.
Dreadful, isn't it?
That I'm thinking, right, okay, I could do this, I could do that, and now I've got a format for the instructions. I know that process won't take me so long. So any feedback on the instructions would be very, very appreciated.
Well.
Yeah, please.
I love your font. Fonts are very important.
Right, so what I've done is I've actually just machined, so the line went down from corner to corner, then I've got my 1/4 inch, and now what I'm going to do, I don't know if this is long enough, yes it is, I'm going to cut. Right, what you want to do, if you have got access to a rotating cutting mat, that helps enormously, and I can see one up on the shelf up there, but I will just carry on regardless.
Not rotate, I've got one under here.
Have you?
Oh yes, I have everything under here. It's like a haberdashery. Would you like me to make it rotate for you?
Thank you.
There you go. Is that big enough?
Yeah, I think so. It's just...
Loving my balloons.
Okay. Because what you want to do is you want to cut this now, but you don't want to move it until you've done all your cuts. So you will cut from corner to corner along that line. Make sure you've got a nice sharp blade in your cutting, in your rotating rotary cutter. That's the word. And then we want to do this. So I don't want to move the fabric at all. watch me and I bet I move it, or I sneeze. Okay, now what you're going to do, so you've done along the lines. If you wanted to, you could draw the horizontal and vertical, but if you've got a ruler like this, you can actually match it up top and bottom to make sure it's square. You're matching it through the centre, and I'm just, with my eye, just matching that up around there and to the centre, and then you'll cut along there. I know it started to move, but it's not essential, that part. And then we'll go across here. So I'm just spending a bit of time making sure that I'm doing it. I would, you know, there definitely is a rule to possibly just draw it, but I'm going to hope for the best. And that's how you make your 8 half square triangles.
Perfect.
So what you need to do now is press those.
So even if you're a beginner, that makes life much simpler and quicker to do that.
Much, much simpler, and all the information is here, so that shows you there. And then what you'll do is you'll press this, and I press my seams open. I know that's quite controversial, but I was watching...
Your quilt, you could do it.
I was watching
Cara.
another designer, and she was saying she presses her seams open, and I must admit, for the cushions, I press them to the dark side, and actually I can tell the difference between doing the cushions and actually doing the quilt. And I did the quilts.
It's entirely up to you.
Yeah.
You can do whichever way you want. Can I just say a moment about the autumn kit, that you don't get the blue fabric. We got confused. So what you do is you get the 2 meters of you still get the Tilda, so you get 2 meters of this beautiful Tilda print, 2 meters of that, 2 meters of the ivory, and then you get a meter of pink. So the picture that's on the website is correct. I think there was an issue with the blue, so they've replaced it with pink, I think. Have you got a picture of the pink? There we go. It's a pale pink. It's just a pale pink. That's what it looks like that. It isn't the blue. So sorry about for those of you who confused you. It is the pink you get, not the blue. But it will still look lovely.
Well, it picks out the pink in the rose.
It actually matches the pink that's in the rose.
Yeah.
So those are the colours. Fabulous. Okay.
So once you've done that, as I say,
Do you want to press them?
I could. I've put the iron on.
Would you like to give them to me?
Oh, that would be
can
lovely. If you could press those, that would be fantastic.
I can do that.
Okay.
Especially as you've got the...
I did put the iron on, so...
got the decent iron.
Yeah.
And would you like... Oh, that's not a good idea.
Okay.
Would you like to press them open?
Yes, please. So the next one is the flying geese, and you'll have a rectangle, a plain fabric rectangle. You'll take a 2.5-inch square, draw again diagonal line across, and then you'll pin that so that one of the diagonal lines goes to the centre of the 4.5-inch block. Hoping you can see that. So diagonal to the centre of the 4.5-inch block. And then you will machine those. So again, you were saying about once you've done one block, you just want to get going and, you know, chain piece them.
Yeah, some people don't. There's some people like the sort of whole process of making one block at a time.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, and that's the good thing is you have to find...
your way of doing
your
it.
way.
Exactly. So I'll just drop that and then machine. So I'm just machining along the line now. This is not where you're doing a 1/4 inch either side
Somebody
of the line.
messaged in to say that little piece of fabric's called a thread bunny.
A thread bunny. Oh, I like that.
Yeah, so I've heard it called a donkey.
No, I don't like the donkey.
Oh, I think because it carries.
Oh, okay.
And a header, which makes sense.
Yeah.
A leader.
Yeah, a leader. There's lots of different names, but I think it is essential if you've got an old machine like mine.
Yeah, the thing is that machine, Cara, has an HP plate.
This one has?
Yes.
Oh,
so you
okay.
could put that on and then it has the one hole. Because the reason it gets pulled down is because it has the slots that you can do the zigzags.
Yes.
Whereas if it's only got one hole, it can't get pulled down.
Oh, okay.
I'm still voting for you to have a new machine. 4 years.
I know, it's been brilliant.
There's always offers on Sewing Street, you know.
Yes.
We'll keep you updated.
Yes.
There's a good offer on a brother. It's an offer on a brother tomorrow. Tomorrow?
Because I bought a new one when I did my City and Guilds, and that was 24 years ago. It was the Millennium.
Well, that's marvellous. It's lasted so long as well.
It has.
It?
It's
But
been
you've obviously
brilliant.
looked after it.
I have. I've tried, and I talk to it quite frequently.
I shout at mine. Well, mine talks to me.
Oh,
Well,
what
it
does
doesn't
it
actually
say?
speak, but it like, you know, if you do something wrong,
Or if you do it
it
too
sort
quickly.
of grumbles at me. It goes, I go, all right, yes, I know.
If you can set the seam, that would be brilliant.
It
And
says
then
like,
I'm going to trim.
lower the presser foot. I think, okay, give me a
There's another one
second.
there.
Oh, do you want this pressed over?
No, at the moment,
Just set.
just set, and then
Oh, did I
I'll
miss
trim. I need to trim to 1/4 inch.
Right, the instructions are on screen at the moment, so if you want to buy just the instructions, amazing value for money, $9.99, and they are flying out. It's such a good set of instructions. They are very comprehensive, they're very easy to understand. Cara doesn't assume knowledge, but they give you all the detail you need, because what you don't want is someone say, oh, just do this, do that, and you don't really understand. You need to be told at the beginning how many to cut, how many bits you need to cut, how big they need to be, and exactly how to make it, rather than just saying, oh, just like that. They are very comprehensive. Doesn't feel like this is your first, well, it's not your first set of instructions. So it doesn't
No, you know, with
Cara
any,
is very experienced.
with any instructions, I always try to make sure that I try and cover everything. So,
Well, also, it's, I guess the beauty of you designing these for the first time is you know what questions you would ask.
yes, I
And
think
it's
so.
easy to forget that. So you often find with more experienced designers, if they've done that before, you do, without even trying, you assume things.
Yes, if you can press those open, that would be fantastic. So all I'm doing is actually just trimming to the line 1/4 inch, and it's away from the centre. I'm sure there are times when I will trim the other side of there and then realise that I've done it wrong.
Yes, it's annoying that, isn't it? I have done that many times.
Oh.
Many times, and sworn whilst doing it.
So this is one side. Whoa, there you go. I nearly did.
Regularly.
Because we were chatting.
Yes.
I was thinking-
Do not talk and sew.
No.
Shout at your sewing machine instead. I shout at my sat nav though.
Oh.
Turn right at the next round. You go, are you all right? Right, just give me a minute. I'm standing at the traffic lights.
So the next part to make the full goose is right sides together,
Full geese.
geese,
It's ridiculous,
A
isn't it?
goose,
It's the
I
only
know.
time where a plural is used for a singular.
and you'll match again the diagonal line across like that to the centre. Pop a pin in just to hold it. You want to match the raw edges, and then we'll be machining down there. So, okay, I have a few that I've done earlier, so I was just worried depending
Got a
on
whole
the time.
gaggle in that bag over
I
there.
have. Can't you hear them? So,
Well, they seem to have sealed them so they can't actually breathe.
lovely. So this is how you make your flying geese. This method. I loved your method. I did one of your designs. I think it was a cushion or a bag,
Right.
where you did a strip, and then you.
Oh, well, that was
lovely.
using. Well, that was because I had to use Charmstra 2.5-inch squares.
Yes.
And I discovered how to do flying geese from charm squares. It's a bit of an odd method, but it works.
Yes.
But if you have pre-cuts like jelly rolls, or
Yes.
whatever, that's what I was using, was jelly rolls.
Yeah.
Then sometimes you need to do things like that so
Yes.
that you can. Otherwise, with them, when you buy these pre-cuts, you think, can I only use them for binding? Or
Yes.
bits? Well, there are lots of other things you can do with them. Not my invention.
No, but it was
My-
lovely. There are different ways of doing the flying.
Oh, there are. There's like There's, you can do 4 at once, you can do it different ways, but this is a really nice way if you've not done them.
That's right.
Sort of foolproof.
Yeah, should be foolproof. The only thing you've got to watch is you're stitching on the diagonal, and you don't want the diagonal to be pulled out of shape.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing. And also, I would normally take a little bit more care.
Well, if you
home.
spray your fabric first with best press, that
Yes.
will avoid that little issue.
Yes.
Or starch savvy, one of two.
Again, those are the sort of things that I need to make sure I've got before I start doing a quilt.
We've got a bottle over there. You could just slip that in your bag. No one
Don't
will
tell-
know. No one will know.
Don't tell anybody.
Don't tell anyone when that best press goes missing.
So I'm sure we had one here.
Yeah, it was research purposes.
Definitely. So if I could ask you to set the seam again.
Oh, yes.
then- How are we doing time-wise? Okay, so what I'm going to do,
You've got 9 minutes.
yeah,
Oh, no, you've got 8, actually.
yeah, is I'm going to lay these blocks out, hopefully.
Oh, I was supposed to be doing this. Sorry, I'm
Don't worry, because
I was
of
supposed
the
to be
time.
pressing them, but
No,
I always do it like that.
Yeah, don't
Habit, you know, you have...
Yeah. Don't worry. So, I just want to
I'll
show...
cut them for you in a minute.
I don't think we'll have time. So the one we're doing is, I'm thinking it's, what's the number for that? Is that number 3? Yeah, number 3. So hopefully, I'll actually put it on here. So I'm going to use the instructions to lay my pieces. So I'm following, can you see that?
Okay, so this is where you
Yep.
choose the layout.
Yeah. So this one, I've got my fabrics like this. There won't be enough room for all of them. Let's move that. I'll do it on the desk, might be easier. And then you can see it. So do it like that.
So have we got any liberties left, Benjamin?
Then these ones, so I do take you through doing them a row at a time.
So that's the Liberty one on screen. We have 4 of those left. The one that Cara is using, and 28 of those Liberties are in baskets. So you need, I know you're watching Cara's demo, I do get that. The one that Cara is demonstrating with at the moment is the autumn bundle. My favourite one. Love these colours.
So, sorry, it's not square. I should have done it square. So all I'm doing is following this.
Right, okay.
Okay?
So lay it all out first.
You
and
can
then
lay it
know-
all out first.
I'm
and
just going to move that so
yeah,
that only they're going to fall on the floor in a
going to
minute.
run out of space.
Okay.
There we go. And I have got the others, so I can lay those ones out if we have the time. So that one will go, because it's so easy to put them in the wrong place.
Yes, what I do when I've done it is I sort of follow it and go top left, bottom right,
Yes.
top left, bottom,
Yeah.
and actually sort of touch them.
Yes.
Still get it wrong sometimes.
Or you twist them round.
Yeah.
So I do say in the instructions, just take your time doing it. And this
If
is
you
what...
really want to be sure, like, because you're looking at this from above, and it's much easier to see from above. You see if
Yes.
you look on there on the screen.
Oh
it's
my gosh, yes.
So much easier to see above. So
Yes.
to be absolutely certain, take a picture of it, and you will
Yep.
see immediately. But when we're looking at it from the front here,
Yeah.
it's not the same.
So there you go.
Hey.
So that's that one.
Can we have this one on this code on screen then?
Shall I do the other 2? I'll do number 2.
Yes.
I'll do number 2 because number 1 is exactly like that. So can I move this?
So this is autumn oranges, seasonal variation. So this is the one that has the 2 Tildas in these colours, the cream, but it also has a pink as well with it. $89.99, just 20 of these left. So again, you really need to get checked out of these before they all go, because we're not going to do them again.
Right. So that's that one. If I could ask you to pop those in there.
I can.
And so now this is the other
Yeah,
one.
it just shows the last fairy. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, we're fine.
So it just is incredible how different they look.
Yes,
When
once
you
you
combine,
turn things
yeah.
round, isn't it? And it's different choices of different colours of fabrics.
Yes.
Which is quite amazing.
Yeah, just the layout. So that's that one. So as I say, it's exactly the same block. It's just the way that you lay it out that makes it different. And then these ones like that.
Yeah, it's a lovely colour combination,
Yes.
isn't it? Because it's quite it's a different enough between the two ginger coloured fabrics
Yes.
to be able to see it, but it gives a nice subtle contrast. So you can choose when you make yours. So when you get your kit or you get your instructions, you're getting 3 different variations of a quilt. You can make the quilt, when you've got the kit, you can make it to this size, which is just right for like a topper of a double bed, because it will sit at the bottom of the bed and up to the pillows. If you're using it for a single, obviously you'll get some more drape down the side. You're getting the cushion and the bag and all the variations. And then you've got the instructions. You can make any size quilt. And you can change it each time. Use it to make a scrappy quilt. Use all your different fabrics up. Or you could just choose a colour theme or a print theme. See, look, if you look in there,
I know.
you can see one's wrong.
Oh, I can. That one.
Yeah. But, see, look in this, look on screen. There you go. It's the weirdest
Oh,
thing.
that is
So when you
strange.
stand here, you
Yeah,
don't notice
no.
it. This is why. Or, if you don't want to take the photo, stand on the chair. Because
Yeah.
when you look at it from above,
Yeah.
it's...
But as I say, that's the
Weird.
same block and how different.
I know,
it
it's
looks.
beautiful. It looks like little thread spools, doesn't it? That's fabulous.
Good. Excellent. So then you'll...
Once you do
follow-
that, I presume you join it in rows?
Yeah, so join it in pairs. So join those 2 together, those 2 together, those 2 like that, all the
Right.
way across, and then join that to that and that to that. So that pair over that way, that
Yeah.
pair over that way. And then line by line.
And then row by row.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's all in the instructions, so everything is covered.
Yes, hopefully.
Very comprehensively. Well, I think it's beautiful.
Good.
It's lovely, really, really nice.
Good.
We've also got lots of backing fabrics and waddings as well. They're all on the website. If you just go on to sewingstreet.com, I've got an iron in the way here, and click on Watch Live, you will see all of those there. Right, I'm just going to walk over and recap the kits. Right, so the Liberty quilt. There are only four left. So you are getting 2 meters of this beautiful Wiltshire shadows. You get 2 meters of this lovely Liberty print. You get 2 meters of blush and 1 meter of rose. That's 7 meters of fabric, which includes 4 meters of Liberty. You are also getting full instructions. We are overloaded in baskets with this. We only have 4 kits left. Only 4 left. I will leave that with you to have a think about, but a lot of you are going to miss out. And today only, it's on split pay. Now, we don't normally do split pay on items under £99.99, but we're celebrating Cara's first pattern. So if you want to spread the costs, because you think, I don't want to pay half of it this month, you pay £44.99 now. We'll send it straight to you. The other £44.99 you can pay in a month's time. It's interest-free. It won't cost you any more. It's entirely up to you. Right, the next colourway is this beautiful autumnal oranges. It's called ginger, actually, colourway. That's from the brand new Tilda collections. Only been out for just over a month, I think. £89.99 again. 7 meters of fabric. So you're getting 2 meters of this Tilda, 2 metres this. You get a pink with this one. What you do, it's similar, almost the same as this pink. It matches the pink, the pale pink that's in these rows. It's really nice. You get 1 metre of that, so that is used for the borders. And then you get 2 metres of the ivory, and that's used for the rest of it. I mean, how beautiful is that? It's going to look warm, particularly, start making it now, be ready for the autumn. It's going to be really warming. It will look lovely. It makes, in any room, whether you've got it in the bedroom, over the back of the sofa, it's going to give it that real sort of warmth and homeliness. And then the final one, gorgeous, the sunshine yellow. Again, as with all Tilda quilts fabric, they've just got such character, and the print in them is lovely. I think the colours, again, they're always very warm colours. Maybe they always have that kind of homespun look. Now, these are the colours that are in the quilt that's behind Cara. So, again, with all of these full instructions, you get 2 metres of this beautiful mustard yellow. You get 2 metres of this beautiful mustard yellow in the floral. And then with this one, you get 3 metres of ivory. And the reason for that is because the way Cara's designed this is she's used the same colour in the stars as she's used in the sashing as well. Right, we're out of time. Coming up tomorrow on Sewing Street, 8 o'clock it's Benny's Blue Hour, 9 o'clock Yvonne will be in with Village Fabrics Block of the Month. At 10 o'clock it's Stuart Hillard with the William Morris Vintage Beauty Quilt. 11 o'clock Yvonne will be back with her wall hanging, and at 12 o'clock will be Stuart talking all things Brothers Sewing Machines. Thank you so much for joining me and Cara today, and I will